Chapter 192. Lu Hanyan's expression changed slightly when the woman in palace attire saw through her constitution. She hid behind Li Mu. Li Mu's expression was strange. He was now clear that apart from the earth element, the other 6 types of physiques did not have any obvious characteristics. Even the experts of Dongxian would not be able to see through them at a glance. Even with the strength of Master Qianhuan, he still needed to go undercover in the county government and check the household register to find them. People's hearts were sinister. The purine body could not be known to outsiders. However, this expert of Fulu's school did not want Li Mu to pay for the broken bell, so it was impossible for him to have any thoughts about Lu Hanyan. Li Mu introduced to Lu Hanyan, "Don't worry, this is Daoist Yuzhenzi of Fulu school, a peak expert of Dongxian. He won't do anything to you." Lu Hanyan then bowed to Yuzhenzi and said, "Greetings, Daoist Yuzhenzi." Yuzhenzi stepped forward and gently held Lu Hanyan's wrist. With a happy expression, he said, "You are indeed a purine body. Are you willing to enter Fulu school and cultivate with me?" Li Mu shielded Lu Hanyan behind him and said, "We appreciate senior's kindness. She is my fiancée and has no plans to enter any sect." Yuzhenzi's gaze swept over Li Mu and finally looked at Lu Hanyan. He said, "You should be able to sense that I am the same as you, a purine body. With your physique, ordinary Daoist techniques can only speed up your cultivation by several times. If you are willing to inherit my mantle and cultivate a purine cultivation method, you can enter the middle 3 realms within a year. Within 10 years, there is hope for good fortune." Yuzhenzi handed a jade stone to Lu Hanyan and said, "I will wait for you for 3 days. Within these 3 days, no matter what decision you make, as long as you crush this spiritual jade, I will come to find you." After Li Mu thanked Yuzhenzi, he took Lu Hanyan and left. When they began their true dual cultivation, it would not be difficult for both of them to enter the divine powers realm within a year. Although in the middle 3 realms, each advancement would take decades, and if one's aptitude was not good, they would be stuck at the divine powers realm for the rest of their lives. However, with their physique, they could absorb spiritual jades during the day and cultivate yin and yang dual cultivation for 10 years. In the county government office, County Governor Lin asked, Daoist, do you want to accept a disciple?" Yuzhenzi looked in the direction that Lu Hanyan had left in and said, "Pure yang is easy to find but purine is hard to find. Those foolish women and men who gave birth to purine girls would think that they were ominous people and would either abandon them or drown them. Those who were lucky enough to survive would easily die young. It is extremely difficult to meet a successor." When Li Mu and Lu Hanyan returned home, Xuandu was sitting in the courtyard. He stood up and said, "I will return to the Jinshan temple first. When third brother's injuries are healed, you can come to the Jinshan temple to find me." After Chu Jiang of Gojoseon self-destructed, his spiritual sense had dissipated. Only his remaining soul force had been collected by the White Demon King. The moment the 18 prison array was broken, the 18 ghost generals had been wiped away by the power of heaven and earth, leaving only their soul force. Li Mu said, "Why don't we go to Brother Bai's place now?" Xuandu shook his head. "But your injuries?" Li Mu smiled and said, "I just met Daoist Yuzhenzi at the county government office. She has already completely healed my injuries." Xuandu was stunned and asked, "Daoist Yuzhenzi of Fulu school?" Li Mu asked, "Second brother, do you know her?" "Of course." Xuandu nodded and said, 50 years ago, Daoist Yuzhenzi was already famous in the cultivation world. She is proficient in Fulu and her Daoist techniques are profound. One of the original 10 elders of the demon sect died in her hands. Her cultivation has already reached the peak of Dongxian and is only a step away from transcending." Li Mu knew that Yuzhenzi's cultivation was so high that her actual age was definitely not as young as she looked. However, he did not expect that she had already dominated the cultivation world 50 years ago. Now, if she was not 80 years old, she was at least 100 years old. Xuandu put a hand on Li Mu's shoulder and checked his injuries. He found that his injuries were indeed healed. He nodded and said with a smile, "In that case, let's go find Brother Bai as soon as possible. He has already waited for nearly 20 years. We can't let him wait any longer." Xiao Yu also stayed in the prefecture city for the time being. Li Mu said to Lu Hanyan, "I'll go to Brother Bai's place first. I'll be back tomorrow at the latest." Lu Hanyan nodded and said, "I'll wait for you at home." Li Mu and Xuandu left. Lu Hanyan walked back to her room and sat in front of the table. Her eyes gradually lost focus. When Chu Jiang of Gojoseon arrived last night, a deep sense of powerlessness emerged in her heart again. At that time, she could only watch as Chu Jiang of Gojoseon captured by Enchanting and her sister. When Li Mu faced Chu Jiang of Gojoseon alone, she could only hide in the shop and worry for Li Mu. Other than that, she could do nothing. She was silent for a moment and stretched out her hand. A piece of spiritual jade lay quietly in her palm. North County, a nameless mountain. Inside the ice cave, Xuandu placed his hand on Li Mu's shoulder. Li Mu's forehead was covered in sweat. He channeled his magic power with all his might and sent the golden light into the ice coffin. This ice coffin resisted the Buddhist light, but it did not resist soul power. The moment the White Demon King took out the soul power of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and the 18 ghost generals, it was sucked into the coffin. The soul power was gradually absorbed by the woman in the ice coffin. Her originally extremely pale face gradually recovered a trace of redness. Bai Yinshin stood beside Li Mu. She took out a white handkerchief from her bosom and carefully wiped the sweat off his forehead. Bai Tingshin took a look and also took out a green handkerchief to help him wipe off the sweat on his temples. The woman in the coffin was actively absorbing the ownerless soul power. As her soul became more and more solid, the Buddhist light's effect became greater and greater. The White Demon King looked at the woman's face in the coffin with an extremely nervous expression. The woman's eyelashes trembled. Finally, at a certain moment, she slowly opened her eyes. The White Demon King said excitedly, The lid of the ice coffin slowly opened. The woman sat up in the coffin. The blankness in her eyes gradually disappeared. She slowly looked at the White Demon King and muttered, "Husband." Li Mu and Xuandu left the ice cave at the right time. A moment later, a few figures walked out of the cave. The woman with 2 horns on her head bowed to Li Mu and Xuandu and said, "Greetings, uncles." Xuandu only smiled. Li Mu also smiled and said, "We're all brothers. Sister-in-law, there's no need to be so polite." The White Demon King smiled and said, "If it weren't for second brother and third brother, and I probably wouldn't have been able to meet again. You must accept this bow from us husband and wife." The two of them held hands and bowed to Li Mu and Xuandu. The White Demon King then said to the Bai sisters, "You should also thank the 2 uncles." The 2 sisters could only bow and say, "Thank you, uncles." Li Mu raised his hands and said with a smile, "Congratulations on your family's reunion, big brother. It's all thanks to you." The White Demon King smiled and said, "Today is a great day. Let us drink to our heart's content." Although Li Mu's magic power increased quickly, his alcohol tolerance was still average. After drinking a few cups with the green ox spirit and tiger spirit, he felt a little dizzy. This was not an ordinary wine. It contained spiritual energy. Drinking it could increase one's magic power, but it could not be used to sober up. Bai Tingshin ran over from the side and filled Li Mu's cup. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "I can't drink anymore." Bai Tingshin raised the cup and brought it to Li Mu's mouth and said, "This wine was brewed by Uncle Ho using spirit fruits. Drinking it can increase your magic power. Drink more, drink more." Not long after, Li Mu lay motionless on the table. Bai Tingshin helped Li Mu up and said to the White Demon King, "Father, Uncle Li Mu is drunk. I'll take him to rest." The White Demon King waved his hand and said, "Third brother's alcohol tolerance is really hard to explain." Go, a devious smile appeared on Bai Tingxin's face. She carried Li Mu and walked into a bamboo house. She placed Li Mu on a bed with a green gauze curtain. She lowered her head and looked at him. She felt that his face was handsome no matter how she looked at it. It was not easy to get him drunk. This time, there was no one around, so she could do whatever she wanted. Bai Tingxin pouted and moved closer to Li Mu's mouth. She suddenly felt pain in her ear. She turned around and looked at Bai Yinxin with dissatisfaction and asked, "Sister, what are you doing?" Bai Yinxin pulled her ear and dragged her away from the bed. She said, "What am I doing? Do you still want to ask? What are you doing?" "I'm kissing him." Bai Tingxin said matter-of-factly, "Can't you see?" Bai Yinxin said angrily, "As a woman, don't you have any sense of shame?" Bai Tingxin said, "I'm not human." Bai Yinxin's chest heaved up and down. She said, "Didn't you say that he's just a so-so and that you want to wander the world and see more men?" "I realized that I was wrong." Bai Tingxin said, "After seeing more men, I realized that he's still the best. He can help us cultivate and protect us." Bai Yinxin said, "How many men have you seen?" Bai Tingxin shook her head and said, "I don't care. Anyway, I swore that I'll marry whoever saves us." Bai Yinxin advised, "Love is a matter between two people. You can't force a melon to be sweet. You can't do this." Bai Tingxin said indifferently, "Who cares if it's sweet or not? I'll twist it first. Get out of here." Bai Yinxin pulled her ear and brought her out of the room. She closed the door and said, "If you continue to be like this, I'll tell father and let him punish you by going into seclusion. You can only come out after 10 years. 10 years. Bai Tingxin suddenly looked at her and asked, "Do you want to lock me up and take all of it for yourself?" Bai Yinxin said angrily, "I think you're itching for a beating. I'll teach you a good lesson today." When Li Mu woke up, he found himself lying on a soft bed. The quilt covering his body had Bai Tingxin's scent. He vaguely remembered that Bai Tingxin seemed to have been drinking him last night. Li Mu drank a lot. He did not know what happened after that. Li Mu was shocked and quickly sat up from the bed. He found that his clothes were intact and there was nothing wrong with them. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that although the snake was a little crazy, it had not reached the point of madness. After he got up, the door opened from the outside. Bai Yinxin brought him hot water and Bai Tingxin put breakfast on the table. After Li Mu washed up simply, he saw that they were still sitting there. He said, "Sit down." Bai Yinxin sat down opposite Li Mu. Bai Tingxin touched her butt and stood obediently. Li Mu looked up and asked, "Aren't you going to sit?" Bai Tingxin shook her head, "I like to stand." Li Mu looked at Bai Yinxin and asked, "How's your injury?" Bai Yinxin covered her shoulder and said, "Much better." Li Mu stood up and walked over. He said, "Let me take a look." He walked behind Bai Yinxin and placed his right hand on her shoulder. A golden light appeared on his hand. She was injured by Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's attack. Actually, her injury was more serious than Li Mu's. Li Mu helped her force out the yin ghost qi in her body. His mana was completely exhausted. Only after checking again did he know that her injury was still not light. Bai Yinxin dodged subconsciously. But when Li Mu's hand glowed with a golden light, the warm and numb feeling came again. Her face turned red and she sat there quietly. Bai Tingxin looked at Bai Yinxin enviously and said to Li Mu, "I'm injured too." Bai Yinxin's injury was caused by Li Mu. It was fundamentally different from her. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "My mana is limited. I can only help one. You take your time to recover." Chapter 193. You're biased. Bai Tingxin put her hands on her hips and expressed her extreme dissatisfaction with Li Mu. Recalling the scene of Bai Tingxin pouring wine on him last night, Li Mu shook his head and said, "If only you were half as obedient as your sister." When he first met Bai Tingxin, she was not much better than Bai Tingxin. During this period of time, Li Mu felt that she had changed from a naive little girl to a sensible and obedient girl. Comparing the two, Li Mu could not help but be biased. After a quarter of an hour, under Bai Tingxin's envious gaze, Li Mu withdrew his hand. Bai Tingxin's complexion also improved a lot. With the physique of a demon, the rest of her injuries could be completely healed after a period of rest. After breakfast, Li Mu and Xuandu said their goodbyes. Bai Tingxin and her sister's family had just been reunited. As outsiders, it was better not to disturb them. White Demon King took a jade box from the Tiger Demon and handed it to Xuandu. He said, "This is for second brother. Thank you for reuniting us." Xuandu did not reach out to take it. He shook his head and said, "Brother White, you're too polite. This is what brothers should do." White Demon King said, "This is a relic left behind by a 7th grade Prajna monk after he passed away. We cultivate the demon path. It's useless to leave it here." Xuandu was stunned for a moment. He reached out to take it and said, "In that case, I'll accept it." The relic of a 7th grade monk could not only be used as a magic treasure, but also to comprehend the realm of Buddhism. If it was in the hands of the Fugu school, it would be a top-grade talisman crafting material. It would be easy to craft a heaven-grade talisman. Li Mu clicked his tongue in wonder. This kind of thing was a precious treasure in Buddhism. It seemed that his big brother's wealth was far richer than Li Mu imagined. At this time, White Demon King took out an exquisite jade box from the Green Bull Demon and placed it in Li Mu's hand. He said, "There's a pair of magic treasures inside. I'll give them to third brother and sister-in-law." Li Mu opened the jade box and saw a pair of white jade rings inside. The two rings had a hollow design and an exquisite shape. The details were slightly different. One ring had a golden dragon embossed on it, while the other had a colorful phoenix wrapped around it. At first glance, it was obvious that they were a couple's magical treasures. The White Demon King explained, "This is a pair of Flask Heaven Dharma treasures. The space inside is about the size of a house. It can be used for storage." Li Mu was taken aback and hurriedly said, "This is too expensive." The Flask Heaven art was a divine ability that could only be cultivated by a transcendent expert. It could be used to store anything and everything, and could also be used to create dimensions or immortals' caves. Only peak transcendent experts could use it to create magical treasures. The Flask Heaven treasures were all heaven-ranked treasures, and were so precious that Li Mu couldn't accept them with a clear conscience. The White Demon King smiled and said, "Take it. It's just a Dharma treasure. It's nothing." Under his insistence, Li Mu finally accepted the jade box. On the way to leave with Xuandu, Li Mu couldn't help but sigh, "Brother Bai is really rich." Among the three brothers, Xuandu traveled the world with a Buddhist staff and an alms bowl. Li Mu's flying boat was rewarded by the county government, and Bai Yi was given to him by Li Qing. Everything he had before was either given or freeloaded. On the other hand, the White Demon King gave away a Buddhist sacred item and a pair of heaven-ranked magical treasures. Compared to him, Li Mu and Xuandu were really younger brothers. Xuandu also sighed and said, "It's said that the dragon race has many treasures. It seems that it's true." The Bai sisters' father was a snake, and their mother was a dragon. A snake actually managed to hook up with a dragon. No matter how one looked at it, this didn't seem like something Brother Bai would do. Speaking of which, the sisters also had half the blood of the dragon race. They didn't know if they would have a chance to become a dragon in the future. After returning to the county capital, Xuandu took Xiaoyu back to the Jinshan temple and continued to use Buddhist methods to purify the evil qi in her body. Li Mu could have taken a long vacation to recuperate, but Constable Zhao said that the county governor wanted him to go to the county government to receive his reward. Li Mu went to the county government as soon as possible. After not seeing County Governor Shin for 2 days, Li Mu felt that he was completely different. In the past, County Governor Shin always reeked of alcohol and had a decadent temperament. Now, he was full of energy and was like an unsheathed sword, sharp and threatening. Li Mu asked tentatively, "Sir, have you reached the creation realm?" County Governor Shin didn't deny it. He smiled and said, "Let's go. This is the reward from the county government. Other than that, the reward from the imperial court should be coming soon." Li Mu followed County Governor Shin back to the Earth Pavilion. He guessed that he had saved all the people in the county, which was much more important than killing a few ghost generals. If the county government didn't let him choose 8 or 10 things from the Earth Pavilion, it would be a waste of his efforts. County Governor Shin glanced at the rows of wooden shelves in the Earth Pavilion and said, "The county governor said that you can take as many things as you can within 10 breaths." Li Mu was stunned for a moment and asked, "Is that true?" County Governor Shin said, "Since the county governor said so, you can take them without worry." The county governor didn't directly specify the number of things he could take. He must have considered that his contribution was too great. If he said too little, it would seem that he was stingy. If he said too much, the county government would lose too much. Li Mu was given 10 breaths. How much he could take would depend on his own ability. Li Mu asked in the end, "Does the county governor mean that everything I can take within 10 breaths is mine?" County Governor Shin nodded and said, "I suggest you take a closer look and choose what you want before you start." Li Mu shook his head and said, "There's no need. I can start now." Commandant Shin said, "All right. From now on, everything you can get from the Earth Pavilion will be yours for the next 10 breaths." Li Mu touched the ring on his finger. A white light flashed from the ring, and in the next moment, the Earth Pavilion became empty. The talismans, pills, magic treasures, and mountains of spirit jades were all gone. Even the wooden shelves that they were placed on were gone. Commandery Captain Shin looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Li Mu. Li Mu rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "The county governor is too polite." Although the county governor was polite, Li Mu couldn't be too greedy. In the end, he returned some things, such as the magic weapons, pills, thunder talismans, and shelves that he didn't need. As for the high-grade spiritual jades, he didn't leave a single one behind. Not long after, County Governor Lin rushed over after hearing the news. He looked at the empty Earth Pavilion and said in disbelief, "He took so much in 10 breaths. Actually, he only took 1 breath." County Governor Shin said, "I didn't expect him to have the flask Heaven Dharma treasure." County Governor Lin slapped his thigh and said regretfully, "I was careless. Forget it." County Governor Shin shook his head and said, "Since these things are gone, we can ask for more from the imperial court." Without him, the tens of thousands of lives in the county would have been killed by King Chujiang. What's the use of these dead things? Li Mu returned home and poured out a large pile of spiritual jades in front of Yu Hanyun, Wan, and Little White. Yu Hanyun said in shock, "Didn't you go to the county office? Did you rob it?" Li Mu had almost emptied the Earth Pavilion. It could be said that it was a robbery, but the county governor had tacitly agreed to it. After distributing the spiritual jades to Wan and Little White, Yu Hanyun pulled Li Mu into the room. After hesitating for a moment, she looked up at Li Mu and said, "I want to go to White Cloud Mountain." Li Mu looked at her in surprise and asked, "Why?" Yu Hanyun lowered her head and said, "I don't want to be behind you every time we encounter danger. That night, I wanted to go out and help you so much, but I couldn't do anything. I'm your future wife, but I could only watch Miss Bai save you. I don't want to be a burden to you. No matter what danger we encounter, I want to face it with you." Li Mu looked at Yu Hanyun but couldn't say anything to comfort her. At this moment, he felt a strong sense of love from her. Li Mu didn't take the opportunity to absorb her love. Instead, He pulled her into his arms and asked softly, "But this way, we won't be able to see each other often." Yu Hanyan looked up and said, 1 year. I'll only cultivate with Daoist Yuzenzi for 1 year. After a year, when I've learned the cultivation method of the purine body, I'll go down the mountain to find you. At that time, you'll marry me, Li Mu said, but this year, we can't dual cultivate every night. Yu Hanyan rested her head on his chest and said softly, it's only 1 year. It's nothing to bear with it. Li Mu knew that Yu Hanyan found it harder to control her desire for dual cultivation than he did. However, she was also the one who suggested going to White Cloud Mountain to cultivate. Her body was filled with love. At this moment, Li Mu finally understood what Li Si's words meant. Liking was liking, love was love, liking was possession, love was giving, liking was unbridled and willful, love was restraint and tolerance. Li Si had once said that Li Mu needed to get married to Yu Hanyan and spend a few years together before he could understand the true meaning of love. The life and death crisis brought by King Chujiang had brought forward this time by a few years. Li Mu lowered his head and asked with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that I'll fall in love with other vixens while you're away?" The tears on Yu Hanyan's face had yet to dry. She pinched Li Mu's waist fiercely and said angrily, "You dare." Li Mu flipped his hand and a jade box appeared in his palm. Under Yu Hanyan's surprised gaze, he opened the jade box and took out the rainbow phoenix ring. He knelt on one knee and raised his head to look at her, asking, "Miss Yu Hanyan, are you willing to marry me?" P.S. At this point, if there are still people who think that this plot is feeding you *T and poisoning you, then you really don't need to continue reading. As the author, I advise you from the bottom of my heart. I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. I don't have any intention of ridicule or anything else. Don't read anymore, don't read anymore, don't read anymore. This book isn't suitable for you. Everyone's money doesn't grow on trees. Isn't it better to subscribe to a book that doesn't feed you *T and poison you? As for those who are guessing the plot and setting later and ridiculing the author, please stop. This is the biggest stupidity. Chapter 194. Lu Hanyan stared at Li Mu in a daze. She had never seen anyone propose in such a way. Li Mu half knelt on the ground and urged, "Hurry up and say that you're willing." Lu Hanyan blushed and whispered, "How can you rush me like that? If you're not willing, I'll ask someone else." "Do you want to die?" A moment later, Lu Hanyan snuggled up in Li Mu's arms. Li Mu held her slender waist and asked, "Can you not go?" The relationship between the two had just leveled up. Li Mu really couldn't bear to part with her. "I don't want to go either." Lu Hanyan sighed softly and said, "Aren't the experts at the peak of Dongxian very powerful? If you can cultivate with her for a year, you'll definitely learn a lot of things that you can't learn outside. At that time, maybe I'll be the one to protect you." This sentence was not wrong. Fulu School was one of the 6 Daoist sections. It had a deep heritage and many divine abilities that were not passed on. Only the disciples of the sect could cultivate them. He and Li Mu practiced yin-yang dual cultivation together. Although the speed of their cultivation was not slow, they could only receive systematic guidance in cultivation in famous sections. At present, Li Mu was just an unorthodox cultivator. It was just that his path was too unorthodox. He was so unorthodox that he was always punished by the heavens. He was so unorthodox that even the disciples of famous sects had to avoid him. There was another point that Li Mu was more worried about. Lu Hanyan's cultivation speed was even faster than Li Mu's. If there was a cultivator at the peak of Dongxian guiding her cultivation by her side every day, it was inevitable that she would surpass Li Mu in a year. Perhaps a year later, she would have stepped into the divine ability realm, and Li Mu would still be in the attaining spirit realm. At that time, his status in the family might drop by 1 place. He was reluctant to part with Lu Hanyan, but he also knew that he could not change her decision. She was not the kind of person who was willing to hide behind a man and be protected by others. The incident with Chu Jiang of Gojoseon had deeply stimulated her, so much so that she did not hesitate to make the decision to temporarily separate from Li Mu. A year's time was neither long nor short. Since he could not change it, Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll visit you at Mount Baiyun once a month." The county capital was not too far away from Mount Baiyun. A round trip, including the time spent together, would take at most 3 to 5 days. The county minister would definitely approve of 3 to 5 days of leave every month. Lu Hanyan crushed the jade talisman. In an instant, Yu Zhenzi appeared in the courtyard. She looked at Lu Hanyan and asked, "Have you made up your mind?" Lu Hanyan asked, "After becoming a disciple of the Fulu school, can I get married?" Yu Zhenzi nodded. She looked at Li Mu and said, "Yes, you can even enter the sect with him. Unfortunately, the great Zhou court probably won't agree." In the past, Hyun Jinko had once invited Li Mu, but Li Mu had refused. At that time, if he had resigned from his position and entered the Fulu school, there would have been no resistance. Things were different now. After the incident with Xiaoyu, Li Mu was now the ambassador of the imperial court. It was impossible for him to join a sect so casually. After understanding these things, Lu Hanyan said to Yu Zhenzi, "Can I stay for a few more days?" Yu Zhenzi said, "Whenever you want to leave, you can leave." Yu Zhenzi was very tolerant of Lu Hanyan. She herself also had a purine body and was most familiar with this kind of constitution. It was naturally best for Lu Hanyan to cultivate with her. Her decades of experience could allow Lu Hanyan to avoid many detours. Cultivating with her was even more suitable for her than dual cultivation with Li Mu. Of course, the best situation would be for her to cultivate with Yu Zhenzi for a year. After establishing a good foundation, she could return to dual cultivate with Li Mu. A short separation was only for a better reunion. It was only a year, Li Mu could use such a reason to comfort himself. After Yu Zhenzi left, Lu Hanyan held Li Mu's hand and said, "In these few days, do your best to absorb my emotions and condense the final soul." Only then did Li Mu realize her purpose in forcing him to stay for a few days. He hugged Lu Hanyan and sighed, "Why are you so silly?" Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, "When you faced Chu Jiang of Gojoseon alone, weren't you also very silly?" 3 days later, Lu Hanyan and Yu Zhenzi were going to White Cloud Mountain. Lu Hanyan gave Wanwan 2 choices. Wanwan hesitated for a long time but still decided to go with her. Lu Hanyan also gave Xiaobai a choice. She chose to stay by Li Mu's side. Li Mu hugged Xiaobai and stroked her head. He said, "In the next year, only the 2 of us will depend on each other." Xiaobai used her head to rub Li Mu's chest and said, "I will always accompany benefactor." Besides accompanying Li Mu, Xiaobai also had a mission. It was to ensure that there was no other fox spirit by Li Mu's side besides herself. This was the mission Lu Hanyan had given her. After Lu Hanyan left, the matters of the Yunyan Pavilion fell to Zhang Shan's sole responsibility. In the past few days, he had already completely immersed himself in the role of shopkeeper. According to Lu Hanyan, Zhang Shan was very talented in business. He was especially sensitive to accounts. He had clearly never studied, but his sense of smell in this aspect was even sharper than the most brilliant accountant. When he drank with Zhang Shan and Li Si, Li Mu unexpectedly learned from Li Si that Chen Miaomiao was also going to the Fulu school to cultivate. She was relying on her relationship with Governor Qin. It was said that Governor Qin was very close to an elder of the 3rd branch. Li Mu said in surprise, "She's willing to leave you." Normally, Chen Miaomiao would stick to Li Si at all times. When he heard this news, Li Mu was even more surprised than when he heard that Lu Hanyan was going to Mount Baiyun. Li Si shook his head and said, "That night, in front of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, we were completely powerless to fight back. Miao Miao said that she wanted to cultivate properly and come back to protect me in the future." Zhang Shan gnawed on the pork shoulder and shook his head. This girl is really stupid. Eat your pork shoulder. Li Mu glanced at him and said, what do you know? This is called love. Li Si looked at Zhang Shan pitifully and shook his head. Why are you telling him this? He probably won't understand in this lifetime. For days later, Mount Baiyun Peak. Baiyun Peak was the first branch of the ancestral court of Fu Lu School, and it was also the strongest branch. The head of Baiyun Peak, Yu Zhenzi, had already reached the peak of Dongxian. Among her peers, she was only slightly inferior to the headmaster. This time, Li Mu also came with Yu Zhenzi. This was his first time coming to the ancestral court of Fu Lu School. After getting a clear understanding of the mountain gate, it would be a walk in the park for him to come again in the future. Greetings, head marshal uncle. At the top of Baiyun Peak, in a Dao palace, several old men and women bowed to Yu Zhenzi. Li Mu stood in the hall and looked at these creation realm experts. When he looked at Yu Zhenzi again, he was almost certain that she was definitely over 100 years old. Yu Zhenzi held Lu Hanyan's hand and said to everyone, this is the new disciple I took in after leaving the mountain. After saying that, she said to Lu Hanyan, these are your senior brothers and sisters. Lu Hanyan looked at the white-haired people and bowed. Lu Hanyan greets senior brothers and sisters. After being stunned for a moment, they immediately said, Junior sister Lu, there's no need to be so polite. Before Li Mu came, he did not realize this. Yu Zhenzi's seniority in Fu Lu School was extremely high. She was of the same generation as the headmaster and was even above the creation realm elders of the various peaks. Becoming Yu Zhenzi's disciple meant that she was of the same generation as the elders of the various peaks. Compared to young disciples like Li Qing and Han Zhi, she was of an entire generation higher. If Han Zhi and Li Qing met her in the future, they would have to call her marshal uncle. After introducing each other, Yu Zhenzi said, Han Yan has just arrived at Baiyun Peak. If any of you have time, bring her around the peak to familiarize herself. An old woman said, this disciple happens to be free. Lu Hanyan was clearly not used to being with these senior brothers and sisters who were much older than her. She hurriedly pulled Li Mu out of the Dao Palace. A young disciple walked in from outside. When he saw her, he was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, Junior sister, are you new? You look a little unfamiliar, impudent. A stern voice came from inside. The young disciple looked at an old man and said in a trembling voice, Master. The old man's face darkened as he strode out and said, don't be rude. This is Marshal Uncle Lu. Hurry up and greet her. The young disciple was stunned for a moment before he immediately lowered his head and said, Greetings, Marshal Uncle Lu. No need for formalities, no need for formalities. Lu Hanyan waved her hand and pulled Li Mu out as if she was escaping. The young disciple was left in place with a blank and shocked expression. The two of them were led around Baiyun Peak by the old woman. After familiarizing themselves with the peak, the old woman pointed at a towering peak in front of them and said, that is my Fu Lu School's main peak. Junior sister Lu, do you want to go take a look at the main peak? On Baiyun Peak, being called marshal uncle by many disciples of the same age as her or even older than her made Lu Hanyan feel uncomfortable. She nodded her head and said, then let's go take a look at the main peak. The old woman summoned a cloud. Li Mu and Lu Hanyan stepped on the cloud and slowly flew up to the main peak. After Li Mu landed, he looked up and saw a huge bell suspended in the air. There were simple patterns on the huge bell. At a glance, one could tell that it was an old object. There was a deep crack across the body of the bell. Li Mu instantly realized that this was most likely the Dao bell of Fu Lu School. Just as he was about to follow the old woman and Lu Hanyan to the main hall in front, he heard a soft sound just as he took a step forward. Li Mu looked up and saw that the Dao bell had begun to shake violently. It seemed to be trembling. In the square in front of the main hall, the disciples quickly noticed this scene. What's wrong with the Dao bell? Why is it shaking so violently? Why do I feel like the Dao bell is shaking? Is it afraid of something? That can't be. What could make the Dao Bell afraid? Li Mu felt a little guilty. He had a feeling that the shaking of the Dao Bell had something to do with him. He tentatively lifted his foot. Before he could take a step, he saw a scene that shocked him to the core. The moment Li Mu lifted his foot, the Dao Bell in the air shook even more violently. It suddenly broke free from its frame and flew straight into the depths of the clouds. The disciples stared blankly at this scene. After a long time, someone finally spoke in shock. The Dao Bell ran away. Chapter 195. On the main peak of Mount Baiyun, the Dao Bell trembled and flew straight into the depths of the clouds. Li Mu was dumbfounded. The Fulu school disciples in front of the square were also dumbfounded. They had been in the sect for several years. They had not seen this scene for decades, but in the past half a year, they had seen it all. The moment the Dao Bell escaped, streams of light shot into the sky from the peaks of the Fulu school and disappeared into the clouds. Li Mu hurriedly walked to Lu Hanyan and the old woman and asked in shock, "What happened? Why did the bell run away?" The old woman's expression was solemn as she said, "The Dao Bell has a spirit. It can't have produced such a phenomenon for no reason. It must have encountered something that scared it. What kind of demon is so bold as to break into Mount Baiyun?" As soon as she finished speaking, the clouds rolled and the Dao Bell appeared again. A few figures were protecting it. Among them was Hyun Jinko, whom Li Mu had seen once, and Yuzhen Zi. The other people had obscure auras. They were obviously the strongest of the ancestral court. An old man with an immortal aura flew out from the Dao Palace on the main peak. He flew to the side of the Dao Bell and gently stroked it as if he was whispering something. It felt like a junior who had been bullied and had found his elders to back him up. A bad feeling arose in Li Mu's heart, and he quietly hid behind the old woman. The sage-like old man said a few words to the Dao Bell before he suddenly looked down. At the end of his line of sight was Li Mu. The few Dongxian experts also focused their gazes on Li Mu. Yuzhen Zi looked at Li Mu and then at the Dao Bell. He seemed to have realized something and transmitted a few words to the old man. The old man nodded and said, "The Dao Bell cracked because of him." The Dao Bell must have sensed his aura and felt fear. Li Mu felt goosebumps all over his body as he was stared at by these people. He was secretly worried that they would force him to pay for the clock once they were in the Fulu school's territory. This was not the county yamen, and there was no one behind him to back him up. Everyone descended from the sky. The old woman immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, martial uncle's sect leader." "Greetings, martial uncles." Yuzhen Zi looked at Lu Hanyan and introduced her to everyone. "This is the new disciple that I took in when I went down the mountain." Lu Hanyan hurriedly saluted. Lu Hanyan greets martial uncle sect leader and martial uncles. The sage-like elder looked at Yuzhen Zi and said with a smile, "Congratulations, junior sister. You've finally fulfilled your wish and found a successor." The others also congratulated her. "Congratulations, senior sister." Yuzhen Zi glanced at them and asked, "Are you just congratulating me?" A middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before he realized something. He flipped his right hand and a fulu appeared in his palm. He smiled and handed the fulu to Lu Hanyan, saying, "This is the first time we've met. This is martial uncle's gift. Martial niece Lu, please accept it." The spiritual power circulating on this fulu was probably of a higher level than the fulu that Wu Bo had used before. Lu Hanyan looked at Yuzhen Zi. Yuzhen Zi nodded and said, "This is the golden armor talisman. It can summon a 6th realm divine weapon. Although it's only a consumable item, it's also martial uncle Xingyang Zi's kind intentions. Please accept it." Lu Hanyan accepted the fulu and said, "Thank you, martial uncle Xingyang Zi." Yuzhen Zi looked at another young woman and said, "This is martial uncle Dan Yangzi of Danxia Peak. Martial Uncle Dan Yangzi's alchemy skills are at the peak of perfection. She's not inferior to the Danding sect. The young woman stretched out her hand and a jade box appeared in her palm. The jade box was crystal clear and one could vaguely see a pill lying inside. She smiled and said, "I've refined this pill recently. After taking it, it can make one's appearance forever and not age. It also has the effect of tempering the body and can expel the acquired impurities in the body. From then on, you'll be immune to all poisons and evils." Yuzhenzi took the jade box and placed it in Lu Hanyan's hand, saying, "Martial Uncle Dan Yangzi can only refine a few heaven-grade pills in a year. Hurry up and thank her." Lu Hanyan accepted the jade box and said embarrassedly, "Thank you, Martial Uncle Dan Yangzi." Yuzhenzi looked at the other old man and said, "This is Martial Uncle Yuquanzi of Purple Cloud Peak. I heard that he obtained a heaven-grade armor a few days ago." Yuquanzi laughed bitterly. A white light flashed in his hand and a silver-threaded soft armor appeared in his palm. He said, "This armor was obtained from a 1,000-year-old silkworm demon in the bitter cold of the myriad demons' country. It can withstand a full-force attack from a 6th realm cultivator. I'll give it to Martial Niece Lu for self-protection." Although it pained him to give away the armor, his senior sister had already asked for it. He had to give it to her. If he angered her, she would call him out for no reason and check his cultivation progress. If she beat him up from time to time in front of all the disciples, would he still want his old face? Senior sister Yuzhenzi had spent a lot of effort to find a successor. Over the years, she had found many people with a purine body. It was either their gender did not match or they were too old. Most of them were abandoned by their parents or drowned. It was not easy to find one. Today, she had to give it to her. Lu Hanyan accepted the soft armor and said, "Thank you, Martial Uncle Yuquanzi." Yuzhenzi then looked at Hyun Jinko and said, "This is Martial Uncle Hyun Jinko of Qingxian Peak. Martial Uncle Hyun Jinko is my direct junior martial brother. I watched him grow up and I was also the one who guided him into the path of cultivation." Hyun Jinko had already taken out a Fulu card. When he heard Yuzhenzi's words, he silently kept it. A white light flashed and a long sword appeared in his hand. Yuzhenzi was shocked. "You plan to give away the Qingxian sword?" Hyun Jinko looked at the Qingxian sword longingly and said, "Senior sister has found a good disciple. Junior martial brother is happy for her." "A sword is nothing." Yuzhenzi took the Qingxian sword from his hand and said, "At least you still have some conscience. Hanyan, why aren't you thanking Martial Uncle Hyun Jinko?" Lu Hanyan took the sword and said, "Thank you, Martial Uncle Hyun Jinko." Li Mu secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. None of the things that these people gave were lower than the heaven rank. All of the things that Li Mu took from the county office's Earth Character Pavilion could not compare to one of these. This trip to Mount Baiyun was indeed not in vain. At the same time, his heart was somewhat sour. Fulu school favored girls over boys. It was too obvious. When Hyun Jinko invited him, he was only casually asking. After being rejected by Li Mu, he did not follow up. If Li Mu had Lu Hanyan's treatment back then, perhaps he would have already become a disciple of Fulu school. Unfortunately, Fulu school did not have a pure young body first seat and needed him to inherit the mantle. Although the probability of a pure young body and a purine body were about the same, due to the common people's preference for boys and the ignorant concept that a purine 8 character was a heavenly calamity star that would jinx their parents and relatives, very few girls with a purine body could survive. Yuzhenzi finally looked at the old man with the demeanor of an immortal and said, "This is the head martial uncle. He is the head of a sect, so he will definitely be more generous than the martial uncles of the head martial uncle." The old man shook his head and took out a jade stone. He said, "There is a Tao page in here. After reading it once, it will disappear. Whether or not she can comprehend a Tao technique will depend on her luck." Tao page. Li Mu was secretly shocked. Today's 6 sects of Taoism all came from the Tao scripture. The Tao page was a page of the Tao scripture. Fulu School's head martial uncle said that this Tao page could allow one to comprehend a Tao technique. It must be a page of the Tao scripture. Although Tao techniques and Abhijna were both spells, there was a fundamental difference. Abhijna needed to be cultivated and comprehended. It was based on one's own mana. If one's aptitude was poor, even if they were given the method of cultivating Abhijna, they would not be able to learn it. Tao techniques were the operation of the power of heaven and earth. There was no need to cultivate. As long as one grasped the mantra mudra, they would have the key to opening the door to heaven and earth. To be able to let Lu Hanyan comprehend a Tao page meant that he truly treated her as an inner disciple of Fulu School. Yuzenzi took the jade stone and said to Lu Hanyan, "There are still a few uncle masters who are wandering outside. When they return, I will bring you to meet them one by one." After Lu Hanyan and the few first seats got to know each other, everyone looked up at the Tao bell. The bell was still hanging in the sky. When it felt Li Mu's gaze, it retreated. Li Mu stretched out his hands and said, "I didn't do anything." The old man smiled helplessly and said, "The Tao bell has been here for almost 1,000 years. It has already developed intelligence. It was hurt by you, so it will naturally be afraid of you. If you treat it kindly, it will not be afraid anymore. I'll give it a try." Li Mu nodded and looked at the bell with a kind smile on his face. Buzz! The Tao bell trembled a few times and flew up again, disappearing into the clouds. The smile on Li Mu's face froze. The old man shook his head and said, "Forget it. Let it be." They no longer paid attention to the Tao bell. Instead, they looked at Li Mu. Their gazes contained a strange power. This made Li Mu feel as if he had been stripped naked and was standing in front of everyone. How can there be such a heavenly retribution physique? This is simply unheard of. He also has a pure yang physique. Could it be that a pure yang physique will be punished by the heavens when cursing the heavens? If it is the heavens' retribution, why would it cause the Tao bell to ring and even cause it to crack? Didn't the head teacher say that the Tao bell had indeed sensed a new Tao technique? It could not withstand the power of the heavens and earth that was triggered by the Tao technique, so it cracked. Everyone looked at Li Mu and discussed endlessly. In the end, the Fulu School's head teacher waved his hand and said, "Enough. The matters of the heavens and earth are mysterious and difficult to understand. Even we can only see a sliver of it. The crack on the Tao bell will repair itself. There is no need to discuss this matter anymore." When everyone heard this, they all fell silent. The might of the heavens was unpredictable. Cultivators understood the heavenly Tao and followed the heavenly Tao. This was also the reason why the Fulu School was unwilling to make a move after the evil spirit in the North County was born. There was naturally a reason for the crack on the Tao bell. Perhaps there was some kind of heavenly Tao law behind it. It was not to be recklessly discussed. The few grotto profound experts looked at Li Mu with astonishment in their eyes. Even though they had cultivated for decades and had profound cultivation, this was the first time they had heard of such a thing. Although he would be punished every time he cursed the heavens, this was also a response from the heavens and earth. And this was what these Dongxian cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. When they could casually create Tao techniques like him and receive a response from the heavens and earth, it would be the time for them to advance and transcend. They also wanted the heavens' retribution. Chapter 196. After the headmaster spoke, these people did not seem to want Li Mu to compensate, nor did they investigate why he was always punished by the heavens. Li Mu felt relieved for himself, but at the same time, he did not have to worry about Lu Hanyan anymore. Lu Hanyan's situation on Mount Baiyun was completely different from what Li Mu had expected. He had expected that the experience of Purine would be more popular, but he did not expect it to be this popular. She had become the martial aunt of the younger generation in a flash. She received so many gifts that even Li Mu was envious. On Mount Baiyun, Lu Hanyan stuffed the golden armor talisman, the soft ice silkworm armor, and the Qingxian sword into Li Mu's hands. She said, I have no use for these things in the school. You can have them. His own woman knew how to care for him. However, Li Mu still shook his head and said, these are gifts from the peak masters. It is not good for me to take them. Lu Hanyan said, since they are gifts for me, I have the right to deal with them. I will not encounter any danger when I cultivate in the school. You are different. You have to deal with demons and ghosts all day long. I am worried. In order to reassure Lu Hanyan, Li Mu accepted the Fulu talisman and the soft ice armor. He left the Qingxian sword behind and said, this sword seems to be very valuable. You should keep it with you. You just happen to lack a sword. The jade hairpin that Li Mu gave to Lu Hanyan was only a Xian-class magic weapon. The Qingxian sword was obviously a heaven-class weapon. Even Hyun Jinko felt the pinch when he gave it away. If Li Mu took it away and he found out, it would not be good. Lu Hanyan looked at the bai in Li Mu's hands and said unhappily, you don't want the sword I gave you, but you want the one from Arresterly. Li Mu explained, I've gotten used to using this sword. Besides, there's a sword spirit in it. The Qingxian sword is too precious. It's the treasure of the Fulu school. If I take it away and Taoist Hyun Jinko finds out, what would he think? Lu Hanyan didn't insist, but said, since you have the chance to come to Fulu school, aren't you going to see Constable Li? Li Mu, he left the sect a long time ago. Lu Hanyan looked at him and asked, how did you know? Li Mu explained, the last time Constable Han went down the mountain, he mentioned it in passing. Lu Hanyan pursed her lips and said, you always remember Constable Li's matters so clearly. At this time, it was best not to follow up on this topic. Li Mu immediately said, you and Wan go take a look at the residence first. Since I've come to Mount Baiyun, I have to meet Hanja. Hanja was in the 5th branch, which belonged to the Qingxian Peak. After walking out of the Taoist palace of Baiyun Peak, Li Mu said to the old woman, I have an old friend in Qingxian Peak. Senior, can you bring me to Qingxian Peak? The old woman nodded and brought Li Mu to another peak on a cloud. The old woman who led Li Mu and Lu Hanyan to familiarize themselves with the sect was also in the creation realm. She was in the same realm as the governor and deputy. Fulu school was one of the 6 sects of Taoism. There were countless powerhouses in the sect. There were nearly 10 creation realm powerhouses in the ancestral courts Baiyun Peak alone. The heads of the 7 peaks were all from Dongxian. The sect master was even in the 7th realm and had transcended. There were countless hidden powerhouses in the sect. Not to mention that this was only the ancestral court of Fulu school. Outside of the ancestral court, there were many branches that had the same origin as the ancestral court. Compared to the Great Zhou court, this kind of strength was slightly inferior. However, whether it was the current Great Zhou or the previous dynasty, they were not willing to easily offend these sections. After arriving at Qingxian Peak, the old woman sent a disciple to pass the message. After a while, Hanja ran out of a Taoist palace. Junior sister Qin followed behind him step by step. Why are you here? When he saw Li Mu, Hanja's face was filled with joy. He asked, have you finally thought it through and want to enter my Fulu school? Li Mu shook his head and said, I'm just here to send Han Yen and to see you. Could it be that Lady Lu has entered the Fulu school? Hanja said in surprise, which peak is she in? Which elder is she under? Li Mu said, Baiyun Peak, under Daoist Yuzenzi. Yuzenzi. Hanja touched his chin and said doubtfully, I've heard of the elders of Baiyun Peak. Where is the one called Yuzenzi? Junior sister Qin opened her mouth in surprise and said, Yuzenzi, isn't the head of Baiyun Peak Marshal Granduncle Yuzenzi? Hanja finally realized something. He looked at Li Mu and asked in shock, Lady Lu has become Yuzenzi's disciple? Li Mu nodded. Hanja's face was filled with disbelief. Then isn't she our martial aunt? In theory, it is. Hanja was stunned for a while before he accepted this fact. Then, he said, so the rich woman they said you hooked up with is Lady Lu. In the end, you still chose Lady Lu, he sighed and said, back then, the three of us were the same. Now, Li Si has Miss Miao Miao, you have Lady Lu, but by my side. Li Mu looked at junior sister Qin and said, isn't there junior sister Qin by your side? Junior sister Qin's face turned red and she looked down at her feet. Speaking of this, Hanzhou was a little distressed. He said to junior sister Qin, senior brother Qin once said that he wanted me to supervise your cultivation. If you follow me like this every day, how can you have time to cultivate? Isn't this letting me down senior brother Qin's trust? Junior sister Qin glared at him angrily and gritted her teeth. I'll go cultivate now. Looking at junior sister Qin's back, Li Mu shook his head helplessly. The old woman glanced at Hanzhou with a strange look on her face. After all, they were friends. Li Mu couldn't bear to see him die alone. He reminded, what I mean is, how about junior sister Qin be your Dao companion? I really haven't thought about this. Han just shook his head and said, senior brother Qin asked me to take care of her. How can I be her Dao companion? Besides, even if I'm willing, junior sister Qin might not be willing, Li Mu said. How do you know if she's willing or not if you don't ask? Hanja was taken aback for a moment before he asked, can I ask that directly? Why not? Wouldn't it be too abrupt to ask directly? Don't tell me you guys usually ask directly. What else? Hanja's experience in love was blank. After hearing Li Mu's words, he seemed to understand something. He thought for a while and said, then I'll ask senior sister Zhang and see if she's willing. Li Mu changed his mind. Letting Hanja find a Dao companion was the greatest injustice to other people with normal EQ. Li Mu didn't plan to get involved in their affairs. In the next 2 days, he accompanied Lu Hanyan to play for 2 days with Han Jie and junior sister Qin. On the morning of the 3rd day, he prepared to go down the mountain and return to the county capital. After all, he wasn't a disciple of the Fulu school. It wasn't good for him to stay here for long. There were other official matters at the Yamen. On Baiyun Peak, Lu Hanyan held Li Mu's hand and said, when I'm not by your side, you're not allowed to fool around outside. I'll let Xiao Bai watch over you. Li Mu promised, don't worry. Except for you, I won't even take a second look at other flowers and plants. Lu Hanyan hugged him and said, I don't want to leave you. Li Mu kissed her forehead gently and said, I'll come to see you soon. Although Li Mu also hoped that the two of them could dual cultivate every night, she obviously didn't want to hide behind Li Mu forever. With a purine body, the guidance of a good teacher, and the cultivation resources of the Fulu school, she could go further on the path of cultivation in the future. After bidding farewell to the reluctant Lu Hanyan, Li Mu rode the flying boat and watched her and Wanwan standing on Baiyun Peak from afar. They eventually disappeared into the clouds. Chapter 197. Prefectural City. Li Mu pushed open the door and entered. The courtyard was extremely empty. Without Lu Hanyan and Wanwan, the house instantly felt a little less lively. When they were here, Li Mu did not feel so strongly. After they left, Li Mu realized how important it was to have a mistress in the house. Benefactor, a white figure ran out from the inner courtyard. Li Mu bent down and touched Xiao Bai's head. He said, you can turn back into your human form in the future. Considering Lu Hanyan's feelings, Xiao Bai appeared in her original form most of the time in front of Li Mu. In fact, Li Mu knew that she liked to turn into her human form, wear beautiful clothes and beautiful jewelry. Human beings were the most intelligent creatures. This was a tacit fact of all the races in this world. Therefore, no matter what kind of monster it was, the initial goal of cultivation was to turn into a human form. After Xiaobai turned into her human form and put on her clothes, Li Mu said, "You can go and cultivate. I'll go and cook." Xiaobai walked up and said, "I'll go with you. After I learn how to cook, I can cook for you myself." From the beginning, Xiaobai was very clear about her position. She was here to repay Li Mu's kindness. Washing clothes, cooking, warming the bed and folding the quilt were all things she should do. Li Mu was actually not used to being served in all aspects. However, this habit of repaying kindness was rooted in the blood of the Heavenly Fox clan. Xiaobai listened to him in everything, except for these things. After a long time, Li Mu also let her be. In the evening, when Li Mu returned to his room, Xiaobai had already warmed the quilt for him. When Li Mu walked into the room, she turned into her original form and folded the clothes and put them on the bed. She had just turned into her human form. Although her emotional intelligence was not as good as that of an adult human, she seemed to know that when she turned into her human form, she could not sleep with Li Mu. Sister Lu would be unhappy. However, as long as she turned into her original form, it would be fine even if she was touched and hugged by her benefactor. When Li Mu woke up in the morning, Xiaobai had already gotten up. She put the hot water on Li Mu's bed and said, "Benefactor, you can come for breakfast after you wash up." More than half a year ago, when Li Mu saved her from the hunters, he would never have thought that this would happen. If Wan Wan was Lu Hanyan's maidservant, then Xiaobai was his maidservant. She was his personal maidservant. She washed clothes, cooked, warmed the bed, and served him. As long as she could think of it, Li Mu didn't have to worry about it. After breakfast, Xiaobai took the initiative to clean up the dishes while Li Mu went to the county yamen. It had been a long time since the incident in Yang County. Li Mu had already chosen the reward from the county yamen, but the reward promised by the imperial court had not arrived. In the beginning, in order to eliminate Xiao Yu, the people of the old faction had offered the highest reward of heaven-grade Fulu and heaven-grade elixirs. Later, Her Majesty the Empress personally issued a decree to exonerate Xiao Yu of her crimes. Naturally, the reward offered by the old faction was nullified. However, Li Mu had also played a big role in Xiao Yu's repentance. Moreover, without Li Mu's consent, the new faction had made him the ambassador of the Great Zhou's officialdom. They had promoted him everywhere in the 36 counties to attract the hearts of the people and gather the public opinion. No matter what, they had to pay the endorsement fee, right? This was only the incident in Yang County. After that, Li Mu fought with Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and was seriously injured. He saved tens of thousands of people in the North County and saved tens of thousands of lives. At the same time, he also prevented an extremely vicious incident from happening for the North County and the Imperial Court. He had made an unparalleled contribution. If Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's plan succeeded, it would definitely cause waves in the 36 counties and even shake the status of the current empress. With such a contribution, Li Mu was worried for the empress. What reward would she give him? On the way to the county yamen, Li Mu was thinking about these things. Suddenly, he turned around and looked behind him. Just now, he suddenly had a creepy feeling, as if he was being stared at by some ferocious beast. When he turned around, that feeling disappeared again. He raised his arm and saw the hair on his wrist standing on end. Li Mu shook his head and continued to walk forward. However, he did not go to the county yamen. Instead, he patrolled the streets. 15 minutes later, Li Mu patrolled to the city gate. He walked out of the county city, deviated from the official road, and walked into the wilderness. Another 15 minutes later, he was already in the mountains. There was no one around him. Li Mu suddenly stopped and turned around to look behind him. He said calmly, "Come out." The space in front of him fluctuated. A thin old man with 3 long swords on his back stood not far away. He looked at him with a strange gaze and asked, "How did you find out?" Li Mu actually did not notice it. It was just that his body instinctively sensed danger. He left the county city and came here just to confirm it. Now, it seemed that his senses were not wrong. Someone was indeed spying on him. Li Mu asked, "Who are you people?" The old man grinned and said, "The dead don't need to know so much." As soon as he finished speaking, the space behind the old man fluctuated strangely. 4 black-clothed figures appeared. These 4 people wore strange armor and had wooden expressions. They did not seem like humans to Li Mu. Instead, they were like beasts. Furthermore, they were beasts without emotions. A strange sound came from the old man's mouth, and the 4 black-clothed figures suddenly rushed towards Li Mu. The 4 of them were so fast that they even left afterimages where they stood. This speed had already surpassed that of ordinary cultivators with remarkable abilities. These 4 people did not seem to have any intelligence. Other than being fast, their attacks were very simple. However, from the momentum of their attacks, Li Mu could not take them head-on. He used the swordsman formula to move between the 4 people. His mind was spinning rapidly. At first, Li Mu thought that they were 4 flying corpses. However, he did not feel any corpse aura from their bodies. He had the memories of 1,000 illusions venerable and quickly figured out what these 4 people were. Puppets. Puppets and zombies were very similar, but they were fundamentally different. Zombies did not have souls and were dead. Puppets had souls and were sealed in their bodies. Zombies could instinctively attack, but puppets needed to be controlled by their masters. After zombies gained intelligence, they would also have human emotions and no fear. However, puppets were different. Although they had souls, they did not have their own consciousness. They were fearless and did not fear death. Among the 10 demonic sects, there was a sect called the Puppet Sect. They were good at refining all kinds of puppets. Outsiders liked to buy puppets from them and raise them as sacrificial soldiers. The thin old man in gray stood in the distance and said in surprise, "You're not old, but you know a lot." After special refinement, the bodies of these puppets were comparable to magic treasures. Bai's magic treasure was only a profound ranked magic treasure and could hardly hurt them. The 4 puppets were comparable to cultivators with a remarkable power. With Li Mu's current strength, it would be difficult to defeat them. Moreover, there was an old man whose realm was unknown. He stood in the distance and watched covetously. Li Mu did not intend to expend too much of his dermic powers. Unless it was a last resort, he did not intend to use Madame Chu's dermic powers to use Dao techniques. He took out a Fulu. After activating it with his dermic powers, the Fulu turned into a small golden sword and slashed at the old man in gray. This puppet was controlled by the old man. If the controller died, the puppet would lose its ability to move. Li Mu had obtained this talisman from robbing the county government's treasure vault. Its power was roughly equivalent to a strike from a Destiny Realm expert and could kill enemies below the 5th realm. This was Li Mu's test of the old man's strength. High-level sword talisman. The old man did not expect that a small constable from the North County would have such a treasure. The sword talisman was very fast and very agile. He dodged a few times, but the small golden sword still chased after him. In the end, the old man gritted his teeth and formed a seal. When the small sword caught up, he hit his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood mist wrapped around the sword talisman and the light on the small golden sword dimmed quickly. Finally, it disappeared completely. The old man's face became extremely pale and his dermic powers were greatly weakened. He roared and formed a seal with his 2 hands. The 3 swords on his back suddenly flew out. They shone with spiritual light and attacked Li Mu. Li Mu had already figured out the old man's strength. At most, he was a remarkable power cultivator and had not reached the Destiny realm. He calmly took out another sword talisman and activated the Fulu. Another small golden sword appeared in the air. With a few clangs, the old man's 3 flying swords dimmed and flew back. The old man's dermic powers weakened again. The old man was shocked. You still have sword talismans. The small golden sword had already flown in front of him. The old man did not hesitate. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out another mouthful of essence blood. The small golden sword was stained with blood. The golden light dimmed and it finally collapsed. As for the old man, after spitting out essence blood twice in a row, his dermic powers had weakened to the extreme. He simply sat on the ground and used all his strength to control the 4 puppets. The speed of the 4 puppets increased dramatically. With their strong bodies, if they caught Li Mu, they would probably tear him to pieces. The old man gritted his teeth. I want to see how many more of your earth rank Fulu you have. Li Mu flipped his hand and a stack of Fulu appeared in his palm. He threw one out and a huge illusory hand suddenly appeared above his head. The huge hand pressed down on the 4 puppets and directly pressed them into the ground. Puff! Blood gushed out of the old man's mouth as he looked at Li Mu in horror. He cursed angrily in his heart. Who said that the target this time was only a small bailiff with no background and the highest cultivation level was only at the immortal realm? The immortal realm was at the immortal realm, but this immortal realm was too rich and overbearing. He threw out one earth rank Fulu after another. Even a core disciple of the Fulu school would not be so wasteful. Li Mu held another sword talisman in his hand. He looked at the old man and asked, Who ordered you to come? This was the first time Li Mu met the old man. Naturally, he would not offend him. This person wanted to kill him as soon as they met. There must be someone behind him. There was a mistake in the target's information. He had underestimated the opponent's strength. The old man did not want to continue fighting and retreated quickly. With a thought, Li Mu's Bai sword flew out of his hand. Mrs. Chu's figure appeared and quickly chased after the old man. Chapter 198. Madame Chu's current cultivation had completely stabilized at the Soul Realm. The grey-robed elder might already be at the peak of the 4th realm, but under the consumption of Li Mu's 2 earth-rank Fulu, his blood essence was greatly damaged, and his magic power was less than 10%. Madame Chu was enough to deal with him. Li Mu put away the stack of Fulu in his hand. This was actually the reason why cultivators from other sects rarely provoked the disciples of the Fulu school. For hundreds and thousands of years, the Fulu school's research on Fulu had reached the peak. They knew how to use the Fulu to activate the power of heaven and earth, or seal the divine abilities of their elders in the Fulu, and use it to fight the enemy at the critical moment. This way, the enemy seemed to be facing the disciples of the Fulu school, but in fact, they were facing the experts of the Fulu school. If it weren't for the fact that the higher the level of the Fulu, the more precious the materials needed and the lower the success rate of the talisman, even if the Fulu school gathered the strength of the entire sect, they couldn't draw more than a few heaven-rank Fulu in a year. The position of the head of the 6 Dao sects wouldn't have been taken by Xuanzong. Madame Chu quickly returned, and the grey-robed elder was only left with his essence soul. The elder's essence soul was scattered, and he was extremely terrified. He couldn't help but say, spare me, my lord." Li Mu asked again, "Who asked you to kill me?" The elder hurriedly explained, "I only received a mission. I don't know who the mastermind is." Li Mu had always been in the North County. If he had offended anyone or any faction, the demon sect was one. After all, Master Qinhuan and Chu Jiang of Gojoseon had died directly or indirectly in his hands. However, only a few people knew about these two matters. If the demon sect wanted to settle the score, they would look for the county governor, deputy, and lieutenant. They wouldn't find Li Mu. Other than that, he had only offended the old party of the imperial court. The brother of the county magistrate of Yang County's wife, an assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, was a member of the old party. The incident in Yang County was caused by Li Mu, and because of Li Mu, the old party's plot failed. It was very likely that the old party would secretly send assassins to deal with Li Mu. If Xiao Chen were to ask, he would not be able to get any information out of this old man. Li Mu glanced at him and said to Madame Chu, "Search his soul." Madame Chu shook her head and said, "His skills are higher than mine. I can't search his soul." Li Mu, don't worry, I'll teach you. Under normal circumstances, soul-searching was something that could only be done by cultivators searching mortals. High-level cultivators would search low-level cultivators. However, this was not absolute. It was possible to make an exception using some evil methods. Li Mu would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. He erased the old man's consciousness and taught Madame Chu the demon sect's soul-searching method from Master Thousand Illusions' memories. Madame Chu took a deep breath and sucked the old man's consciousness into her body. Madame Chu entered Bai. Li Mu glanced at the 4 puppets that could no longer move and put them into the flask world. Then, he walked in the direction of the county city. When he was about to reach the city gate, Madame Chu sent some information she obtained from the soul-searching to Li Mu through Bai. Such an image appeared in Li Mu's mind. It was the gray-robed old man's perspective. A black-robed figure stood in front of the old man and said in a hoarse voice, "This little bailiff from the North County made my master very unhappy. I'll give you half of what you want first. After the matter is done, I'll give you the other half." Li Mu could not see the face of the black figure clearly. He could only see that his back was a little hunched and his voice was older. It was impossible to know his identity from this information, but Madame Chu found out his background from the gray-robed old man's memories. The gray-robed old man came from the divine capital of the Middle County, where the Great Zhou's imperial court was located. It was obvious who ordered him to do this. The county government. Li Mu placed the 4 puppets in the courtyard. The 3 officials' expressions were unpleasant. For some reason, County Chief Lin, County Minister Qin, and County Lieutenant Xin were all in the county government today. County Chief Lin asked, "Did you find out who did this?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "These are just puppets without consciousness. The real assassin is dead. I didn't find out who ordered him to do this. I only know that he came from the divine capital and was ordered to assassinate me in the North County." The divine capital. County Minister Chen's face darkened. He said, "Have they become so daring?" County Lieutenant Xin said leisurely, "It seems that His Majesty's public opinion rose because of the incident in Yang County. Some people in the old party are very dissatisfied. They sent people to assassinate you from thousands of miles away. Fortunately, they underestimated you and did not send a creation realm assassin." After going to Mount Baiyun, Li Mu now had the golden armor talisman. Even if a creation realm expert came, they would only be sending their heads to him. However, although some people in the old party were dissatisfied with him, in the end, Li Mu was just a small constable. Those people would not be willing to waste more resources on him, so it was unlikely that they would send a creation realm expert. County Chief Lin said, "I will report this to His Majesty." Then, he took out a jade bottle from his sleeve and handed it to Li Mu. He said, "His Majesty's messenger has just arrived in the North County. There is a creation pill in this bottle. It is His Majesty's reward for you." Li Mu had seen the name creation pill several times in various ancient books. This pill was of the upper grade of the heaven class. It took the creation of heaven and earth and could bring the dead back to life. No matter how serious the injury was, whether it was the body, the soul, or the primordial spirit, as long as there was still a breath left, this pill could heal all injuries in the body and the primordial spirit. It was one of the top pills. Having this pill was equivalent to having a second life. If Li Mu had this pill back then, Xiao Bai's grandmother would not have left her. However, even though this pill had heaven-defying effects, the materials used to make this pill were extremely rare. Many of the treasures couldn't be found in the ancestral state. Some grew in the ghost region of Yudu, some grew in the country of demons, and some grew in the depths of the four seas. There were also some unique items that could only be found in other continents. It took a lot of effort and cost to gather all of them. Not only were the materials hard to gather, but the difficulty of making this pill was also very high. It was already very rare for the top alchemy masters of the Danding sect to succeed once in 10 attempts. Due to various reasons, the creation pill was very rare. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a priceless treasure. Li Mu had only heard of it in books. He had never seen it before. He eagerly opened the jade bottle. A refreshing medicinal fragrance overflowed from the bottle. Li Mu noticed that County Governor Lin and the other two involuntarily swallowed their saliva. Li Mu immediately put it into the flask heaven space. This creation pill was the most precious thing he had at the moment. Li Mu felt that it was a loss to let them take a whiff of the pill's fragrance. Her Majesty was indeed generous. She had rewarded him with a creation pill for the incident in Yang County. What he had done for the county city was 1,000 times more valuable than what he had done for Yang County. What would she reward him with? Li Mu thought about it and realized that with his knowledge, he could not imagine it at all. He looked at County Governor Lin, waiting for him to reveal the answer. County Governor Lin felt uncomfortable under his gaze. He asked, "Is there something on my face?" "No." "Then why are you staring at me?" Li Mu asked, "Didn't Her Majesty reward me for the incident in Chujiang of Gojoseon?" County Governor Lin was surprised. "Didn't she already reward you with a creation pill?" Li Mu was surprised. "Isn't the creation pill due to Yang County's contribution?" Yang County. County Governor Lin realized that Li Mu had made 2 great contributions in a short period of time. He explained, "This creation pill is Her Majesty's reward for saving tens of thousands of people in the county city. Her Majesty also has another reward for Yang County." Li Mu had thought that Her Majesty the Empress was shrewd enough to want to reward him with both merits. Now, it looked like he had been narrow-minded and had underestimated Her Majesty the Empress's breadth of mind. He asked expectantly, "What's the other reward? Heaven-grade Fulu or heaven-grade magic treasure?" "Neither." County Governor Lin shook his head. He looked at Li Mu and said, "Congratulations, Li Mu. You're going to be promoted." "Promoted?" Li Mu was stunned. He had been in the county government for 2 or 3 months and had been promoted from a small constable to a chief constable. In the county government, only 3 officials were above him. He said in disbelief, "Her Majesty wants me to be a county governor." "In your dreams. You've never been to the academy and you want to be an official." County Governor Shen glanced at him and said, "Her Majesty wants you to go to Shendu and be the chief constable of the county government." Shendu was the county city of Zhong County and also the capital of the Great Zhou. The county government's jurisdiction was within Shendu. It was smaller than the county government in North County. The county government was in charge of 13 counties in North County. The county government was only in charge of matters within Shendu. In this way, Li Mu was not promoted. He was demoted. However, the rank of an official was different in the capital. The chief constable of the county government was not lower than the county magistrate of Yangqiu. The problem was that Li Mu did not want to go so far away. In the county government, he could visit Lu Hanyan once a month. If he went to Shendu, he might not even see her once in half a year. Furthermore, Shendu was the base of the old party. He was far away in North County and they dared to send assassins. If he went to Zhong County, wouldn't those people eat him alive? County Governor Lin seemed to see his worry. He said, "You're not worried about your safety. They only dare to use some tricks because you're far away in North County. When they're in front of Her Majesty, they don't dare to act rashly. They're afraid that Her Majesty will have something on them. Li Mu was not worried about his safety. Unless they sent a cultivator of the 6th realm, Li Mu would be able to kill one of them. The problem was that this was not in his plans for the future. Shindu was a place of trouble. Li Mu was unfamiliar with the place. Although there might be more opportunities and cultivation resources, there would be more danger. He did not want to be involved in the political struggle between the old party and the new party. Li Mu looked at County Governor Lin and asked, "Can I not go?" County Governor Lin sighed and said, "In life, there are many things that are beyond one's control. Whether you're willing or not, you can't change the fact that you're already Her Majesty's man. The old party has already noticed you. Even if you don't go to Shindu, trouble will follow." Chapter 199. Li Mu had already realized that life was out of one's control. As a constable, it was his duty to punish the evildoers, protect the people, and uphold justice. His position was against the dark forces. Even though he had no intention of getting involved, what he did went against the interests of the old party. Even if he was no longer a constable, he could not change this fact. County Chief Lin looked at Li Mu and asked, "Why? Do you regret it?" It was impossible for him to regret it. Li Mu said calmly, "There are things a man can do and things a man can't do. As an official of great show, it is my duty to get rid of evildoers for the people. What's there to regret?" County Chief Lin said, "You don't regret offending the old party." Li Mu laughed coldly, "I'm not even afraid of offending the heavens and earth. What's a mere old party to me?" Even though Li Mu had not been in this world for long, he had been through a lot. He had killed the elders of the demon sect and tricked Chu Jiang Shaowang. He did not want to cause trouble, but he was not afraid of it. He just did not want to go to Shindu. Now that he thought about it, from the perspective of cultivation, going to Shindu was undoubtedly better than staying in the North County. He had already emptied the county government's treasury. The county government's treasury was tasteless. Moreover, the items in the Earth Pavilion would be of little use to his future cultivation. In comparison, he would definitely gain more benefits by sucking up to the Empress. After all, she was willing to give Li Mu the cultivation pill, which was so precious that even Dongxian cultivators coveted it. This meant two things. First, she was a rich woman. Second, she was very generous. No one knew better than Li Mu how good it was to be a generous and rich woman. Before he met Lu Hanyan, he ate plain porridge and pickled vegetables. After he met Lu Hanyan, there were at least 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table. He wore good silk clothes and lived in a big house. He never had to worry about money. If he could become the Empress's confidant, he would be able to save at least a few decades of struggle on the path of cultivation. Lu Hanyan already had a master who was at the peak of Dongxian. In this year, her cultivation speed would definitely increase rapidly. After a year, it was inevitable that she would surpass Li Mu, which made him feel even more pressure. Lu Hanyan didn't want to be Li Mu's caged bird and be protected by him all the time. Li Mu also didn't want to hide behind his woman all the time. Occasionally, being behind her was a couple's romance, but being behind her all the time meant that he was living off her. Moreover, although the purpose of the struggle between the new and old parties was for power, at least Her Majesty truly cared about the people and the public opinion. From the incident in Yang County, one could see the difference between the new and old parties. In order to obtain psychokinesis and gain the love and respect of the people, Li Mu also needed to stand on the side of the people. Speaking of which, he was indeed on the Empress side. After listing so many benefits, Li Mu finally realized that this was a rare opportunity for him. After carefully analyzing the pros and cons, Li Mu quickly made a decision. Not only did he have to stand on the Empress side, but he also had to work hard to become her confidant. First, it was to carry out justice in his heart. Second, it was to save a few decades of struggle. No one could resist the temptation of saving a few decades of struggle. As expected of someone who dares to curse the heavens and earth. County Governor Lin looked at Li Mu with gratification and said, "I will report the assassination attempt of the old party to Her Majesty. She will probably send someone to escort you to Shin-Du. Once you're there, those people won't dare to act rashly. Before that, you don't have to come to the county government anymore. Take care of the matters before you leave." Before leaving Bay County, Li Mu's first thing to do was naturally to go to Baiyun Mountain again and tell Lu Hanyan about this matter. Baiyun Mountain. After parting for 3 days, Lu Hanyan couldn't believe her eyes when she saw Li Mu again. She ran to Li Mu's side and said in shock, "Why are you here so soon?" Li Mu held her hand and said, "I missed you." Lu Hanyan looked at the people in the hall and blushed. She said softly, "Senior brothers and sisters are still here." The elders in the hall looked up at the sky at the same time. She pulled Li Mu to a corner. Although her face was full of joy, she still scolded, "You can't do this in the future. Both of us have to work hard to cultivate." Li Mu sighed, "Even if I want to come in the future, I won't be able to come often." Lu Hanyan immediately became nervous and asked, "Why?" Li Mu said, "I'm going to be transferred to Shin-Du soon." Lu Hanyan was stunned. She asked, "You're going to Shin-Du?" Li Mu nodded and said, "His Majesty wants me to be the constable of the government office." He then looked at Lu Hanyan and said, "If you don't want me to go, I won't go." Lu Hanyan asked, "Isn't that going against the imperial edict?" Li Mu hugged her and said, "For you, going against the imperial edict is nothing. At most, I won't be a constable anymore." Lu Hanyan smiled and then asked, "Do you want to go?" After careful consideration, Li Mu decided that going to Shin-Du was more beneficial than harmful for him. He sighed and said, "If I go to Shin-Du, I won't be able to come and see you often. It's okay. In this year, I'll be in seclusion with Master most of the time. Even if you come to Baiyun Mountain, you won't be able to see me." Lu Hanyan rested her head on his chest and said, "Wanwan and I grew up in Shin-Du, we're actually more used to living there. When the time comes, we'll go directly to Shin-Du to find you." Although she also wanted to see Li Mu every month, she wouldn't interfere with his decision, just like how he didn't interfere with her. When Wanwan found out that they were going back to God's capital, she was excited and asked, "Young lady, young master, are we really going back to God's capital in a year?" Li Mu smiled and asked, "Do you want to go back to Shin-Du?" Wanwan nodded and said, "Everything is good in Shin-Du, there's a lot of good food, fun, and delicious food. But there are always some annoying people. If it wasn't to avoid them, we wouldn't have come to North County." After leaving this time, Li Mu wouldn't have the chance to come back for a year. He stayed at Baiyun Mountain for 7 days to accompany Lu Hanyan and Wanwan. Before leaving, Lu Hanyan insisted that he take the Qingxian sword with him. The Bai sword wasn't enough for Li Mu to fight enemies now. If it wasn't for Madame Chu's control, this sword wouldn't be enough to deal with a 4th realm cultivator. The Qingxian sword was a heaven-tier Dharma treasure. The puppets that the Bai sword couldn't break were no different from tofu in front of the Qingxian sword. He wondered how powerful the sword rain released by the Qingxian sword with the help of the Demon Slayer protection art would be. Li Mu temporarily guarded the Qingxian sword in the flask space. He would only use it when facing an undefeatable enemy. Li Mu couldn't come back in a short time after leaving North County. He still had to say goodbye to some people. He came to the White Demon King's cave abode and only saw the Green Bull Demon. The Green Bull Demon shook his head and said, "The Demon King, Madame Chu, and 2 young ladies left North County 3 days ago for Yunzhong County. They might not come back until a month later." Li Mu didn't see their family. He asked the Green Bull Demon to pass on the message. Then, he left the cave abode and went to Yangqiu County. In the Yangqiu County government, Li Mu learned from Constable Zhou that a few days ago, Zhang County magistrates had already left with his family before the new county magistrate arrived. Although the incident with Chu Jiang of Gojoseon wasn't in Yangqiu County, it really scared him. Zhang County magistrates went to Zhong County to take up the post. Li Mu also went to Zhong County, but they were in different offices. Li Mu missed the days in Yangqiu County. Although Zhang County magistrates was as timid as a mouse, he would never be careless when he shouldn't be. He didn't know what kind of personality the superior in the government office had. After all, he was just an official. If the superior was heartless, he would have a hard time in the future. After leaving the county office, Li Mu went to the Jinshan temple. In the temple, Xuandu looked at him and said with a smile, "Congratulations on your promotion, third brother." Li Mu shook his head and said, "The undercurrents in Shendu are turbulent, and there are constant battles in the imperial court. It's not a happy occasion." Xuandu smiled and said, "Ba. I believe that with third brother's ability, you'll definitely be able to survive in Shendu." After he said that, he looked at Xiao Yu and asked, "The baleful aura in Miss Xiao Yu's body has been purified. What do you plan to do next?" The young girl shook her head in a daze and said, "I don't know either. I used to follow my father everywhere to beg," Xuandu said, "although His Majesty has absolved you of your crimes, the old party won't let you off so easily. Once you appear in their sights, you'll be in danger. If you have nowhere to go, I have a place to recommend." Xiao Yu asked, "What place?" Xuandu said, "In the northwest of Zhu continent, there's a place that's shrouded in Yin energy and ghost fog all year round. It's called Yudu, a country among ghosts. Countless Yin spirits and ghosts live there. You'll feel more at ease there. Furthermore, the environment there is more beneficial for your cultivation." Li Mu wasn't unfamiliar with the name Yudu. The haunted house he and Lu Hanyan had opened in Yangqiu County was called Yudu. After Zhao Yang's death and Lin Wan's revenge, the place she went to was also Yudu. After careful consideration, Xiao Yu decided to listen to Xuandu and head to Yudu. Before she left, she knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times to Li Mu and Xuandu. She said, "Thank you, benefactor." "Thank you, master." Xuandu put his palms together and said, "I hope you can be kind to others in the future and don't harm the world." Xiao Yu stood up and nodded. Xiao Yu will remember. Actually, Li Mu had wanted to bring Xiao Yu with him. However, after the incident in Yang County, everyone thought that her soul had dispersed. If she appeared in Shendu and attracted the attention of people with ulterior motives, she would attract huge trouble. Shendu wasn't North County. There were countless strong practitioners there, and a fifth realm ghost had no right to protect herself. Even Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, who had successfully advanced to the sixth realm, wouldn't dare to be impudent in Shendu, let alone her. Secondly, Li Mu and Lu Hanyan had promised that in this year, other than Xiao Bai, there wouldn't be any other woman, female ghost, female demon, or any other creature with female characteristics around him for a long time. Chapter 200. The Bay of Clearwater. Li Mu stood by the river with two female ghosts, one big and one small, standing respectfully behind him. Li Mu asked, "She still hasn't come out of isolated cultivation?" The big ghost shook her head, "No." Li Mu sighed. If Su He didn't come out soon, he probably wouldn't be able to see Su He face to face. However, Su He's enemy was in the capital. If she could escape the formation at the bottom of the Bay of Clearwater, she would definitely come to the capital. Li Mu only needed to wait for her in the capital. His only worry was that with Su He's arrogant personality, she might take revenge by herself. Li Mu learned from County Captain Shen that Cui Ming was the prince consort and was at the 5th level. He would definitely be surrounded by experts. She wouldn't be able to take revenge by herself. Li Mu left behind a letter and told the two ghosts to personally hand it to Su He when she came out of isolated cultivation. When he returned to the county capital, Li Mu was almost done with the arrangements before leaving. Zhang Shan was in charge of the Yunyan Pavilion's business. Plus, to the current Li Mu and Lu Hanyan, these gold and silver items were just numbers. Don't worry about going to the capital. I'll be here. Zhang Shan patted his chest and promised, I'm still waiting for you to open the Yunyan Pavilion in the capital. I wonder what the Emperor's place looks like. Li Si knew more inside information than Zhang Shan. He patted Li Mu's shoulder and said, the capital is deep, be careful. This time, Xiao Bai would be going with him to the capital. Although her cultivation was still low, the demonic aura on her body had been expelled by the demon transformation pill. In the capital, this meant that she had a master. Very few people would have other thoughts. Before the old cunning fox died, he passed Xiao Bai to him. Li Mu also promised her that he would take good care of Xiao Bai. After this period of interaction, Li Mu had already treated her, who was sensible and obedient, as a family. At night, he laid on the bed and stroked Xiao Bai's smooth fur. He asked, Xiao Bai, what are your plans after taking revenge for your grandmother? Xiao Bai's body stiffened and immediately said, Benefactor, don't chase me away. I'll be obedient. I can never take human form and stay by your side. Li Mu gently stroked her and said, I won't chase you away. No one will chase you away. You can take human form if you want. Sister Lu won't dislike it. Jealousy was a woman's nature. However, Lu Hanyan was not an unreasonable woman. She did not argue with Xiao Bai. On the other hand, Xiao Bai was so sensible that it made Li Mu's heart ache. When she had intimate contact with Li Mu, she would take the initiative to turn into a fox. Xiao Bai happily asked, Really? Li Mu nodded and said, It's true. Then he felt a young girl's smooth body in his arms. Li Mu covered his eyes and said, When I said you can take human form, I didn't mean any time, and definitely not now. People often use the term fox spirit to refer to women who were extremely attractive to men. After having a real fox spirit in his house, Li Mu realized the basis of this saying. Xiao Bai did not realize how attractive she was when she took human form. She was already so attractive that people could not take their eyes off of her even when she wore clothes, let alone when she was naked. Li Mu wrapped her in a blanket and went to the courtyard alone to calm down. He also thought about Xiao Bai's situation. He had to avenge Xiao Bai's grandmother and the entire clan. However, Li Mu only knew the appearance of that human cultivator. It was impossible to find him. The divine capital was thousands of miles away. The chances of her finding her enemy were very slim. Li Mu tried his best not to remind her of those sad memories. He had been teaching her cooking for the past 2 days until Commandery Officer Shin came personally. There were 3 women with him. Among the 3 women, one was about 30 years old. Her appearance was average, but she was not weak. Conservatively speaking, she was a 5th realm expert. The other 2 were younger, about 25 or 26 years old. They looked delicate and pretty, and their strength was in the divine power realm. Commandery Officer Shin introduced, These 3 are Her Majesty's internal guards. They came to the North region to escort you to the divine capital. Due to the assassination attempt, Commandery Officer Lin was worried that Li Mu would be attacked by the old party on the way to the divine capital. Therefore, he reported this matter to the higher-ups. He did not expect that there would be people escorting Li Mu, and they were internal guards. The internal guards were the Empress' personal guards. They were not under the jurisdiction of the imperial court and only listened to the Empress. They were established only a year after the Empress ascended the throne. The Empress's internal guards were like the brocade guards, the Eastern and Western guards, that Li Mu was familiar with. They only listened to the Empress. Although they were established not long ago, they had a lot of power. They could bypass the 3 provinces and 6 ministries and directly exercise their authority. Although the current empress was the ruler of the Great Zhou, the way she ascended the throne had been criticized by many. Until now, she had not completely controlled the imperial court. The imperial court was mostly controlled by the old party. The existence of the internal guards was mainly to restrict the old party. Of course, their reputation was not good among the old party. They were generally regarded as the empress's lackeys. Among the 3 internal guards, the older woman looked at Li Mu and said in surprise, "He's so young." Commandery officer Shen saluted her and said, "He's Li Mu. I'll leave this trip to the divine capital to you." The woman said, "We're just following orders. There's no need to be polite." Then, she looked at Li Mu and said, "When are we leaving?" Li Mu said, "Wait a moment." In the past 2 days, he had packed everything that needed to be packed. After some final tidying up, they could leave. 2 hours later, Li Mu boarded a luxurious flying boat under the escort of the 3 officers of the North County and the constables of the county government. He waved at them, and the flying boat soared into the sky and streaked across the horizon. The North County was thousands of miles away from the divine capital. Although the flying boat was fast, it would still take a few days to reach the divine capital. Even a creation realm cultivator would overdraw their magic power if they used a magic item for a long time. In the past few days, they were not constantly on the road. Often, after flying for a few hours, they would land in a city below to rest. At night, they would find an inn to stay for the night. In the morning, after having breakfast in a county town in the Jiangyin County, they set off again. Li Mu boarded the flying boat and sat down cross-legged. He held the spiritual jade in his hand and closed his eyes, beginning to cultivate his qi. A single man and a single woman in a boat. He always remembered his promise to Lu Hanyan. He tried his best not to look at the flowers and plants outside. 3 days had already passed, yet Li Mu actually hadn't taken the initiative to speak a single word to them. The charming woman with a cultivation at the creation realm finally couldn't restrain herself and asked Li Mu, "Are you afraid that we'll eat you?" Li Mu opened his eyes and realized that the woman was talking to him. A question mark appeared on his face. The charming woman said, "If you don't speak, I will think that you are mute." Li Mu put away the spiritual jade and scratched his head. He asked, "Are we almost at the divine capital?" "There is still half a day." Seeing that Li Mu finally spoke, the woman glanced at him and looked at Xiao Bai in Li Mu's arms. She asked, "Is this your spirit pet?" Li Mu shook his head. "No." The woman said in surprise, "Is she your wife?" Li Mu shook his head again. "No." The woman glanced at Xiao Bai and reminded Li Mu, "The divine capital is chaotic. A transformed fox demon can be sold for a high price. If you care about her, keep an eye on her." Li Mu cupped his fists. "Thank you for the reminder." The woman asked, "You are Li Mu, right?" Li Mu nodded. The woman looked at him with admiration. "You have such courage at such a young age. Not bad. I hope that when you reach the divine capital, you will not let His Majesty down. You will not forget your original intention and be a good official. Don't be like your predecessor, the predecessor before that, the predecessor before that." Li Mu was confused. What happened to those people? The woman said, "One is dead, one is crippled, and one is blind." Li Mu was stunned for a moment and made a prompt decision. "Turn around." Although Li Mu still wanted to go back to the north region, the flying boat still reached the divine capital on time. 10 miles away from the city wall, the woman controlled the boat to land. She said, "You are not allowed to fly within 10 miles of the divine capital. Walk in from here." From 10 miles away, Li Mu saw a black line on the endless plain. It gave him a strong sense of pressure. It was the city wall of the divine capital that was several hundred feet tall. The closer one got to the city wall, the more oppressive it felt. The towering city wall stood tall. When one stood below the city wall and looked up, one would feel a sense of inferiority. Xiao Bai and Li Mu's arms unconsciously lowered her head. The charming woman glanced at Li Mu and said, "Let's go." Through the deep city gate, what entered their eyes was an extremely wide street. It was more than 4 times wider than the North Region Main Street. The street was full of people and there were rows upon rows of shops on both sides. There was an endless stream of shouting. Standing in the middle of the street, Li Mu truly understood the weight of the 2 words, divine capital. The charming woman said, "Let's go. I'll send you to the government office. Our mission this time will be complete." After sending Li Mu to a government office, when Li Mu looked back, the 3 figures had disappeared. Li Mu looked up and walked up the stairs. 2 bailiffs stretched out their hands and asked, "Who are you?" Li Mu took out his appointment order. After the 2 read it, they looked at each other. When they looked at Li Mu again, pity appeared in their eyes. One of the bailiffs said, "So it's the new constable Li. Come in, I'll take you to see the commandant." The Divine Capital Government Office had 3 officers. They were the Divine Capital Magistrate, the Divine Capital Minister, and the Divine Capital Commandant. The bailiffs in the government office were all managed by the Divine Capital Commandant. This person was also Li Mu's immediate superior. This person's temperament and way of doing things were closely related to whether Li Mu would have a good time in the government office in the future. The bailiff brought Li Mu to a side hall. He knocked on the door and walked in, saying, "Commandant, this is the new constable Li of the government office." Li Mu stepped into the side hall and looked up. When he saw the man sitting in the hall, he opened his mouth and said in shock, "Sir Zhang." Zhang County Magistrates opened his eyes wide and said in shock, "Li Mu, why is it you?" Chapter 201. In the side hall of the Yamen in Luoyang, Zhang County Magistrates poured a cup of tea for Li Mu and asked in surprise, "Why are you in Luoyang?" Li Mu replied, "I was transferred here because of the Chu Jiang of Gojosian incident." He looked at Zhang County Magistrates and asked, "Sir, how did you become a Shindu commandant?" "I remember that you were transferred to a county in Zhongjuan to be a county magistrate. It's a long story." Zhang County Magistrate sighed and said, "Before I was appointed, the original Shindu commandant was removed from his position and sent to prison. I don't know why the imperial court sent me to replace him. The change from Yangqiu County Magistrate to Shindu Commandant was not much of a difference in terms of jurisdiction. It was even smaller. However, the Yamen was directly under the imperial court and its administrative level was equivalent to that of a county. Zhang County Magistrates had been dormant in Yangqiu County for 10 years and finally achieved a 3-rank promotion today. Li Mu clasped his hands and said, "Congratulations, sir." "Congratulations, congratulations my ass." Zhang County Magistrates drank the tea in his cup in one gulp and leaned back in his chair with a hopeless expression. He said, "It's not easy to be in this position. The imperial court changes several Shindu commandants every year. It's better to be in Yangqiu County. I don't want to follow in the footsteps of my predecessor." He looked at Li Mu and said sympathetically, "It's not easy for you to be in this position. Do you know what happened to your predecessor, your predecessor, your predecessor, and your predecessor?" Li Mu said, "Dead, blind, and crippled." Zhang County Magistrates was stunned. "How dare you come here if you know?" Li Mu sighed helplessly and asked, "I just found out." "Sir, do you know the inside story?" Zhang County Magistrates nodded and said, "I've only heard about it. The arrestor before the Yamen was beheaded by His Majesty because of corruption and disregard for human life. The arrestor before the previous arrestor only took office for 3 days before he broke both his legs and resigned. The previous arrestor suddenly lost his sight the day before he took office," Li Mu said in shock. "How did that happen?" Zhang County Magistrate sighed and said, "The Yamen sounds impressive, but it's actually a coward. Nominally, it's in charge of everything in Luoyang, but it doesn't dare to manage 30% of the things that happen in Luoyang. The Yamen can't handle 30% of the things that happen in Luoyang. If they make a slight mistake, not only will they lose their position, they won't be able to keep it, their heads won't be able to keep it. If Li Mu had known that his predecessors all ended up like this, he wouldn't have come to this damned place even if he was beaten to death. Now, he had already boasted to Lu Hanyan and Wanwan that he would make a name for himself in Fairy's capital in a year's time and bring them to Fairy's capital in a grand manner. It was too late to run away now. Zhang County magistrates looked at Li Mu and said, "In short, you have to be careful when you work here. Don't cause any trouble." Li Mu shook his head and asked, "Sir, do I look like someone who would cause trouble?" Li Mu was a little depressed about the previous arresters' fates. However, he had encountered more than just bad things in Luoyang this time. At the very least, his immediate superior was an old acquaintance. At the very least, his life in the Yamen would be much better and he wouldn't be bullied by others. Before Li Mu came here, he was still worried that he would be assigned to work under someone from the old party. Now, he could rest assured. Li Mu carried Xiao Bai and walked out of the side hall. The arrester from before came up and said, "Arrester Li, I'll take you to your place." The Yamen was very big. As an arrester, Li Mu had his own private residence in the Yamen in Luoyang. The arrester led Li Mu through a few moon gates and brought him to a small courtyard. He said, "This is where you'll be staying. Your subordinates have already cleaned it up for you." Regardless of how the job of arrester in the Yamen was, at least the treatment was much better than in the county Yamen. Although there was only one room and the courtyard was very narrow, at least they didn't have to squeeze with many people. It was enough for Li Mu and Xiao Bai. This time, he came to Luoyang with a lot of banknotes. But it was obviously more convenient and safer to live in the Yamen than outside. When he had a firm foothold in Luoyang, he would buy a house in the city and wait for Lu Hanyan and Wanwan to come. The arrester helped Li Mu put the bundle into the room and gave him the key. He said, "The bedding on the bed is old. If you don't like it, I'll throw it away for you. You can go to the tailor's shop on the street and buy a new one." Li Mu wasn't used to using things used by strangers. He said, "Then throw it away." The arrester carried the bedding and ran out quickly. After a while, he came back huffing and puffing. He asked, "Arrester Li, do you have any other orders?" This arrester was quite perceptive. From his accent, Li Mu guessed that he was born and raised in Luoyang. He had just arrived in Luoyang and wasn't familiar with everything. He needed someone who was familiar with this place. Li Mu looked at him and asked, "What's your name?" The arrester said, "I'm Wang Wu." Li Mu continued to ask, "Wang Wu, how long have you been in the Yamen?" Wang Wu smiled and said, "I grew up in Luoyang. 5 years ago, I replaced my father and came to the Yamen." Li Mu said, "Then you should be very familiar with Luoyang." Wang Wu said embarrassedly, "I'm not bragging, but in Luoyang, I can find any place you want even if I close my eyes." "That's good." Li Mu said, "This is my first time in Luoyang. Show me around and buy some daily necessities." Wang Wu immediately agreed. He walked in front of Li Mu. When they left the Yamen, they met several arresters. Wang Wu walked up and said to them, "This is Arrester Li, the new one in the Yamen." Several of them immediately saluted Li Mu and said, "Greetings, Arrester Li." Only a middle-aged arrester with a long face only glanced at Li Mu before he turned his head and stood to the side with his knife. When they walked out of the Yamen, Wang Wu took the initiative to say, "That's Deputy Arrester Sunday." Originally, everyone thought that after the previous arrester resigned, he should be the next arrester. Now that you've come to the Yamen, he might be a little dissatisfied, but he'll be fine after a while. Li Mu pursed his lips and said, "Who would dare to fight for this lousy job? If he's willing, I'll trade with him." Wang Wu said in surprise, "Does Arrester Li also know that this isn't a good job?" Li Mu said, "You all know, right?" Wang Wu chuckled and said, "The arresters in the Yamen have changed 3 times in 2 months. Everyone has seen it. Only Deputy Arrester's son is stubborn. He's only thinking about 5 times the salary. But he has to be alive to earn this salary, but he also has to be alive to spend it." Li Mu said, "It seems that you know the previous arresters very well. Tell me, why did they leave their posts?" Wang Wu said, "This constable before that was because he stood on the wrong side. He stood on the side of the old party, shielded the old party members, took bribes, bent the law, and disregarded human life. After the internal guards found out, he was sentenced to be executed." Wang Wu had been in the Yamen all this time, so he knew more inside information than Lord Zhang, who had just arrived. Li Mu asked again, "What about the other 2? Wang Wu said, "As for the other 2, one of them fell down 3 days after his appointment, shattering his leg bones. The other one blinded his own eyes the day before his appointment. The next one will be you." Wang Wu looked around and whispered to Li Mu, "I've heard of your deeds of cursing the heavens and cursing the earth. I admire you a lot, but I have to remind you that Luoyang is different from the outside world. The new party and the old party are not as simple as you think. If Arresterly doesn't want to follow in the footsteps of the previous arresters, you have to be very careful. Isn't it comfortable to go shopping and drink tea every day? If you see some things, just pretend you didn't see them. After all, there are so many Yamens in Luoyang. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. It's good to not do it." Li Mu glanced at him and said, "You see it clearly." Wang Wu sighed and said, "Only you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't have said so much to him." Wang Wu tried his best to persuade Li Mu, and Li Mu kept it in mind. No wonder he could stay in the Yamen for so long. His awareness was even better than Lord Zhang's. Since it was not easy to see through the new party and the old party, he would not look at it anymore. As a small official in Luoyang, he only needed to do his job well. The 2 of them walked on the street. Someone rode on a horse on the street, causing the people to panic. Wang Wu hurriedly pulled Li Mu to the side to hide. Even Yangqiu County and North County did not allow horses on the street. Li Mu asked Wang Wu, "Are horses allowed on the streets of Luoyang?" "No." Wang Wu shook his head and said, "Arresterly will know about these things in the future." An old woman dodged in a hurry and fell to the ground. The passers-by hurriedly walked past her, but no one helped her. Li Mu walked over and helped the old woman up. He asked, "Are you all right?" The old woman shook her head and said, "I'm fine. Thank you, young man." After helping the old woman sit on the side of the road to rest, Li Mu and Wang Wu continued forward. Li Mu sighed and said, "Is this really Luoyang? You can't blame them." Wang Wu shook his head and said, "A few months ago, someone helped an old woman up on the street and was accused by the old woman. Later, the case was reported to the Yamen. At that time, the captain sentenced the person who helped the old woman to 20 strokes of the cane and fined a lot of silver. Now that something like this has happened, everyone is afraid." Wang Wu said, "I know Arresterly is from North County, but Luoyang is different from North County. You might not be used to it at first, but after seeing it more, you won't find it strange." Li Mu asked, "Does His Majesty not care about this?" Wang Wu shook his head and said, "His Majesty is in charge of the affairs of the 36 counties. He doesn't have the time to care about this. If Arresterly doesn't want to offend the old party or the new party, then just turn a blind eye. Or just close both eyes." Li Mu originally thought that Yangqiu County was a special case. After all, Yangqiu County and County still had justice and justice. Luoyang was the capital of Great Zhou, so there must be more order. Now it seemed that Yangqiu County and County were special cases. Soon, Wang Wu took him to a tailor shop. In this shop, in addition to tailoring clothes for people, there were also ready-made bedding for sale. Chapter 202. In the tailor shop, a young worker put the bedding Li Mu had chosen into a special cloth bag and said, "It's 1 tael and 6 coins. Wang Wu said, "We're old friends. Let's make it cheaper." The fat innkeeper smiled and said, "This is the new cotton this year. This guest also chose the best satin. For the sake of the constable, I'll give you 1 tael and 5 coins. What do you think?" There would be many places where Wang Wu could be of use in the future. Li Mu tossed him an ingot of silver and said, "Keep the rest. Put it in the yamen and buy some wine for your brothers." Wang Wu took the silver and weighed it in his hand. It was at least 2 taels. The remaining money was equivalent to 2 months of his salary. Delighted, he said, "Thank you, boss." Seeing Wang Wu haggling with the innkeeper, Li Mu walked to the tailor's shop and looked at the bustling crowd on the street. The salary of the constables in Luoyang capital was much higher than in Yangqiu County and the county capital. However, the cost of living in Luoyang capital was higher. With their meager salary, their lives must be tight. The cultivators in the yamen had other subsidies from the imperial court. Ordinary people like Wang Wu could only live on their salary. Although there were many cultivators in both the county and the city yamen, most of them were ordinary constables. Soon, Wang Wu came out with the bag containing the bedding. Li Mu was about to buy something else when he heard a woman's panicked voice. You pervert." Li Mu turned around and saw a woman covering her chest with her hands, looking at an old man with shame and anger. The old man put his hand on his face and smelled it. His wrinkled face showed a trace of lust. He asked, "You bumped into me by accident and now you're slandering me. Is there any law in Luoyang?" The woman looked at the old man's arrogant face and felt fear. She wanted to leave. However, the old man reached out and blocked her way. He said, "You bumped into me and now you want to leave." Fear appeared on the woman's face. She said in a trembling voice, What do you want to do?" The old man clutched his chest and said, "You've hurt me. Either you compensate me, or you come with me to the yamen." The woman said anxiously, "You were the one who molested me just now. Everyone, please be reasonable. I didn't bump into him." On the street, the few people who had stopped to watch shifted their gazes away. "Did you see that?" The old man looked at her mockingly and said, "You still want to slander me? This old man has lived for 52 years. What have I not seen? How could I take advantage of you? I saw it. You were the one who took advantage of this lady. You deliberately touched her chest with your hand." A simple and honest man stood out from the crowd and pointed at the old man. The old man's expression darkened as he said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you spout nonsense here?" Ignoring the man, he grabbed the woman's arm and said, "Let's go. Follow me to see the official." The man stepped forward to stop him. He removed the old man's hand from the woman's arm. Perhaps he had used too much force, but the old man fell to the ground. His head hit the stairs by the street, and blood immediately flowed out. The old man rushed over and hugged the man's leg. He shouted, "Someone hit me! Someone hit me!" The man looked anxious, but he did not dare to do anything to the old man. Soon, 2 figures separated the crowd and walked in. They asked loudly, "What happened?" Wang Wu stood behind Li Mu and said, "They're from the Ministry of Justice." There were many government offices in Luoyang. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Censorate all had the power to handle cases. Among them, the Ministry of Justice was the one with the least sense of existence. When the old man saw the 2 officers from the Ministry of Justice, he said angrily, "Why are you so late? I was hit by this fool. Hurry up and take him back to the Ministry of Justice. And this woman, she hit me and slandered me. Take her away too." One of the officers from the Ministry of Justice looked at the old man and whispered to the other, "It's Manager Lu's third granduncle." "What should we do?" The other officer looked at the man and put a metal chain around his neck. He said, "You bully the old and weak on the street. Do you have no respect for the law? Come back to the government office with us." The woman cried, "It's not like that. It's not like that." The officer looked at her coldly and said, "Take her away too." Limu noticed that when the two officers from the Ministry of Justice appeared, some of the onlookers' eyes lit up. However, the light in their eyes quickly dimmed. The crowd lowered their heads and began to whisper. "He shouldn't have meddled in other people's business. If he's taken to the Ministry of Justice, he'll be caned at least 20 times. Didn't you hear what that person said? This old man is a relative of the manager of the Ministry of Justice. This man is finished, he can't stand out in the future." The two officers from the Ministry of Justice were about to take the woman and the man away when a voice came from behind them. "Wait." One of them turned around and saw a young man walking out of the tailor's shop. He looked at them calmly. The young man held a sword in one hand and a fox in the other. He was most likely a cultivator. However, cultivators were the most common people in Fairy's capital. The two officers from the Ministry of Justice looked at Limu coldly. One of them asked, "Who are you? How dare you stop the Ministry of Justice from doing its job?" Xiao Bai jumped onto Limu's shoulder. Limu took out a waist token and said, "Constable of Fairy's capital, Limu. The Fairy's capital will take this case." Fairy's capital. One of the officers from the Ministry of Justice was stunned when he heard Limu's words. He could not help but laugh. "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that there's a Fairy's capital." The words Fairy's capital sounded domineering, but it was only because of the two words Fairy's capital. The county magistrate of any one of the 19 counties in Zhongjuan had more freedom than an official of Fairy's capital. Although Fairy's capital was several times larger than an ordinary county, it was far smaller if the entire county was included. Moreover, Fairy's capital was where the imperial city was located. The Fairy's capital could not compare to any of the government offices in the 3 provinces, 6 ministries, 9 temples, and various way manors. It was fine if the officials of Fairy's capital kept their heads low. However, if they did not open their eyes, they would meddle in everything. It was not unprecedented for 5 Fairy's capital constables to be changed within a month. The officer looked at Limu and asked, "Constable of Fairy's capital, I think 1 just died and 2 are disabled. Are you new here?" Wang Wu walked up and gave Limu a look. Then, he looked at the 2 officers and said with a smile, "Brothers, Constable Li is new here. He doesn't know the rules of Fairy's capital. Take him away. Take him away." The officer looked at Wang Wu and said, "Since he doesn't know the rules, teach him well. Otherwise, he won't even know how he died." He waved his hand and said, "Take him away." Clang! Limu raised his hand. Bai unsheathed the scabbard and placed it across the officer's neck. Limu looked at the woman, the burly man, and the old man whose face was covered in blood. He said, "You can leave, but you have to leave him behind." The old man's eyes widened as he watched this scene in disbelief. The woman and the burly man were also stunned. The onlookers were even more shocked. When had they ever seen a constable of Fairy's capital going against someone from the Ministry of Justice? The officer from the Ministry of Justice could feel the coldness from Bai. His face darkened as he asked, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Limu said, "I saw this case first. The Ministry of Justice has to follow the rules of first come, first serve." "Fine." The officer from the Ministry of Justice gritted his teeth and removed the iron chain from the burly man. He said coldly, "I hope you can be as stubborn later." The 2 glared at Limu fiercely and strode away. Wang Wu looked at Limu and said in horror, "Constable Li, it's your first day here and you've already offended someone from the Ministry of Justice. The most radical people from the old party are in the Ministry of Justice." Limu shrugged indifferently. The old party had already sent assassins to assassinate him. No matter what, he couldn't get along with them peacefully. If that was the case, what did it matter if he offended them again? Moreover, a mere director of the Ministry of Justice couldn't represent the entire party. As the constable of Fairy's capital, if he couldn't even deal with such a small matter fairly, then Fairy's capital was rotten to the core. He couldn't change anything by himself, let alone absorb the people's willpower to cultivate. It was fine if he didn't stay in Fairy's capital. He might as well return to Beijing and enter Fulu school, where he could live happily ever after with Lu Hanyan. At that time, the old party and the new party would have nothing to do with him. Even if the dynasty was destroyed, Fulu school would still be able to stand tall on Mount Baiyun. Even if the Great Zhou changed, the new imperial court wouldn't be able to touch Mount Baiyun. As he had just arrived in Fairy's capital, the information he could obtain from others was limited. Li Mu needed to go through one or a few things before he could see the truth of Fairy's capital. Outside the crowd, led by Deputy Constable Sun, several constables looked at the scene in shock. They did not expect that the new constable, who looked so gentle, would be so fierce in his actions. Li Mu glanced at them and said, "What are you waiting for? Bring them all to the yamen." The constables looked at each other and didn't move. Deputy Constable Sun looked at Li Mu with a complicated gaze. After a while, a trace of shame appeared in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "What are you standing here for? Didn't you hear Constable Li? Bring these three to the yamen." Only then did they run forward. The old man wiped the blood off his face and said, "Just you wait." Li Mu walked up to the woman and the burly man and said, "Let's go. When we reach the yamen, the Lord will give you justice." As the group of people walked towards the Shin-Du yamen, some of the onlookers on the streets pondered for a moment before slowly following behind them. Wang Wu looked worried and muttered, "It's over, it's over. Such expensive betting won't last more than a few days." He raised his head and looked at Li Mu. Just as he was about to speak, Li Mu looked at him and said, "This has nothing to do with political strife. You just have to remember what you should do as a constable. I should make decisions for the people and uphold justice and fairness." Wang Wu lowered his head and said, "But we're just small fries. The people above can crush us with a flick of their fingers." In the yamen of Fairy's capital, the former county magistrate of Yangqiu, Zhang Chen, who had just been promoted to commandant, was drinking tea in the side hall. In Fairy's capital, a place he didn't know, it was definitely a happy thing to be able to meet one of his former subordinates. At least it gave him some psychological comfort. He had just picked up his teacup when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Zhang Chen put down his teacup and walked outside. He saw Li Mu and a few constables walking into the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, there were countless people who were looking around. Zhang Chen was stunned and asked, "What's going on?" Li Mu told him what had just happened. Zhang Chen stared at him with wide eyes and asked, "You've only been in Fairy's capital for an hour and you've already offended the Ministry of Justice. Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't cause trouble? I can't ignore this." Li Mu pointed at the people who were looking around outside the yamen and said, "Sir, do you think I can just stand by and do nothing in front of so many people?" Zhang Chen was silent for a while before he sighed and said, "You're right. I can't ignore this case. Fairy's capital needs people like you. A good person shouldn't be unrewarded. Not only will this wrong the good person, but the people will also be disappointed." Li Mu looked at him and said, "Those who seek the people's livelihood shouldn't be frozen to death in the snow. Those who pave the way for justice shouldn't be trapped in thorns. Sir, you won't ignore this, right?" Chapter 203. The case of the burly man and the old man seemed like a small case. It was just a simple case of fraud. Even if the burly man was taken away by the Ministry of Justice, he would at most be fined some silver and be released after suffering some physical pain. The biggest problem was that this was a small case, but it was related to the greater good. The woman was molested by the old man. When everyone stood by and did nothing, the burly man stood up for justice and brought a ray of light to the deteriorating fairy's capital. If this rare ray of light was swallowed by darkness, who would dare to stand up for justice in the future? Protecting the burly man was protecting the bottom line of the law and protecting the kindness in the hearts of the people of Fairy's capital. Lord Zhang had been the county magistrate of Yangzhou for many years. He must know this principle better than Li Mu. Zhang Chun sighed helplessly and returned to the side hall. When he came out again, he was wearing his official hat. He straightened it with both hands and said, "Let the people outside in. We'll begin the trial." The three of them were brought to the court. Li Mu asked Wang Wu to walk to the entrance of the yamen and tell the people outside that the military chief had given them special permission to observe the case. The onlookers immediately swarmed in. Some who did not know what was going on followed in to join in the fun. In an instant, the courtyard in front of the court was filled with people. There were even people who stood at the periphery to watch from afar. They had been in Fairy's capital for many years, but this was the first time they saw such a grand occasion in the Fairy's capital yamen. "I've seen this old dog before. Just because he has a relative in the Ministry of Justice, he molested women on the streets all day long. If he's caught, he'll turn the tables on them. Many women have been taken advantage of by him. In the past, he would rely on the Ministry of Justice to deal with such cases. Why is he in the yamen today? You didn't see it just now. He was almost taken away by the Ministry of Justice. That young constable even held his sword to the Ministry of Justice's neck and brought him back. Is the new constable so tough that he even dares to offend the Ministry of Justice? I don't know. I heard that the military chief is also new. Let's see what he's going to do, in the court." The woman knelt on the ground and cried, "Sir, I've been wronged." Zhang Chun looked at her and asked, "What grievances do you have? Tell me everything." The woman pointed at the old man and said, "When I was walking on the street, this man tried to molest me. Then, he falsely accused me and tried to force himself on me. Fortunately, this big brother saved me. Sir, please give me justice. My lord, don't listen to his nonsense." The old man's face was filled with anger as he said, "She was clearly the one who bumped into me, yet she's framing me for taking advantage of her." The burly man knelt on the ground and said, "This commoner saw it very clearly. He was the one who molested this lady first." The old man said, "You're with her." Zhang Chun looked at the people in the courtyard and asked, "If there are other witnesses, you can directly walk to the court." After a short moment of silence, a few people had already raised their feet, but they stopped. This old man had connections with the Ministry of Justice. Although they were also furious in their hearts, they were afraid of being implicated and bringing trouble to themselves. Therefore, they did not dare to stand out. Seeing that no one was testifying, the old man raised his head again and said, "See, the crime of slander is punishable by flogging according to the law." Zhang Chun suddenly looked into his eyes and said, "What's the whole story? Tell me honestly." The old man met his eyes, and the expression on his face gradually became sluggish. He muttered, "Yes, I saw that this young lady was quite beautiful and had a full chest, so I purposely bumped into her chest." Li Mu looked into Lord Zhang's eyes and found that his eyes were incomparably deep, making people feel like they were about to sink into them. Li Mu had seen him use the soul-sucking technique before. This time, it was far more powerful than last time. His cultivation had probably advanced to the fourth realm. The ranks of the officials in the imperial court did not correspond to their cultivation. Many of the officials in the imperial court had never cultivated. However, in general, the cultivation of some important positions, such as the prefectural governor, would not be lower than the creation realm. In principle, those at the fourth realm could take on any official position. After the old man regained his senses and saw the way the crowd looked at him, he quickly realized what had happened. He said loudly, "You're deliberately framing me. I request the Ministry of Justice to review the case." "You can't do this to me," Zhang Chun waved his hand and said, "molesting a woman on the street, refusing to admit guilt and disturbing the court. You'll be punished for several crimes. Drag him out and flog him 20 times. Deputy Constable's son ordered 2 people to drag him out. Soon, screams rang out in the yard of the yamen. Under the law, everyone was treated equally. This person's crime would not be absolved just because he was old. The bailiffs who carried out the punishment were all cultivators. They knew how to make him feel the greatest pain without causing him to be seriously injured or die. "Stop." After the last flogging, an urgent voice came from outside. The 2 bailiffs from the Ministry of Justice that Li Mu had just seen ran in with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man walked straight to the old man and found that he had fainted. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He said, "Who stole my man?" The 2 bailiffs pointed at Li Mu. The middle-aged man said coldly, "Stop the Ministry of Justice from handling a case. Take him away." Zhang Chun walked over and asked, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man said arrogantly, "I'm Su Zhong, the head of the Ministry of Justice." "What rank?" "What?" Zhang Chun's face darkened. He asked, "I'm asking you, what rank are you?" Su Zhong was stunned. He said, "9th rank." Zhang Chun shouted and asked, "What right do you have to call yourself, sir, in front of me?" Su Zhong was stunned. Although the Divine Capital Yamen did not have much of a presence in the capital, the Divine Capital Magistrate was a 5th rank official. The Divine Capital Commandant was a 6th rank official. They were indeed much higher than a 9th rank official like him. He did not expect the Divine Capital Commandant to be so disrespectful to the Ministry of Justice. When Su Zhong spoke again, he was slightly weaker. He said, "The Ministry of Justice investigated this case first. I've finished handling the case." Zhang Chun pointed at the old man who had fainted and said, "This man is disrespectful. First, he molested a girl on the street. Then, he disturbed the court. I've already punished him with 20 strokes. If you think that's not enough, you can bring him back to the Ministry of Justice for another sentence." Su Zhong opened his mouth and said, "There are still some suspicious points in this case. Don't you think it's a little too hasty for you to finish the sentence so quickly?" Zhang Chun pointed at the people in the courtyard and asked, "These people were all here when I was handling the case. Ask them if there are any suspicious points in this case." Su Zhong looked at the people with a dark expression. The people could not help but take a step back. However, in the next moment, a voice came from the crowd. "There are no suspicious points." Su Zhong looked over. Before he could find the person who spoke, another voice came from another direction. "I saw this old fart molesting that girl with my own eyes. This old fart is a habitual offender." "You're right, sir. You should have done so long ago." Several voices came from the crowd. Zhang Chun looked at the crowd again and asked, "Does anyone have any suspicious points?" "No. No. No." This time, the crowd spoke in unison. Their voices were so uniform that they seemed to want to flip the roof of the yamen over. The people on the streets outside the yamen raised their heads and looked in the direction of the yamen in confusion. The crowd was so agitated that Su Zhong's ears buzzed. He could only leave with his tail between his legs. Before he left, he ordered the 2 yamen runners from the Ministry of Justice to carry the unconscious old man away. "Thank you, Constable." "Thank you, sir." The woman and burly man knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Li Mu and Zhang Chun in excitement. Zhang Chun gently raised his hand. A gentle force lifted the two of them up. He said, "There's no need to be so polite. This is what I should do." At this moment, Limu sensed the familiar aura of telekinesis from the two of them and the surrounding people. It seemed that this was indeed the right path of cultivation. The atmosphere in the divine capital was foul. If he could continue to gain the trust and respect of the people, not only would he be able to complete the 7 spirits quickly, but his cultivation speed would also be on par with Lu Hanyan's on Mount Baiyun. After the commoners dispersed, the Yaman's constables, including Wang Wu and Deputy Constable Sun, still had faint flushes of excitement on their faces. They had been in the Yaman for so long. When had they ever felt so elated? When they thought of the scene where the people spoke in unison, their emotions, which had just calmed down, began to surge again. Zhang Chun looked at them and said, "Remember, when you're willing to stand behind the people are willing to stand behind you. The hearts of the people are the strongest force behind the Yaman." At this moment, Limu seemed to see the light of the right path in him. Although he was a coward, he had never disappointed anyone when it came to major matters. After the Yaman runners left, Limu thought for a moment and asked, "What if the Ministry of Justice pursues the matter?" Zhang Chun said disdainfully, "The Ministry of Justice has 1 minister, 1 assistant minister, 5 doctors, 5 minister counselors, and 10 managers. Who does he think he is? Do you think those officials in the Ministry of Justice have nothing better to do than stand up for a small, insignificant manager?" Only then did Li Mu understand why he was so different from his usual self. He was domineering and impassioned. It turned out that he had predicted that the Ministry of Justice would not stand up for a small manager. He was indeed the Zhang County magistrate that Li Mu knew. At this moment, Zhang Chun closed his eyes and suddenly opened them. He said in shock, "Where's my telekinesis? Where did all my telekinesis go?" Chapter 204. The officials of the Great Show were upholding justice and making decisions for the people. After gaining the trust of the people would naturally generate psychokinesis towards them. This was an advantage that Taoism and Buddhism did not have. It was also the foundation of a country that could firmly suppress these sections. The psychokinesis generated by the people had been completely absorbed by Li Mu. Li Mu looked embarrassed and said, "Next time, I'll definitely leave some for you." Zhang Chun glared at Li Mu and said, "I've been busy for so long, and you're getting all the benefits." Li Mu said, "I couldn't control it this time. Next time, I'll be more careful. There's still a next time." Zhang Chun waved his hand and said, "I don't want your psychokinesis. Don't cause trouble for me again. I can still handle it this time, but I can't be sure about the next time. I'll try my best. I don't want you to try your best. I want you to promise me." Okay. "I promise." Li Mu gave him a perfunctory promise. His promise to Lu Hanyan was a promise, but Li Mu could not guarantee Lord Zhang's promise. After all, he could promise not to cause trouble, but he could not guarantee that trouble would not cause him trouble. As a constable, it was his duty to seek justice for the people, punish evil, and uphold justice for the people. This could not be considered causing trouble at all. Zhang Chun thought for a moment and said, "No, you're new here. There are many things you don't understand. I still have to remind you of the people and forces in Fairy's capital that you must not provoke." Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, "The old party?" Zhang Chun asked, "Why do you think it's the old party?" Li Mu had heard about the old and new parties from Constable Zhao. He said, "The nobles led by the Shao royal family have always wanted the Empress to stay in the Shao family. They've been working hard to make the Empress lose the people's support." Zhang Chun shook his head and said, "It's not that simple whether the new party is black or white. I can't explain it clearly to you, but you'll see in the future. In short, no matter who is black or white, it's best not to provoke the people of these two parties, especially the former imperial family members and the current Empress's Zhou clan. other than these two, the Yamen of the 3 provinces, 6 ministries, and 9 temples aren't people that we can afford to offend. There's another group that we can't afford to offend, and that's the 4 academies. More than half of the officials in the current royal court are from the academies. Offending the academies is equivalent to making an enemy of the entire royal court. As Li Mu listened, he finally understood that as the arrestor of the Luoyang government, there were 2 people he could not afford to offend. He couldn't afford to provoke this and that. It was no wonder that the Divine Capital Magistrate and Divine Capital Deputy were nowhere to be seen. If nothing happened in the capital, they were useless here. If something happened in the capital, they would not be able to handle it. That was why they left a Divine Capital Commandant to take the blame. Li Mu had a clearer understanding of the situation in the Luoyang from Lord Zhang. The old party was just a general term. Among them, there were members of the Shao clan who wanted to regain the imperial power, senior officials who had made outstanding contributions, and some young officials who were more radical. They all felt that it was inappropriate for a woman to be the empress, but their methods were completely different. Some were conservative, while others were radical. The conservative wanted to seize power peacefully, while the radical wanted to stir up conflicts in the Luoyang and the 36 counties. They wanted to destroy the foundation of the empress's rule by sowing discord among the people. As for the new party, it was the power of the officials in the royal court led by the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan was the empress's maternal family. When the empress ascended the throne, the Zhou clan helped a lot behind the scenes. After the empress ascended the throne, they became the most prestigious clan in the Great Zhou. They attracted many officials who wanted to curry favor with the empress and quickly strengthened their power in the royal court. The new party led by the Zhou clan not only supported the empress, but also wanted to pass the throne to the descendants of the Zhou clan after the empress abdicated. This was the most intense and irreconcilable conflict between the old party and the new party. Although Li Mu did not make a fuss about a woman becoming the empress, in the end, Wu Zetian still belonged to the Li clan. The current empress was only trying to seize power, but the Zhou clan wanted to steal the country. After knowing this, Li Mu felt some sympathy for the empress in the palace. Although she was the ruler of the Great Zhou, the power in the royal court was basically divided between the old and new parties. The old party opposed her, while the new party supported her. But in the end, they wanted to use her hand to steal the country from the Shao clan. Zhang Chun saw that Li Mu was a little distracted. He coughed heavily and asked, "Do you remember what I said just now?" Li Mu nodded. "I remember." Zhang Chun said, "Then tell me, in Shendu, which people and powers can't be offended?" Li Mu repeated, "The 3 provinces, 6 departments, 9 temples, 4 academies, the imperial family, the Zhou clan, they can't be offended." Zhang Chun nodded and sighed in relief. But for some reason, the more Li Mu assured him, the more uneasy he felt. After the head of the Ministry of Justice left, the capital office remained calm and peaceful. Nothing happened. Li Mu was puzzled. With the old party's determination to hunt him down, they would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. The Ministry of Justice was considered the radical faction of the old party. If the assassination in the North County was really related to the old party, Li Mu would definitely be the target of the Ministry of Justice. Just based on the fact that he showed his weapon to the people of the Ministry of Justice, there were countless ways to make a fuss. However, the Ministry of Justice did not say anything. When he first came to Shendu, he wanted to use this as an opportunity to test the old party and at the same time find out the Empress's attitude. In the end, not only did the old party fail, but the Empress also failed. Li Mu thought about it carefully and guessed that the Empress was busy every day and would not know about such small matters. She might have forgotten that she had just transferred a small bailiff from the North County to the imperial capital. This was not a good thing for him, who wanted to ride on her coattails. He still needed to wait for an opportunity to make the Empress pay attention to him. Imperial Palace. In a certain dark palace. Behind the curtain, a dignified voice said, "Those who carry the people's firewood should not be frozen to death in the wind and snow. Those who pave the way for justice should not be trapped in thorns." Is this what he said? The young female official stood in front of the curtain and said, "He just arrived in Shindu today. In less than an hour, he snatched this case from the Ministry of Justice. Many people saw it with their own eyes. Let's wait and see. When the time is right, we can lure him into the inner guard." The dignified voice paused and asked, "How is the investigation of the assassination in the North County?" The young female official lowered her head and did not speak. The Empress asked, "Have you found it?" The young female official said, "Yes." A gaze shot out from behind the curtain and swept across the young female official's face. After a while, a cold voice slowly said, "Tell them that if there is a next time, I will not show mercy." The young female official bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." The voice behind the curtain was silent for a while and asked again, "That official is called Li Mu, right?" The female official lowered her hands and said, "Yes." The voice behind the curtain said, "He does not fear the heavens and the earth, nor does he fear power. I hope that he can hold the firewood for the people and open the path for justice. Pass down my orders, Shindu Yamen." In the side hall, two people were drinking tea. Zhang Chun brewed a cup of tea and asked, "How is the taste?" Although Li Mu did not know much about tea, he knew that when Sir Zhang was still the county magistrate of Yangqiu, he liked to drink tea. His tea would naturally not be ordinary. He said, "Good tea." There were 3 officers in Shindu Yamen, but only the commandant of Shindu was stationed here. This was because the magistrate of Shindu and the deputy of Shindu changed too frequently. Later on, other officers took up the role. These officers were usually busy with their own duties and did not want to come here. Only the commandant of Shindu was left in the yamen to handle the daily chores. If one ignored the word Shindu, the commandant of Shindu was actually just a county magistrate in other counties. He did not need to care about other things in the yamen. Chasing criminals, arresting robbers, solving cases, and other tiring tasks were usually done by the county magistrate. Yangqiu County was just a small county. There was no deputy or commandant. At that time, Zhang County magistrates had no one to share his duties with. Other than managing taxes, education, and the economy, he also had to manage public security. After being transferred to Shindu and not being a county magistrate, he had a lot more free time. When he was free, he would ask Li Mu to drink tea together. Li Mu drank tea while listening to his complaints. Shindu sounds good, but it's not as good as Yangqiu County. In Yangqiu County, I can do whatever I want, but in Shindu, I have to be humble. Not only do I have to act like a grandson, but the things in the divine capital are also extremely expensive. How dare they charge 10 copper coins for a bowl of ordinary noodles? I originally wanted to work for a few years and buy a house in the divine capital, but after doing some calculations, I realized that with my salary, after working for a few years, I can only afford a toilet. Li Mu expressed his sympathy for him. In a place like Shindu, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, even Lu Hanyan could not afford a house, let alone an officer with a fixed salary. It was not too difficult for cultivators to get their hands on gold and silver. However, the officials of Great Zhou were restricted by the rules of the imperial court. They could only give up on the idea of getting rich. Before Li Mu could finish his cup, Deputy Constable Sun suddenly ran in to report that someone from the palace had arrived. The two of them did not dare to delay and immediately walked out of the side hall. A figure stood in the yard of the yamen. It was the charming woman who had sent Li Mu to Shindu. The charming woman glanced at Li Mu and said, "Listen carefully to Her Majesty's verbal instructions." Zhang Chuanzai and Li Mu straightened their bodies and stood in the yard. Li Mu was puzzled as to what the Empress's decree was and whether it had anything to do with him. Then, he heard the charming woman say, Constable Li Mu of Shin Du, for punishing evil, upholding justice for the people, and curbing evil in Shin Du, shall be rewarded with a house and 8 maidservants. Li Mu was stunned. He thought that the Empress had not noticed him. He did not expect that in less than 2 hours after the incident, the Empress would give him a reward. Zhang Chuanzai was also stunned. Even Li Mu, the arrestor, had received such a generous reward. Not only was he given a house, but he was also given a maidservant. Wouldn't he be rewarded even more as the commandant, the real hero of this case? He held his breath and concentrated, afraid that he would miss a single word from the woman. However, after the charming woman finished talking about Li Mu, she did not say anything else. Zhang Chuanzai raised his head and asked in confusion, "What else?" The charming woman shook her head and said, "Nothing else." Chapter 205. Zhang Chun found it hard to accept. Why was there no one else? He was the commandant of Divine Capital. He was the one who upheld justice for the people. He was also the one who faced the pressure from the Ministry of Justice alone. Yet, the Empress only rewarded Li Mu. She did not even mention him. Things should not be like this. Where was justice? Even if he did not want a house, 8 maidservants would do too. Li Mu was delighted to hear the charming woman's words. Of course, he was not happy about the 8 maidservants. He had only been in Divine Capital for a little more than 2 hours and he had already received such a reward. This meant that he had entered the Empress's sight. He was one step closer to hugging her thigh. This time, the reward was a house and maidservants. Next time, it might be cultivation resources. Li Mu cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ordinary people had to kneel when they saw the Emperor. Cultivators only respected heaven and earth, not the Emperor. Then, he said to the charming woman, "Sister, can I ask Her Majesty to take back those maidservants?" The charming woman glanced at him and asked, "Why? You don't want them?" If Lu Hanyan knew that Li Mu had 8 maidservants in Divine Capital while she was cultivating hard on Mount Baiyun, she would probably be jealous. During these days in Divine Capital, Li Mu only needed Xiao Bai by his side. Li Mu was embarrassed to say that his family was strict. He could only say, "My salary is meager. My family can't support so many people." The charming woman asked, "Do you want a house?" Li Mu immediately said, "Yes, of course." Without a house, where would Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan stay in the future? This reward solved a big problem for Li Mu. The charming woman nodded and said, "I'll return to the palace and report to Her Majesty." Li Mu sent her out of the government office. The charming woman suddenly stopped in her tracks and said in a low voice, "Be careful of the Zhou family." Li Mu was stunned. He was about to ask again when the charming woman walked away. "Zhou clan," Li Mu mumbled. The Zhou family was the Empress's relative and was the most powerful family in the Divine Capital. The Zhou family and the officials who relied on the Zhou family for survival had been fighting with the old party for many years and had a firm control over the entire imperial court. She wouldn't remind Li Mu to be careful of the Zhou family for no reason. There must be a reason behind it. Logically speaking, Li Mu had offended the old party and was assassinated. Even if she wanted to remind Li Mu, it should be to remind him to be careful of the old party, not the Zhou family. Unless the assassination in Beijing was done by the Zhou family or the new party. Li Mu recalled the scene in the assassin's memory. The black-robed man who hired the old man to come to the North County to kill him called him "my master." In other words, the black-robed man was the one who hired the assassin to kill Li Mu. At first, Li Mu thought that it was done by the old party. After all, Li Mu had caused them great losses. They had enough motive and reason to commit the crime. The charming woman's reminder caused Li Mu's thoughts to change slightly. What if the mastermind was from the Zhou family or the new party? After all, after that incident, Li Mu would be a staunch supporter of the Empress's party in everyone's eyes. If he was assassinated, no one would suspect the new party. Whether or not it was done by the old party, they would have to take the blame no matter what. At that time, the new party would use this as a pretext to deal a heavy blow to the old party. Li Mu hadn't thought of this before. After the charming woman's reminder, he faintly felt that this incident might be a plot by the new party. Wang Mu and Lord Zhang were right. The waters of the divine capital were unfathomable. When Li Mu returned to the courtyard, he saw that Lord Zhang was still standing in the same spot with a wooden expression. Seeing him like this, Li Mu actually felt quite embarrassed in his heart. After all, he was the one who had contributed the most in the entire case. Li Mu was the one who took the person back from the Ministry of Justice. As for how he would be sentenced, that was his business. In the end, he bore the greatest pressure but got nothing. The psychokinesis, the house, and the maids all belonged to Li Mu. If it was anyone else, they would feel unbalanced and narrow-minded. They would inevitably make things difficult for Li Mu in the future. Li Mu walked to his side and comforted him. "Lord, don't be discouraged. Next time, Her Majesty will definitely think of you." Zhang Chun turned around and said, "I want to be alone. Don't let me see you for 4 hours." The commandant wanted to be alone so that Li Mu could leave the yamen. He happened to see Wang Mu and a group of constables coming out. Everyone bowed to Li Mu. "Greetings, boss." Li Mu asked, "Where are you going?" Wang Mu smiled. "We're going out to eat." "Boss, do you want to join us?" "Let's go." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "It's my treat today. You can choose the place. I'll pay for it. Boss is generous." Drifting Fragrance House, Drifting Fragrance House. It must be Drifting Fragrance House. The constables made a commotion. Deputy Constable Sun's face darkened and he reprimanded, "All of your salaries added together are not enough to eat at Drifting Fragrance House. The noodle shop at the end of the street, if you don't want to eat." Although everyone was clamoring for Drifting Fragrance House, they still chose the noodle shop at the end of the street. A bowl of noodles cost 10 coins, which was much more expensive than the ones in Beijing. However, the total cost of a dozen people was less than 1 coin. Li Mu did not insist on going to Drifting Fragrance House. It was not that he was reluctant to spend money, but compared to the atmosphere in the restaurant, the noodle shop on the street was less restrictive and could improve the distance between them. The reason why he treated everyone to a meal on his first day in the capital office was to get closer to the constables under him. There were dozens of constables in the North County. The actual jurisdiction of the divine capital was even smaller than that of Yangqiu County. The number of constables was about the same as the county government. There was 1 constable, 1 deputy constable, and 16 constables. Including Li Mu and Deputy Constable Sun, there were 6 cultivators. All of them were in the divine realm. The other 10, like Wang Wu, grew up in the divine capital. They inherited their ancestral business and were ordinary people who had never cultivated before. After Deputy Constable Sun sat down, he looked guilty. He cupped his hands at Li Mu and said, "I was disrespectful to Constable Li just now. I apologize to you here. I hope you don't mind." At first, he still held a grudge against the imperial court for sending a constable out of nowhere and taking his position. However, after seeing this scene with his own eyes, he had to admit that Li Mu was brave. If it were him, he would definitely pretend that he did not see it. The capital office and the Ministry of Justice were on completely different levels. Li Mu gently stroked Xiao Bai in his arms and said to Deputy Constable Sun with a smile, "Let bygones be bygones." Constable Sun picked up his bowl and said, I'll use tea as wine to toast Constable Lee, the other constables around also shouted. Boss is a real man. When have we ever held our heads high in front of the people from the Ministry of Justice? When we beat up that old man, it was so satisfying. Even I wanted to do it. Because there were too many government offices in the divine capital, the capital office's presence was extremely weak. It was so weak that many people had forgotten that there was such a government office. In the past, when they encountered something, they would avoid it. They had never experienced the feeling of many people standing behind them and cheering for them. Although all of this was not because of them, as constables of the capital office, it did not prevent them from sharing this glory. The noodles are here, the owner of the noodle shop smiled as he served a few bowls of noodles. Wang Wu picked up his chopsticks and asked curiously, "Why is there so much noodles today?" The owner of the noodle shop smiled and said, "I was at the capital office just now. When I saw the lords punishing that villain, I was very happy. Lords, please eat as much as you want. Today's noodles are free." The owner of the braised meat shop next door brought over a large pot of braised beef and said with a smile, "How can we just eat noodles without meat? There's still meat in the pot." Lords, if you don't have enough, you can come and get more. Today's meat is free too. This street was very close to the capital office. Many people had entered the capital office to watch the commotion. The group of constables sitting here quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding vendors. Lords, this is my shop's pastry candied fruit. You must try it. Lords, you can divide this basket of apples when you leave later. Waiter, quickly bring some jars of wine to the lords. Bring that 20-year-old new Hong too. The constables looked at the table piled high with the things that the surrounding people had brought over. They looked at each other. Deputy Constable's son looked embarrassed and shook his head. "I'm ashamed. This is what the government office should do." In the eyes of the people, it has become a rare thing. Li Mu picked up his chopsticks and said, "Eat. When you do things in the future, remember to think of these people." What he saw was not only the things on the table, but also the thoughts of the people. He also saw the psychokinesis in their bodies. Those who made decisions for the people would be trusted by the people. The power of the people's faith was the fastest shortcut to cultivation. The constables lowered their heads and ate silently. No one spoke. Their expressions were thoughtful. Li Mu did not expect that after this incident, they would become direct officials who did not fear power. This was impossible. He just wanted them to feel this collective honor and plant a seed in their hearts. After eating the noodles, Li Mu insisted on paying, but no shop was willing to accept it. The noodle stall owner shook his head and said, "Sir, I really can't accept today's money. Otherwise, I'll be criticized behind my back." Li Mu's insistence was fruitless, so he did not insist. After thanking everyone, he carried Xiao Bai back to the government office. Before he left, the tavern owner even gave him a small jar of new Hong. The 3 years of conflict between the old and new parties had stirred up the atmosphere in Luoyang. The people who suffered were the people at the bottom. This justice that was supposed to exist was so precious in their eyes. As the constable of the Luoyang government, he had to make some changes. For the sake of justice and for the sake of cultivation. After entering the spirit realm, even with the help of spiritual jades, his cultivation speed had slowed down. Until today, when he received the psychokinesis from the people of Luoyang, his originally obscure Dharma power showed signs of speeding up. He did not care about the new party or the old party. He only did what he should do as the constable of the Luoyang government. Pleading for the people, punishing the strong, upholding justice and justice. These were his duties. As long as he did his job well, he would be loved and respected by the people and condense the last soul. In this process, he could absorb the psychokinesis and take the shortcut to cultivation. At the same time, He could help the Empress gather the people's support and hug the most powerful thigh in the great show. Killing 4 birds with 1 stone. Wasn't it beautiful? Chapter 206. He didn't know where the Empress would reward him with a house, how big it was, or when she would give it to him. Tonight, Li Mu still had to squeeze in with Xiao Bai in the small room in the government office. When he returned to the government office, Li Mu had just entered the courtyard when he saw Lord Zhang coming out of the side hall. When he saw Li Mu, he turned around and walked back in. He was a true hero. Without him, Li Mu alone wouldn't be able to change anything. Although Li Mu felt injustice for this true hero, the Empress's heart was unpredictable. He couldn't decide for the Empress whether to reward him or not. After returning to the small courtyard and closing the door, Xiao Bai returned to her room. She transformed into her human form and busied herself in the room. Soon, she laid out the bedding and cleaned the room until it was spotless. This was originally a room for 1 person. Even the bed was a small single bed that could barely fit 1 person. Fortunately, when Xiao Bai slept, she would transform into her human form and curl up beside Li Mu. She didn't take up much space. Li Mu patted her little head and said, "Bear with it for a few more days. We'll have a big house to live in soon." Xiao Bai leaned on him and whispered, "I'm willing to live in a small house as long as I'm with you, my benefactor." Xiao Bai was still naive. She was like a woman who followed her husband wherever she went. It was already late. It was his first day in Luoyang. Li Mu wasn't in the mood to cultivate. He carried Xiao Bai to bed very early. The next morning, Li Mu had just woken up. After washing up, he met the charming woman again in the government office. She handed a thick stack of papers to Li Mu and said, "This is the title deed and house deed. I'll take you to the house Her Majesty bestowed upon you now." Li Mu opened the title deed and was surprised to find that it was a large house with 5 entrances and 5 exits. Every inch of land in the divine capital was worth its weight in gold. To be able to own a house with 3 entrances and 3 exits was already considered a wealthy merchant. Without a certain status, it was impossible to own a house with 5 entrances and 5 exits. Not to mention him and Xiao Bai, even if Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan were included, they would still be able to live in a house like this. The imperial city was located in the middle of the divine capital. Next to it were the north and south courtyards. The south courtyard housed the nobles of the imperial family while the north courtyard housed the officials of the imperial court. Surrounding the imperial city were more than 100 square blocks where the commoners lived. The residence that the Empress bestowed to Li Mu was in the North Court. Li Mu wanted to invite Lord Zhang to take a look, but he refused without hesitation. Walking on the street, Li Mu asked the charming woman, "May I know your name?" They had known each other for a few days, but the number of times that Li Mu had spoken to her could be counted with 2 hands. Until now, he only knew that she was the Empress's inner guard. He didn't know anything else. The charming woman said, "You can call me Mr. May." Li Mu smiled and said, "Thank you for escorting me all the way, Sister May." Mr. May glanced at him and said in surprise, "How come I didn't realize that you have such a sweet mouth?" The word "sister" had obviously closed the distance between them. Mr. May looked at him and asked, "Are you sure you don't want the maids that Her Majesty bestowed to you?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "No, I don't want them." Lord May said, "Have you thought it through? Those maidservants are all peerless beauties." Li Mu said, "Then I can't accept them." Mr. May said in surprise, "Don't tell me you don't like women." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Beauty will distract me from cultivation. I appreciate Her Majesty's grace, Li Mu." Mr. May looked surprised and said, "You can resist the temptation of beauty at such a young age. Her Majesty is right about you." After meeting Lu Hanyan, Li Mu became immune to beauty. He only cared about Lu Hanyin's purine. He didn't have any thoughts about other women at all. Even if they were sent to him for free, he wouldn't want to waste his primordial yang. He thought for a moment and asked, "What did Sister May mean by asking me to be careful of the Zhou family yesterday?" This time, Mr. May didn't say anything more. Li Mu continued to ask, "The assassination in Beijing was ordered by the Zhou family and the new party, right?" Mr. May still didn't say anything. Her silence meant that she admitted it. After walking for a while, seeing that Li Mu didn't say anything, Mr. May thought for a moment and said, "Her Majesty has high hopes for you. As long as you are righteous, Her Majesty will protect you no matter what happens in Chengdu. You are Her Majesty's man. No matter if it's the new party or the old party, they can't touch you." Li Mu was slightly surprised and asked, "Her Majesty has high hopes for me. He was just a small constable. What high hopes could Her Majesty have for him?" Mr. May nodded and said, "Whether it's what happened in Beijing or what you did when you first came to Chengdu, Her Majesty sees you in a new light. The Great Zhou is full of internal and external troubles. Her Majesty hopes that you can become a pillar of support for the people and a pioneer of justice." Li Mu didn't expect Her Majesty to value him so much. Did this mean that he had already found a powerful backer? As long as Her Majesty was still in that position, no one would dare to touch Li Mu's position. This way, he wouldn't have any worries and could do things without worry. He clasped his hands and said, "Li Mu won't let Her Majesty down." In order to reassure Li Mu, Mr. May continued, "As long as you can stay true to yourself and be loyal to Her Majesty, I believe that it won't be long before you become Her Majesty's inner guard. At that time, you will have more power and endless cultivation resources." Inner guards were Her Majesty's personal guards. Becoming an inner guard would naturally gain Her Majesty's trust and gain more benefits. Li Mu thought for a moment and realized another problem. All the inner guards he saw were women. This made him worried. He asked, "To become an inner guard, do I need to cleanse my body?" The charming woman looked at him with a smile and said, "If you want to, it's not impossible." After getting an accurate answer from Mr. May, Li Mu was relieved. Inner guards had more power and could do more things. If he could make a contribution, he might have the chance to enter Her Majesty's treasury and choose a reward. He was looking forward to it. He thought that when he came to Luoyang, the government office's rewards would be better. He learned from Sir Zhang that the government office had a very low status in Luoyang. In the treasury, there were only some Xian-class fulu, yellow-class pills, broken magic treasures, and low-class spiritual jades. He didn't expect the Luoyang government to be so poor. It wasn't even as rich as Li Mu. Fortunately, he had the support of the richest woman in Great Zhou. She was very generous. As long as she was satisfied, she wouldn't be stingy with pills like the fate pill, let alone other things. After coming to this house in the North Court, Li Mu deeply felt her generosity. Although it was called a house, it was more like a mansion. With the price of land in Luoyang and the location of this house, Li Mu and Lu Hanyan probably couldn't buy a house like this even with all their wealth. Of course, in Luoyang, the houses in the North Court were almost all official residences. They couldn't be bought with money alone. There was a seal on the door of this house. The charming woman waved her hand and the old seal opened by itself. She looked at Li Mu and explained, "This used to be an official's residence. Later, something happened to the official, and the house was confiscated by the imperial court. No one has lived here for more than 10 years, the empress had only been on the throne for 3 years. More than 10 years ago should be something that happened during the old dynasty." Mr. May said, "What a coincidence. Your surname is also Li." The original owner of this house also had the surname Li. However, he didn't have a good ending. "I hope you won't follow in his footsteps." Li Mu looked up and saw that the plaque was still there. However, there was a lot of dust on it. The words, "House of Li," were written on it. Mr. May stood in front of the house and said, "Okay, I'll go back to the palace first. If you don't want those maids, you'll have to clean this big house yourself." After seeing Mr. May off, Li Mu and Xiao Bai walked into the house. They let out a long sigh and said, "This will be our home from now on." For the whole day, Li Mu and Xiao Bai cleaned the house. This mansion had been abandoned for more than 10 years. The courtyard was already overgrown with weeds, and the house was also filled with dust. Li Mu asked Madame Chu to order Bai to get rid of the weeds while he formed a hand seal with both hands. Suddenly, a breeze blew in the courtyard, sweeping away the dust in every corner. Then, he used the rain summoning technique to wash the entire mansion. Xiao Bai took a cloth and busied herself in the room. The house looked a little dirty, but it wasn't run down. The seal that the imperial court put here could protect the house from the wind and rain to the greatest extent. In the house, the furniture used in each room was also made of high-quality wood. It wouldn't rot even after 10 years. After being cleaned, it would look like new. This saved Li Mu the trouble of replacing it. He even kept the plaque outside. He and Xiao Bai worked until the evening. They didn't even have time to eat before they finally cleaned the house thoroughly. The house looked brand new from top to bottom. During the day, Li Mu went out to buy pots, bowls, ladles, basins, and other kitchen utensils. He also bought some rice, noodles, and vegetables. At night, he cooked a few dishes and took out the new hong that the wine shop owner gave him. This was considered a celebration of moving in with Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai usually didn't drink much. Tonight, she drank a little for the first time. When she got into Li Mu's bed in a daze, she forgot to change back to her original form. In the morning, Li Mu opened his eyes and saw Xiao Bai lying on his chest, sleeping soundly. She usually woke up earlier than Li Mu. Perhaps it was because she drank yesterday, but she had been sleeping until now. Li Mu looked at her sleeping coquettishly. He didn't want to wake her up and was about to quietly get out of bed when her eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Li Mu, then lowered her head to look at herself. She hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, benefactor. I forgot to change back last night." Li Mu said, Okay. If you don't want to change back, you don't have to." Xiao Bai was stunned and asked, "Can I sleep with benefactor like this?" Li Mu said, "There are so many rooms here. You can sleep in any one of them. When we go out later, I'll buy you a set of bedding." Xiao Bai lowered her head and said, "I'd better change back tonight. This way, I can save money." Chapter 207. In the divine capital, those who lived in the 5-entry and 5-exit residences were either officials of the 4th rank or wealthy families. Li Mu and Xiao Bai were alone. There were no maids or servants in the house. Xiao Bai had to sleep with Li Mu at night, so they only occupied the master bedroom. There was no one in the house during the day. Li Mu used spiritual jades to set up a simple array around the house to prevent thieves or people with bad intentions from breaking in. Even if it was a cultivator, as long as they were not in the middle realm, they would be trapped in the array. Li Mu knew some more powerful formations from the 1,000 Illusions Venerable Master's memories. They could withstand Dongxian at best, such as the 18 Yin Prison Formation and the 10 Ghosts God Trapping Formation. However, he could not set them up due to limited materials. However, even if he could gather so many ghosts, he could not set up such a formation in the divine capital. The defensive formation's power was limited. Li Mu was worried about leaving Xiao Bai alone in the house. The new party had attacked Li Mu once in order to plot against the old party. They could do it again. As for the old party, Li Mu had indeed harmed their interests. They had not attacked Li Mu in the past, but that did not mean they would not do so in the future. Li Mu was not afraid of them. He was worried that they would go around him and attack Xiao Bai. He could only be at ease if he had Xiao Bai by his side. However, he would have to give Xiao Bai an identity. As the constable of the divine capital, it was inappropriate for him to have a vixen by his side. Unless Xiao Bai transformed into her original form and appeared as Li Mu's spiritual pet. In the divine capital, it was not uncommon to keep demons as pets. Many wealthy families would equip their disciples with spiritual pets. These demons would accompany them and provide them with protection. Li Mu did not want Xiao Bai to appear as a spiritual pet. He knew that Xiao Bai preferred to transform into a human. After arriving at the yamen, Li Mu applied for a bailiff uniform from official Zhang for Xiao Bai to change into. Wearing this set of clothes, she was not so eye-catching when she was beside Li Mu. The uniforms of the fairy capital yamen constables were much nicer than those of Yangqiu County and North County. The colors were not uniform, and there were patterns embroidered on them. When Xiao Bai wore them, the gentle and obedient little fox immediately turned into a valiant female constable. At this moment, as he looked at Xiao Bai, Li Mu could not help but think of another figure. In this outfit, Xiao Bai looked somewhat similar to Li Qing. Xiao Bai pinched the hem of her uniform and twirled it in front of Li Mu. She was obviously very satisfied with this uniform. Li Mu hid some of his emotions and said, "In the future, when you're on a mission, you can follow me like this." In front of outsiders, you can call me Arresterly. Xiao Bai puffed out her chest and raised her head. She said seriously, "Yes, benefactor." The relationship between her and Li Mu had long been deeply ingrained in her heart. It was difficult to change it in a short time. Li Mu did not bother about how to address her and said, "Come with me on patrol." If he wanted to gain the love and psyche power of the people, he had to be among them. It was useless to sit in the yamen. When Li Mu walked to the front yard, Zhang Chun poked his head out from the side hall and asked, "How's your house?" "It's okay." Li Mu smiled and said, "It's in the North Garden, beside the Imperial City. It's very quiet. There are 5 entrances and 5 exits, and there's even a back garden. It's too big, so it's not easy to clean." Bang! Without waiting for him to finish, the door to the side hall slammed shut. Li Mu shook his head and walked out of the yamen with Xiao Bai. In the side hall, a woman pointed at his head and said disappointedly, "Look at him, and then look at yourself. Your arrestor lives in a big house with 5 entrances and 5 exits. Our family is squeezed in the yamen, and he can only sleep in the study." Zhang Chun leaned on the chair and said, "He has His Majesty behind him. That house was exchanged with his life. What can I do?" In the side hall, Zhang Yi also advised the woman, "Mother, I'm fine. Father's position is not easy to sit in. If His Majesty also grants him a large house with 5 entrances and 5 exits, who knows how many eyes will be watching him. This is not a good thing. The way we are now is the best," the woman said. "Luoyang is not good at all. It's not as good as when we were in Yangqiu County." Zhang Chun sighed and said, "That's right. I just hope that they won't cause me trouble." The North Garden. This place was far away from the main street and close to the Imperial City. It was where the high officials and nobles of Luoyang lived. On both sides of the wide street were large families. There were few pedestrians on the street. Sometimes, there were luxurious carriages passing by. When a carriage with gold-rimmed curtains drove past a certain mansion, a pair of hands suddenly lifted the curtains. The official sitting in the carriage saw that there were no longer any seals and the mansion looked brand new. He asked in surprise, "Someone is living in the Li mansion?" The coachman was an old man. He glanced at the house and said, "The seal is gone. There is the aura of a formation in the house. There should be a new owner." The middle-aged official wondered, why didn't the plaque change? The old man shook his head and said, "Maybe the new owner's surname is also Li." The middle-aged official let down the curtains and sat in the carriage. He sighed and said, back then, surly was also a rare talent in the court. Unfortunately, sigh, now that the old residence has a new person, I'm afraid no one will remember him. The carriage slowly passed by the Lee house. In half a day, many people in the North Garden noticed the changes here. This house has been abandoned for more than 10 years, right? I've never heard of anyone living in this house. Could it be that a high-ranking official in the royal court sent someone to investigate? Those who lived in the North Garden were all high officials in the court. The fact that the abandoned Lee house had a new owner caused many people to speculate, especially the families around the Lee house. They even mobilized their forces to find out about the new owner. Those who could live here were all well-connected. There were few secrets in Luoyang to them. Soon, someone found out who the new owner of the residence was. The constable of Luoyang Yamen, Li Mu. For many people, when they heard the name of Luoyang Yamen, they had to think about which yamen this was. The constable of this yamen was not an official. What right did he have to live here? However, most people were familiar with the name Li Mu. The play, Do, Ease and Justice, had been sung in Luoyang for a long time. All the officials in the imperial court had either seen or heard of it. Everyone who had heard of Do, Ease and Justice knew who Li Mu was. How could a person who dared to point at heaven and earth and secretly mock the darkness of the court not leave a deep impression? Because of his joke, it caused a sensation in the court. His Majesty used this to win over the hearts of the people in the 36 counties. The public opinion reached its peak in the 3 years since he ascended the throne. He had done so much for His Majesty, so it was not strange that His Majesty transferred him to Luoyang and rewarded him with a house like this. Although many people felt that a small official did not have the right to live with them, this was His Majesty's arrangement. They could not do anything about it. However, it seemed that he would not stay here for long. Because of his play, many of the old party's efforts in the past 2 years had been in vain. If he had stayed in North County obediently, he might have been able to live in peace. Now that he was in Luoyang, it would be difficult to even keep his life under the eyes of the old party. In a certain deep house in the North Garden, a young voice said, that trash actually failed. Then, an old voice said, young master, should we continue to find people to get rid of him in Luoyang? Forget it. The young man waved his hand and said, if we do it in Luoyang, we definitely won't be able to hide it from the internal guards. Maybe I will be dragged into it. Unfortunately, this is the best chance to frame the old party. Father and uncle can't use this as an excuse to suppress them, the old voice said. Even if we don't do it, the old party might not be able to resist it, the young man said in disdain. Do you think they are as stupid as you? If they do it, won't they be giving us a chance? The old man said respectfully, young master is wise. In another official's house, a young man knocked on the door of a certain study room and walked in. He said, Father, have you heard? The constable who killed aunt and uncle's family has been transferred to Luoyang. He has been promoted to constable and is still living in the North Garden. Behind the desk, the middle-aged official lowered his head and read. His expression was calm, like he did not hear anything. The young man could not help but say, there's a path to heaven, but he chose to barge into hell. I'll find someone to deal with him now. The middle-aged official closed the book and looked at him. He said calmly, you disappoint me. The young man was stunned. Why? The middle-aged official said, go out. When you've thought it through, come and tell me yourself. The young man walked out unconvinced. Soon, he came back and said with his head lowered, I've asked Mother. She said that if something happens to the constable, even if we didn't do it, the new party will frame us. They will take the opportunity to suppress us. What if the new party finds someone to assassinate him and frame us? The middle-aged man looked at him and asked, what do you think the internal guards do? What can be hidden from them in Luoyang? The young man clenched his teeth. Are we not going to avenge Ant? Of course. The middle-aged man stood up and said slowly, but not this way. There are many ways to kill a person. Assassination is the lowest level. Only idiots would do that. He picked up a piece of paper on the table. There was a sentence written on it. Those who carry the people's firewood should not be frozen to death in the wind and snow. Those who pave the way for justice should not be trapped in thorns. He twitched the corner of his mouth and showed a mocking smile. He said, those who carry the people's firewood should be frozen to death in the wind and snow. Those who pave the way for justice should be trapped in thorns. In this world, if he wants to carry the people's firewood and pave the way for justice, he must be prepared to die. Li Mu did not know that on his first day in Luoyang, he had caused such undercurrents in the city. He had just bought a stick of candied haws for Xiao Bai and patrolled the streets with her. He smiled and responded to every citizen who greeted him. After what happened the day before, at least on the half of the street near the entrance of the government office, everyone knew that he had taken the first step in the cultivation of psyche power. Chapter 208. Greetings, Constable. Constable, have a pear. Constable, would you like to take a break at my shop and have a cup of tea? Along the way, Li Mu was greeted warmly by the people along the street. There was even a pear seller who stuffed 2 pears into his hands without any explanation. Li Mu gave one to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai took a bite and eagerly brought the pear to Li Mu's mouth. She said, this pear is so sweet. Have a taste, benefactor. Li Mu took a bite of the pear. It was indeed as sweet and juicy as Xiao Bai had described. At the same time, he also sensed a weak psychokinesis from the people on the street. There was no psychokinesis until they were far away from the Yamen entrance. This was because the people here did not know Li Mu and did not see what happened on the street that day. However, it did not matter. For the sake of cultivation, Li Mu would let the people of Fairy's capital know his name sooner or later. By then, he would be able to absorb the psychokinesis no matter where he went. He and Xiao Bai walked to another street. After a few steps, the sound of hurried horse hooves came from behind. Giddy up! A few fast horses galloped across the street. The people on the street quickly dodged. A young lady could not dodge in time and tripped on the ground. Seeing that the leading horse was about to charge over, Li Mu's figure flashed and appeared in front of the young lady. He raised his head and looked coldly at the horse. The horse was startled and raised its front hooves high, almost throwing the man on the horse off. You're courting death. How dare you block my way? The young man on the horse was furious. He raised his hand and lashed the horse whip in his hand at Li Mu. Swoosh! The horse whip sliced through the air and made a whistling sound as it lashed at Li Mu's head. Xiao Bai snorted softly and reached out to grab the whip. With a gentle tug, the young man on the horse was pulled off the horse and fell to the ground. This scene left the commoners on the street dumbfounded. Although the imperial court forbade riding on horses on the streets, and violators would be punished with flogging and fined silver, these officials and nobles had never taken this prohibition seriously. They often rode their horses and went on a rampage on the streets. It was not uncommon for them to hit and injure people. These people had deep backgrounds. The Yamen didn't dare to do anything about riding horses on the streets. Even if they injured someone, they could easily settle it with money. And that was when they were in a good mood. If he was in a bad mood, he could simply scold someone and walk away after bumping into them. The person he bumped into would have no one to complain. These people were used to being arrogant, and the people of Luoyang were used to it as well. If they encountered them, they would stay far away to avoid provoking them. They had never seen anyone who dared to pull them down from their horses. The young man fell from his horse. Although he was not injured, he was still dizzy from the fall. The people behind him tightened their reins and stopped beside him. What happened? Who's blocking the way? Are you all right? They jumped off their horses and started talking at once. The young man got up from the ground and said with a dark face, "I'm fine." After that, he glared at Li Mu and Xiao Bai fiercely. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you? How dare you block our way? Constable of Luoyang." Li Mu walked in front of Xiao Bai and looked at them. He asked coldly, "Who allowed you to ride horses on the streets of Luoyang?" At first, the young man was worried that it was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Seeing that it was just a small constable, he was relieved. At the same time, he couldn't control his anger. He was actually pulled down from his horse by a nameless official on the streets of Luoyang. He was afraid that after today, this would become a joke among the people in the circle. He looked at Li Mu and asked coldly, "What do you want?" Li Mu pointed at the people riding horses on the streets and said, "You guys, come with me to the yamen." The young man glanced at him and said indifferently, "Let's go." Although he didn't care about a small constable, he wasn't stupid enough to go against someone from the yamen. It was a provocation to the imperial court. When they arrived at the yamen, this person would know how laughable a small constable like him was. After this, he would understand that there were some people he couldn't stop. That was if there was a next time. When they heard the young man's words, they all got off their horses. They didn't resist and just looked at Li Mu mockingly. They followed behind the young man and walked straight to the yamen. Li Mu knew that the sons of officials in Luoyang were arrogant, but he didn't expect them to be this arrogant. Aside from riding horses on the streets, after being caught by Li Mu, they actually walked in front of him to the yamen. Obviously, they knew that the yamen wouldn't dare to do anything to them. The commoners on the street were equally shocked as they watched this scene. They had lived in the Luoyang for many years and had seen fights between factions, the ascension of empresses, the rise of commoners, and the fall of wealthy families. However, they had never seen a mere constable who dared to drag down the sons of officials. Although they were delighted to see this scene, everyone knew in their hearts that the constable of the city government was finished. One of the commoners couldn't bear it anymore. He approached Li Mu and said, "Sir, you shouldn't care about these things. The man riding the horses is the son of the director of the Ministry of Rights. He works under the director of the Ministry of Rights and is also the minister of Luoyang." Li Mu saluted the commoner with his fists and said, "Thank you for the reminder." No wonder this man was so arrogant. The director of the Ministry of Rights was a lower 5th rank official. It was 3 ranks higher than the commandant of Luoyang. In the Great Zhou dynasty, there were 9 ranks. However, the 1st and 2nd ranks were only nominal titles. 3rd rank was the highest an official could reach. The 5th rank director of the Ministry of Rights was not a low rank. He was the 3rd in command of the Ministry of Rights. However, although Li Mu didn't have a rank, he wasn't afraid at all. Mr. Mei had already told him clearly that as long as he was upright, the Empress would always support him. With these words, Li Mu had nothing to fear in Luoyang. According to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty, riding horses on the streets and endangering the safety of the commoners was punishable by more than 20 beatings and 7 days in jail. Li Mu was following the law. A group of people walked down the street and quickly attracted the attention of the commoners. What's going on today? Why aren't they riding horses? Where are they going? Why is Constable Li behind them? Are they going to the yamen? Isn't that Zhu Zong? His father is the director of the Ministry of Rights. Constable Li just offended the Ministry of Justice. Why is he offending the Ministry of Rights now? He's doomed. The director of the Ministry of Rights is also the Prime Minister of Luoyang. That's Zhu Zong's father's subordinate. Constable Li shouldn't have offended him. Constable Li dares to offend anyone. He even dares to curse the heavens. Have you heard of Douyi's injustice? That was written by him. He cursed the heavens, the earth, and the imperial court, but it's different this time. The Yamen of Luoyang. In the back of the Yamen, Zhang Chun had made himself a new cup of tea. He leaned back in his chair and hummed a tune as he sipped his tea leisurely. He calmed down and thought about it carefully. He suddenly felt that Li Mu was right. Although a 5-entry and 5-exit house was grand, it was too big. Cleaning it would be a big problem. If His Majesty rewarded him with a 5-entry and 5-exit house, wouldn't he have to hire some maids and servants to match the status of a 5-entry house? If he hired maids and servants, he would have to pay them a salary. That would be another huge expense. If he added the cost of buying new furniture and renovating the old house, he might even lose a year's salary. In that case, it was actually a good thing that His Majesty did not reward him. After thinking about it for a while, he felt much better. Although the Yamen was small, it gave him a sense of security. Although he was often stuck between various Yamen and was in a dilemma, as long as his subordinates did not cause him trouble, not many people would pay attention to him. It was quite relaxing. Halfway through his cup of tea, he raised his eyebrows. He keenly sensed that there was something unusual in the front of the Yamen. He walked to his room and to the front door of the Yamen. He saw a few people in luxurious clothes standing in the yard with arrogant faces. Judging from their clothes and expressions, they were either the sons of officials or the sons of nobles. Zhang Chun's expression changed when he saw Li Mu looking around the front and side halls as if he was looking for someone. His figure flashed and he instantly returned to the back of the Yamen. Wang Wu trotted in from the front. When he saw Zhang Chun, his eyes lit up. He said, "Sir, you are here. Arrestor Li is looking for you everywhere." "Sho." Zhang Chun made a shushing gesture and said, "Go out and tell Li Mu that I am not here." A moment later, Wang Wu walked to the front of the Yamen. He looked at the sons of officials and then looked at Li Mu. He looked a little embarrassed. Li Mu walked over and asked, "Have you found Sir Zhang?" "No." Wang Wu shook his head and said, "Sir asked me to tell you that he is not here." Chapter 209. In fact, Li Mu had seen Lord Zhang just now and guessed that he might be scared when he saw the situation. But he had to stand up in front of so many people since he had caught them. After all, Li Mu was only an arrestor. He only had the power to catch people but not to try cases. Li Mu walked to the back of the office and saw a figure about to slip away from the back door. Li Mu raised his hand and said, "Lord," it was impossible to slip away now. Zhang Chun turned around and coughed softly. He put on a serious face and said, "It's Li Mu. I just came back. What's the matter?" Li Mu went straight to the point and said, "A few officials' sons were riding horses on the street and almost hurt the people. I brought them back and need you to try them." Zhang Chun said, "What's there to try?" "According to the law, they should be flogged 30 times and imprisoned for 7 days. You decide." Li Mu said, "I'm just an arrestor. I don't have the power to punish them." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Wu suddenly ran in and said, "Lord, the Prime Minister is here." Among the 3 officials in the government office, the positions of Divine Capital Magistrate and Prime Minister had always been held by officials from other offices because of the frequent changes. The Prime Minister was the Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Rights. Zhang Chun walked out and a man in official uniform looked at him. He cupped his hands and said, "I'm Jing Bin. Is this the new commandant of the government office?" Zhang Chun cupped his hands in return and said, "I'm Zhang Chun. Greetings, Lord Jing." After that, he changed his tone and pointed to the people in the government office and said, "It just so happens that there's a case in the government office to deal with. Since Lord Jing is here, Lord Jing should start the trial. It's just a small matter like riding horses on the street. There's no need to start the trial. Jingbin waved his hand and said, just keep an eye on them and make sure they don't do it again. I'm afraid that's not good. Zhang Chun looked at the people outside the government office and said, riding a horse on the street harms the people. According to the law, he should be flogged 20 times and imprisoned for 7 days as a warning to others. Jingbin frowned. He thought for a moment and said, if it's just riding a horse and not harming the people, according to the law, we can also pay for the crime. 20 beatings can be paid for 2 taels of silver. 7 days of imprisonment can be paid for 7 taels of silver. Zhang Chun nodded and said, there is indeed such a clause in the law. Lord Zheng is really astute. Jingbin acted as if he didn't understand the hidden meaning of his words. He walked over to them and said, according to the law, each of you will be fined 9 taels of silver. Don't do it again. The young man named Xu Tsong lowered his voice and said, you know that's not what I want, Jingbin said in a deep voice, there are so many commoners watching outside. If the guards are alerted, it won't just be a matter of fine. Although Xu Tsong was the son of his superior, Jingbin didn't want to stand up for him in this kind of matter. Riding a horse on the street was against the law. If the government office insisted on doing it according to the law, they would be flogged and imprisoned for 7 days. It would be the best outcome if they could get away with the fine. This matter had nothing to do with him. If it weren't for Xu Tsong's status, Jingbin wouldn't have bothered to interfere. The situation in Luoyang was unclear and there were undercurrents. It was best to solve it this way. If the matter was blown out of proportion, it wouldn't end well. Wouldn't he be in trouble? Xu Tsong finally fell silent. He took out a banknote and handed it to Jingbin. He said, this is our fine. Keep the change. He walked past Li Mu and grinned at him. We'll meet again. With that, he strode out of the government office with the others. Jingbin handed the banknote to Zhang Chun and said, I'm leaving too. Before I go, I'd like to remind Lord Zhang that we, as officials, must teach our subordinates well. Don't meddle in things that shouldn't be meddled in, and don't say things that shouldn't be said. Don't be dragged down by them. Zhang Chun glanced at him and said lightly, I've taught my subordinates well. Lord Jing, you don't have to worry. Jingbin looked at him one last time and turned to leave. Li Mu sighed and said, I've troubled you again. Zhang Chun patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. You're just doing what a bailiff should do. You're in your position and you're in charge. This is my trouble. You mean you're not afraid of me causing trouble? I'm afraid. You have His Majesty behind you, but I don't, Li Mu said. Are you complaining about His Majesty? Zhang Chun said, how would I dare to complain about His Majesty? His Majesty is wise and observant. He serves the country and the people. Other than being a little biased, he's good in every way. In fact, Li Mu didn't want to cause trouble for Lord Zhang, but he was just a lowly bailiff. Even if he wanted to bear the burden for him, he wasn't qualified. He sighed and said, if only I could be the Shindu commandant. Zhang Chun looked at him and said, if you're the Shindu commandant, what will I do? Li Mu explained, I'm saying if that's what you mean, that's what you really think. No, Zhang Chun suddenly looked at Li Mu and said, I understand. You want to keep causing trouble so that you can send me in as soon as possible. That way, you'll have a chance to replace me, right? Li Mu hurriedly said, you're mistaken, Lord. I don't mean that, Zhang Chun said angrily, I don't dare to do anything that you dare to do. Don't call me Lord. You're my Lord. Li Mu thought about it and said, Old Zhang, listen to me. Zhang Chun stared at him and said, okay, I'm still here and you don't even call me Lord. Have you not put me in your eyes since long ago? At this moment, Li Mu really wanted to send him in. Zhang Chun left in a huff. The bailiffs led by Wang Wu looked at Li Mu with admiration. Li Mu looked at Wang Wu and asked, "Does the Shindu commandant really have a law that uses silver as punishment?" In the North Commandery, silver was fine, but the punishment couldn't be reduced. This was the first time Li Mu saw that silver could be used as punishment. Wang Wu nodded his head and said, "Unless it is a murder case, all other cases can be reduced or exempted from punishment through the fine of silver. This is the law set by the previous emperor." At that time, the national treasury was empty, so the previous emperor ordered the Ministry of Justice to change the law in order to enrich the national treasury. Li Mu shook his head. No wonder the Shao dynasty was getting worse and worse every year after Emperor Wen's death. Even if it was a rich and powerful family that enjoyed special privileges, the dynasties that openly displayed such privileges all died very quickly in the end. On the surface, this law was targeted at everyone. As long as one had money, they could use silver as punishment. However, ordinary people couldn't afford the silver used as punishment. To the officials and rich and powerful families, silver was nothing. This was why they were so unscrupulous and caused the current chaos in the Shindu commandery. Li Mu walked out of the yamen. Some of the people outside had yet to disperse. This time, Li Mu felt an extremely weak telekinesis from them. It couldn't be compared to when they punished the old man. It was clear that although Li Mu brought the officials' sons into the yamen, they swaggered out of the yamen. This would only make the people disappointed in the yamen and not trust it. Li Mu returned to the yamen and asked Wang Wu to find a thick law of the Great Zhou. After reading it carefully, he found this law. This was simply a way to let the privileged enjoy more privileges. The law that was supposed to protect the people had instead become a tool to oppress them. The decline of the Shao dynasty was not surprising. Li Mu flipped through a few more pages and found that the law of using silver as punishment had been abolished before. A few months later, it was reintroduced. Regarding this, the book only briefly mentioned it and did not elaborate further. Li Mu checked the law of the Zhou dynasty again and found the reason. This book was a supplement to the explanation of the law. It also recorded the development and changes of the law. The book recorded that more than 10 years ago, a young official from the Ministry of Justice proposed a change in the law. One of the changes was to abolish the use of silver as punishment. Unfortunately, this change only lasted for a few months before it was declared a failure. Li Mu was not surprised by this. The various changes proposed by that official were from the perspective of the people. They harmed the interests of the privileged and would inevitably encounter unimaginable resistance. Li Mu walked out of the yamen with a helpless expression. As long as the law was still in place, he couldn't do anything to these people. As an arrestor, he had to act according to the law. The sound of hurried horse hooves came from the front. The young man galloped past Li Mu and turned his horse back. He said, "Isn't this arrestor Li?" "I'm sorry, I was riding on the street again." He had a mocking expression on his face. He threw down an ingot of silver and said, "I'm a just and law-abiding citizen. Here's 10 taels of silver. Arrestor Li, help me hand it over to the yamen. The remaining 1 tael is your hard-earned money." The people behind him threw down the ingot with a smile and rode away. Wang Wu's face showed anger. He shouted, "These bastards are too arrogant." Deputy Arrestor's son shook his head and said, "What can we do? They didn't break the law. We can't do anything to them." Li Mu suppressed the anger in his heart and continued patrolling with Xiao Bai. Not long after, the sound of horse hooves came from behind again. Li Mu turned around and saw the young master riding a horse galloping towards him. When he was only 2 steps away from Li Mu, he tightened his grip on the reins. The handsome horse raised its front hooves abruptly and slammed down heavily. "What a coincidence, Arrestor Li. We meet again." He reached into his pocket and took out a banknote. He threw it to Li Mu and said, "This is 100 taels. I'll buy it 10 times. The rest is yours. The first time was a coincidence, but the third time was obviously an undisguised insult. The few arresters who followed Li Mu turned red, but they didn't dare to do anything. Wang Wu looked at Li Mu and said, "Boss, bear with it." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I really can't bear it. Some things could be tolerated, but some things could not." If he could swallow it after being insulted like this, how could he face Xuandu next time? How could he be qualified to call him brother? Zhu Tsong was still riding on the horse with a mocking expression on his face. Suddenly, he felt his chest tighten and was pulled off the horse. Li Mu's right hand moved like a shadow and slapped Zhu Tsong's face left and right. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Tsong's head swelled. Li Mu kicked him away and took out an ingot of silver from his pocket and threw it at him. "You're fined 10 taels of silver for fighting on the street. Keep the change. We're so close, so don't be polite with me." Chapter 210. Wang Wu trotted over and picked up the silver on Zhu Tsong's body. He handed it to Li Mu and said, "Boss, half of this silver belongs to the yamen. If he wants it, he has to go to the yamen." Li Mu put away the silver ingot again. Although he was not short of money, he still felt distressed to spend it so wastefully. Zhu Tsong's eyes bulged out of their sockets. He pointed at Li Mu and shouted, ****, because of his swollen face, no one could hear him clearly. From the moment Zhu Tsong rode his horse to the moment Li Mu dragged him down and beat him up, everything happened so quickly that by the time the onlookers realized what had happened, Zhu Tsong's head had already turned into a pig's head. At this moment, the other riders behind Zhu Tsong hurried over. The expression of a middle-aged man following behind the horse changed slightly. He took out a jade bottle and poured out a pill for Zhu Tsong to consume. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, the swelling on Zhu Tsong's face quickly subsided and returned to normal. Zhu Tsong pointed at Li Mu and said angrily, "Break his legs. I have plenty of money to pay for it." The middle-aged man had the cultivation base of the spirit concentrator realm. He stared at Li Mu but did not make a move. The constable of the government office must also be a cultivator, and his cultivation level should not be lower than that of the immortal realm cultivator. He had no confidence in winning. Moreover, Zhu Tsong was backed by his father, Zhu Qi, the director of the Ministry of Rights. Zhu Tsong was only a bodyguard hired by the Zhu family. He could not bear the consequences of attacking a constable in public. If something happened, the Zhu clan would definitely not protect him. He looked at Li Mu and said, "Sheriff, you've gone too far." Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Is it true that in Luoyang, only the son of a doctor is allowed to set a fire and others are not allowed to light a lamp? He broke the law first and then replaced it with silver. Why can't I?" That being said, the process was not like that. Even if he was fined, he had to go through the Yamen's trial and punishment. Zhu Tsong thought he was arrogant enough, but he didn't expect the Luoyang Yamen's arrester to be even more arrogant. It seemed that he couldn't use force, but he couldn't just let the loss of face go. He looked at Li Mu one last time and said coldly, "Just you wait." With Zhu Tsong leading the way, a group of people led their horses and quickly left. The surrounding commoners suddenly burst into cheers. "Well done. My lord is mighty. These lawless bastards should have been beaten long ago." Li Mu could feel the dense psyche power of the people, causing the mana in his body to rapidly circulate. He regretted that he didn't act earlier. The best way to deal with these arrogant people was to be even more arrogant than they were. Wang Wu stood beside Li Mu and said worriedly, "It's over, it's over." "Boss, you beat Zhu Tsong to vent your anger, but you've also caused trouble. The Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Justice are in cahoots. Now the Ministry of Justice will have a reason to summon you. If they want to spread it, then let them. What's there to be afraid of?" A voice came from the side. Li Mu saw a charming woman walk out from the crowd. Li Mu asked in surprise, "Sister May, why are you here?" Mr. May said, "I happened to pass by and saw you arguing with someone, so I came to take a look." "I didn't expect you to know so much about the law," Li Mu said humbly. "I'm just drawing inferences from one case. Zhu Tsong and the others could use silver as a substitute, so could Li Mu. After all, they didn't lack money." However, this kind of thing was very detrimental to the unity of the people and the rule of the Empress. Although Li Mu wanted to give Zhu Tsong a taste of his own medicine, he didn't agree with this. He looked at Mr. May and said, "Using silver as a substitute is very harmful. Your Majesty, why don't you change and abolish this law?" Mr. May shook his head and said, "This law was set by the late Emperor. Your Majesty has only been on the throne for 3 years. If you overturn the law set by the late Emperor, what do you think the court will think? What do you think the people will think?" Li Mu could understand the Empress. When a woman was the Emperor, there was a lot of criticism in the court. Her every decree had to be considered more than a normal emperor. Li Mu sighed and said, "But as long as this law is not changed, the injustice in Luoyang will not disappear. The people will not completely trust the court and Her Majesty. It will be difficult to unite the people. This kind of law would not have any effect on justice. It would only cause the strong to exploit the weak even more. The rich and powerful could do whatever they wanted under the protection of this law. However, the powerless would face the merciless punishment of the law once they broke the law." Mr. May said, "Your Majesty also wants to change this law. But it's easy to set it up, but difficult to change it. The Ministry of Rights has the most resistance. Many people have tried to change it, but they all failed." Li Mu was about to say something when a few yamen runners from the Ministry of Justice suddenly came from the front. Zhu Tsong walked behind the yamen runners. He pointed at Li Mu and said, "It's him." A yamen runner walked up to Li Mu and said, "Are you the one who beat up young Master Zhu on the street?" Li Mu nodded and said, "It's me." "You admit it without hesitation." The yamen runner snorted and said, "If that's the case, come with us to the Ministry of Justice." Mr. May glanced at Li Mu and said, "Since they want you to go, just go." Then she transmitted her voice to him, "Don't forget that you're His Majesty's man. When you get to the Ministry of Justice, be more arrogant. Don't embarrass His Majesty. If anything happens, the internal guard will cover for you." With her words, Li Mu felt much more at ease. It seemed that the internal guard wanted to make a move against the Ministry of Justice, and this was the perfect opportunity. Li Mu looked at the yamen runners from the Ministry of Justice and said, "Let's go." Seeing that Li Mu was very cooperative, the people from the Ministry of Justice didn't beat him up. Li Mu followed them to the Ministry of Justice leisurely. Some of the people on the street also gathered at the entrance of the Ministry of Justice out of curiosity. There were many government offices in Luoyang, and their powers were chaotic. The Luoyang government, the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Censorate could all handle cases. However, the latter two usually only acted on the emperor's orders. The Luoyang government didn't have a strong presence these years. Most of the cases in Luoyang were handled by the Ministry of Justice. In the Ministry of Justice, there was only one minister and one assistant minister. These two were highly respected and could directly participate in the political discussions. They rarely interfered with the internal affairs of the Ministry of Justice. In the past, all the cases in the Ministry of Justice were handled by these two ministers. In the court of the Ministry of Justice, the seat in the middle was empty. The minister of the Ministry of Justice sat on the side and looked at Li Mu. He asked, "Are you the arrestor of the Luoyang government, Li Mu?" Li Mu said, "Yes, I am." The minister of the Ministry of Justice knocked on the gavel and asked, "How dare you? Do you know your crime?" Li Mu said, "Sir, what crime have I committed?" The minister of the Ministry of Justice said, "You beat up the son of an official on the street, and you dare say you're not guilty?" Li Mu raised his head and looked directly at him. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "This person has repeatedly ridden a horse on the street. Instead of being ashamed, he is proud of it. He trampled on the law and insulted the dignity of the imperial court. Shouldn't he be punished?" The minister of the Ministry of Justice snorted. "Even so, it should be handled by the Luoyang government. You're just a small official. What right do you have?" Li Mu pointed at him and said, "This person trampled on the law and insulted the imperial court. You're a dog official. Why don't you interrogate him and interrogate me instead? What right do you have to wear that official's uniform and sit in that position?" Li Mu's voice was like thunder, echoing in the court of the Ministry of Justice. Mr. May had asked Li Mu to come to the Ministry of Justice to be as arrogant as possible. Li Mu didn't know if he was arrogant enough. She obviously wanted to use this incident to catch the Ministry of Justice in trouble. Li Mu naturally had to cooperate with her. In the court, Zhu Tsong and the bailiffs of the Ministry of Justice were dumbfounded. Arrogant, he was too arrogant. At this moment, Zhu Tsong suddenly felt that compared to the constable of the Luoyang government, the things he had done were nothing. He dared to point at the minister of the Ministry of Justice's nose and call him a dog official in the court of the Ministry of Justice. He didn't deserve to sit in that position and wear that official's uniform. Even if Zhu Tsong had 10 more guts, he wouldn't dare to do that. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. How dare he be so arrogant in the court of the Ministry of Justice? Let's see if he's dead this time. Li Mu didn't try to suppress his voice. He even used a bit of his power. His voice passed through the court of the Ministry of Justice and into the other offices of the Ministry of Justice. It even passed through the courtyard of the Ministry of Justice and reached the outside. The managers, and scribes of the various offices of the Ministry of Justice put down what they were doing and walked out of their offices in shock. They looked in the direction of the court. Who is this? Who dares to insult the minister in the court of the Ministry of Justice? Isn't this person too bold? When Li Mu's voice came from outside the Ministry of Justice, the people on the street were stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Is that the constable from earlier? How dare he insult an official of the Ministry of Justice in the court of the Ministry of Justice? He's too bold, you don't know yet, right? This constable Li is the one who wrote Do Yi's Injustice. He even dares to insult the heavens, let alone an official of the Ministry of Justice, but he's done for. Insulting an official of the imperial court is a serious crime. It wasn't easy to get a good constable from the capital office. What a pity, in front of the crowd, a charming woman smiled. She chuckled and said, as expected of him, "This is outrageous." In the Ministry of Justice, a minister-counselor walked toward the court in anger. When he passed through the courtyard, he was blocked from behind by a figure standing in the courtyard. The minister-counselor hurriedly bowed and said, "Assistant Minister." The person in the courtyard waved his hand and said, "Go about your business." The minister-counselor hurriedly nodded and left. In the court, the minister of the Ministry of Justice recovered from his anger. He stood up abruptly and said angrily, "How dare you? You're the one who's bold." Li Mu pointed at him and scolded, "You can't tell right from wrong. You're a dog official. Do you still have the imperial court in your eyes? Do you still have His Majesty? Do you still have justice?" The minister of the Ministry of Justice was so angry that he trembled. He said loudly, "Men, drag him away. Flog him 50 times. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure quickly ran in from outside the court and whispered a few words into his ear. Hearing that person's words, the minister of the Ministry of Justice's face turned from green to white and then back to green. Finally, He gritted his teeth and sat back down. He glanced at Li Mu and closed his eyes. He said, "You may leave." Chapter 211. Li Mu was stunned by the sudden change in attitude of the director of the Ministry of Justice. Mr. May's words meant for him to be arrogant in the Ministry of Justice so that he could use it against them. Zhu Tsong's repeated disregard of the law was an insult to the imperial court. If he didn't punish Zhu Tsong and punish Li Mu instead, the consequences would be unimaginable. If Li Mu didn't have a powerful background, he could only grit his teeth and bear with it. However, he had the Empress and the inner guards behind him. If the Ministry of Justice really dared to punish him like that, he would be gone. It could be said that as long as Li Mu was upright, he had nothing to fear in Luoyang. The sudden change in attitude was obviously not what Mr. May wanted. Li Mu stood in the hall of the Ministry of Justice and looked at the Ministry of Justice's director. He said coldly, "You tell me to come, and I come. You tell me to leave, and I leave. Where do you think the hall of the Ministry of Justice is? How could a lowly official be so arrogant?" However, there were orders from above. The director's face turned red and his breathing quickened. He calmed down after a long time and asked, "What do you want?" Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Zhu Tsong repeatedly disregarded advice and seriously endangered the safety of the people in Luoyang. How do you plan to punish him?" The director closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his expression had returned to normal. He said, "Zhu Tsong repeatedly dissuaded criminals by disregarding his orders. He will be beaten 40 times and fined 100 taels of silver. Constable Li Mu of Luoyang will enforce the law impartially." Although his methods were wrong, he still protected the dignity of the imperial court. He shouldn't be punished. Zhu Tsong opened his mouth and was about to speak when the director glared at him. Li Mu asked, "You're not going to beat me?" The director said, "You can leave." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I'm not leaving." The director's eyes were already red. He asked, "What will it take for you to leave?" Li Mu pointed at Zhu Tsong and said, "I'll leave after you finish the fight." Sometimes, it takes two to clap. Li Mu felt that he was already arrogant enough. He had called the people of the Ministry of Justice dogs in the court of the Ministry of Justice, but the other party did not care at all. They even started to do things according to the law. He could not find any fault with them. He was afraid that he would not be able to complete the task that Mr. May had given him. The director of the Ministry of Justice took a deep breath and pointed at Zhu Kong, "Drag him out and execute him." The director of the Ministry of Justice was a good friend of his father, but he showed no mercy. Zhu Tsong obviously realized something. He didn't dare to say anything and let the two runners take him out. Soon, screams could be heard from the courtyard. Li Mu walked to the courtyard of the Ministry of Justice, crossed his arms, and looked down at Zhu Tsong being beaten. His attitude was very arrogant. Zhu Tsong was just an ordinary person who had not cultivated. He howled in pain under the torture. In Luoyang, many officials and sons of rich families had never cultivated. It was not because they did not have the conditions to cultivate. If they wanted to, they could push their children to the Jushen state in a short time, just like Ren Yuan. However, in the path of cultivation, it was very difficult to reach the middle three realms without special constitution or talent. These people had enjoyed the riches of the mortal world since they were young. They could not bear the hardships of cultivation. Instead of letting them enter the cruel world of cultivation, it was better to hire cultivators to protect them. The daughter of Zhang County magistrates did not cultivate. Qin Miao Miao, the daughter of County Magistrate Qin, had the body of 5 elements. Before she went to Mount Baiyun, she also did not cultivate. That was the reason. Because Li Mu was watching, the two runners of the Ministry of Justice did not dare to go too easy on Zhu Kang. With their years of experience, they would not hurt Zhu Tsong badly, but the pain of the flesh was unavoidable. After 40 beatings, Zhu Tsong passed out. The director of the Ministry of Justice looked at Li Mu and asked through gritted teeth, "Is that enough?" Li Mu knew that the people of the Ministry of Justice had already done so much. Today's matter would probably end here. If he continued to force Zhu Tsong, he would be the one to lose justice. Goodbye. Li Mu saluted the director of the Ministry of Justice with his hands folded. He took one last look at Zhu Tsong and strode out. Outside the Ministry of Justice, more than 100 people gathered there and looked at Li Mu with respect and admiration. He dared to beat up the son of an official on the street and scold the officials of the Ministry of Justice in the court of the Ministry of Justice. Only he, who was not afraid of heaven and earth, could do such a thing. Not only that, but he also forced the Ministry of Justice to enforce the law impartially and walked out of the Ministry of Justice unscathed. It was so unbelievable that many people's jaws dropped. Li Mu stood at the entrance of the Ministry of Justice and took a deep breath. He was almost intoxicated by the thick psyche power. In the courtyard of the Ministry of Justice, the director of the Ministry of Justice watched Li Mu walk out. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the person beside him and gritted his teeth. "Assistant Minister, why did you let him go?" The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice shook his head and said, "There are internal guards outside. If this matter is not handled properly, the Ministry of Justice will have something on us." I'm afraid the internal guards have already set their eyes on the Ministry of Justice. If you don't handle today's matter well, you'll probably be on the way to the internal guards' prison. Hearing this, the director of the Ministry of Justice was stunned at first. Then, he shuddered and quickly said, "Thank you for your reminder, sir. You're so considerate." For the sake of the people, for the sake of justice, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice looked out of the door with a mocking expression. No one knew if he was mocking Li Mu or himself. In the various courts of the Ministry of Justice, the officials were still discussing what happened in the court. Since when did the Luoyang Yamen have such an audacious fellow? With his temperament, I'm afraid he won't be able to stay in the divine capital for long. Strange, the Assistant Minister actually let him go. This isn't like the Assistant Minister at all. Only an old official in the corner shook his head and said slowly, "Similar, really similar." A young official beside him asked, "Similar to what?" The old official said, "That constable of the Divine Capital Court is very similar to the Assistant Minister." The official sneered and said, "Old foam, you're really old and blind. How is he similar to the Assistant Minister? I saw him at the door of the duty room just now. He's very handsome and doesn't look like the Assistant Minister at all." The old official shook his head and said, "More than 10 years ago, there was a young minister counselor in the Ministry of Justice. He also scolded the director of the Ministry of Justice back then as a corrupt official." The official was stunned and asked, which minister counselor was so bold to scold the director? "He lost his position later, right?" The old official smiled and said, "The minister counselor then is the current assistant minister." On the streets of the divine capital, Li Mu apologized to the charming woman, "I'm sorry. Maybe I wasn't arrogant enough and didn't complete the task." The charming woman shook her head and said, "I heard it outside. You were arrogant enough and didn't embarrass His Majesty. You didn't find a chance this time, but there will be a next time." This was the first time Li Mu experienced the feeling of having someone behind him. No wonder the officials, nobles, and sons of wealthy families in the divine capital always liked to bully others. They were as arrogant as they could be. If they didn't have to take responsibility for their arrogance, then they would indeed be very happy and satisfied psychologically. These people were born with things that many people couldn't have in their entire lives. They didn't need to work hard and could enjoy luxurious food and clothing. They didn't need to cultivate and had cultivators by their side. Even the law protected them. They were rich in money, power, and material things. Some people began to pursue morbid psychological satisfaction. To a certain extent, these people's excessive privileges over the common people was the root of the fierce conflicts in the divine capital. If he could solve this problem, the psyche power he obtained from the common people would be enough to save Li Mu years of hard cultivation. After returning to the government office, Li Mu found the Law of Great Zhou, Commentary on the Law of Zhou, and other books about the law. When he was in Yangqiu County and North County, Li Mu was in charge of arresting people, judging cases, and passing down punishments. It was the job of the county magistrate and the county captain. After coming to the divine capital, Li Mu gradually realized that there was no harm in familiarizing himself with the law. If he wanted to overturn the law of using silver as a substitute for crime, he first had to understand the development and changes of this law. This law was created during the time of the previous emperor. In the early days, as long as it wasn't a crime of treason, even murder and arson, gold and silver could be used as a substitute for crime. Later, because the scope of the crime was too large, there was no need to pay with one's life for murder. They only had to pay a portion of the gold and silver. Within the Great Zhou, chaos broke out everywhere. The demon sect took the opportunity to stir up disputes. External enemies also began to move. The psyche power of the common people fell to its lowest point in decades. Only then did the imperial court urgently reduce the scope of the crime and exclude serious cases of murder from the scope of using silver as a substitute for crime. Although this temporarily reduced the impact of this matter, as long as this law was not abolished, it would be a chronic disease of the Great Zhou. Later, many officials wanted to abolish this law, but they all failed. Among them, an official from the Ministry of Justice named Zhou Zhong once advocated for reform. He briefly abolished this law for a few months, but the old forces with vested interests counterattacked and the reform failed. This official named Zhou Zhong advocated using law to rule the country. He emphasized that there was no distinction between close and distant relatives, no distinction between high and low, and that all punishments should be dealt with by law. He did not evade the ministers, and rewarded the good but not the common man. He insisted that the law should treat everyone equally and abolish the use of silver as a substitute for crime. This kind of thinking happened to coincide with Li Mu, who had a modern view of the law. However, although this person's thinking was advanced, he was opposing the entire ruling class. His ending shouldn't be very good, Li Mu sighed. He planned to investigate what happened to this official named Zhou Zhong. He walked outside and found Wang Wu. He asked, "Do you know an official named Zhou Zhong?" "Sure." Wang Wu heard this and his expression changed. He said, "Boss, you can't call this person by his name." Li Mu's expression changed. He asked, "Why?" Wang Wu said nervously, he was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, the mainstay of the radical faction of the old party. He ignored the law and supported those who were with him. He built the Ministry of Justice into the old party's Ministry of Justice and sheltered countless people from the old party. The reason why the old party dared to be arrogant and Luoyang was because of him. The people privately called him King of Hell Zhou. If King of Hell wanted you to die at midnight, he wouldn't let you live until dawn. Li Mu shook his head and said, "We're definitely not talking about the same person." The Zhou Zhong that Li Mu mentioned was not afraid of the powerful. He supported the people and promoted the reform of the law. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice that Wang Wu mentioned was the umbrella of the old party's evil forces. How could these two people be the same person? Li Mu said, he used to be the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. Deputy Arrestor Sun walked over and said, the current assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice more than 10 years ago. Li Mu was stunned. He asked, are there two assistant ministers named Zhou Zhong in the Ministry of Justice? Deputy Arrestor's son shook his head and said, "There's only one." Li Mu was stunned for a long time. He still couldn't believe it. After confirming it again and again, Li Mu had to admit that they were talking about the same person. The Zhou Zhong who dared to challenge the power and promoted the reform of the law in the name of justice was the king of Hell Zhou who inverted black and white, mixed up right and wrong, sheltered the evil forces, and caused the people of Luoyang to turn pale when they heard the law. The young man who slayed the dragon back then had become an evil dragon. Chapter 212. After sighing with emotion, Li Mu calmed himself down and began to think about what he should do next. For both public and private reasons, the law of Great Zhou that forbade the use of banknotes in lieu of crimes should be abolished. For public reasons, abolishing this law was upholding justice. For private reasons, if Li Mu could casually throw a few banknotes at the Yamen's people and swagger out of the Yamen, how would the people trust him and the Yamen? If he couldn't convince the people, he wouldn't be able to obtain psychokinesis from them. However, for more than 10 years, countless knowledgeable officials had tried to abolish this law, but they all failed. What should he do to avoid repeating their mistakes? Li Mu was pondering in the Yamen when Zhang Chun walked in with his hands behind his back. He asked, "I heard you went to the Ministry of Justice and made a scene." Li Mu replied, "How can that be called making a scene? I just cooperated with them and did some investigation. I came back when I was done." Zhang Chun said indifferently, "As long as you don't bring trouble to the Yamen, you can do whatever you want outside." Li Mu advised him, "Sometimes, making a scene is good for you. Lord Zhang, don't you want a big house?" A trace of envy appeared on Zhang Chun's face. He said flatly, "I don't want to. It's so troublesome to clean such a big house." Li Mu said, "There will be servants to do the cleaning. Since His Majesty has given you a house, he will certainly reward some maids and servants. Lord Zhang, just think about it. Every day after you go to the Yamen and come home, you can sit comfortably on a chair. There will be beautiful maids who will massage your back and shoulders and serve you tea. Stop talking." Zhang Chun's face was resolute. He said, "Even if you want to talk, I won't play along with you. I'm not interested in a house with 5 entrances or beautiful servants." He strode out of the door. The resolute look on his face disappeared and was replaced with envy. He was about to leave when he looked up and saw a few figures coming in. The one walking at the front was the one he had seen before, one of the 8 commanders of the internal guards, Lord May. He was followed by a few people who were carrying a pair of things in their arms. Zhang Chun's face lit up. Could it be that His Majesty finally remembered him after rewarding Li Mu? He stepped forward with a smile and said, "Greetings, Mr. May." The charming woman looked at him and asked, "Li Mu is not here?" The smile on Zhang Chun's face stiffened, and after a short while, he slowly nodded and said, "Yes, yes." Li Mu watched them move a bunch of things into his room. He asked Mr. May, "What's this?" Mr. May said, "This is a reward from His Majesty. There are 2 bolts of fine cloth and 2 boxes of fine tea from Nanyang County. These are not important. The other 2 items are very useful to you." She opened an exquisite brocade box. Inside the box was a piece of white, extremely thin clothing. Li Mu looked at Mr. May and asked, "Ice silkworm soft armor?" Mr. May was surprised. "You know it?" Li Mu nodded and said, "I've seen it before." In fact, he was wearing an ice silkworm soft armor at the moment. However, the one he was wearing was made of better material. It could withstand several attacks from Dongxian. Mr. May explained, "This is an ice silkworm soft armor made from the silk of a 300-year-old demon silkworm. When worn, it can help you withstand several attacks from cultivators of the 5th realm. If it could withstand several attacks from cultivators of the 5th realm, it could be considered an Earth-rank magic treasure. Although Li Mu had better magic treasures, he did not refuse. If he did not need it, he could give it to Xiao Bai. Mr. May took out a sword from another brocade box and said, "This is a mid-grade Earth-rank sword. It is also a reward from His Majesty. You can change your previous sword." Li Mu looked at Mr. May and seemed to realize something. When Yang County was plagued by evil spirits, the reward from the Imperial Court was only an Earth-rank magic treasure at the beginning. Li Mu had only caused a ruckus at the Ministry of Justice, and she had given him 2 Earth-rank magic treasures. One for defense and one for attack. The implication could not be more obvious. It seemed that even in the divine capital, Her Majesty still had to face great danger as a servant of the Empress. Fortunately, even though Li Mu was helpless in the affairs of the Imperial Court, he had a valuable treasure with him. That golden armor divine soldier seal could summon a 6th-tier divine soldier to assist him in battle. Even though the effect was very short and could only be used once, if someone really wanted to secretly make a move against him, Li Mu would definitely be able to give them a pleasant surprise. Mr. May could tell from Li Mu's expression that he had understood the purpose of these 2 rewards. She looked at Li Mu and said, "If you are afraid, it is not too late to back out now. I will have someone send you back to the North County. You can continue to be a local constable and stay away from the divine capital and danger." If she had said this in the North County, Li Mu might not have come to the divine capital at all. But since he was already in the divine capital and had tasted the benefits, he would not leave so easily. If he left the divine capital, where would he have so much psyche power? Where would he find a rich woman who could give him Earth-rank magic treasures so casually? "There is nothing to be afraid of," Li Mu looked straight at Mr. May and said, "as long as His Majesty does not betray me, I will not betray His Majesty." "Very good." Mr. May nodded and said, "If you encounter any trouble that you cannot solve, you can come to the Internal Security Department to find me." Li Mu said, "There is no trouble that I cannot solve for now, but there is one thing that I need Sister May's help with." Mr. May asked, "What is it?" "I need you to pass me a letter." Li Mu looked outside and said, "But I am afraid that I will need Master Zhang's help." A moment later, Li Mu took 2 boxes of tribute tea and walked into the courtyard. Zhang Chen was still pacing in the courtyard, glancing at Li Mu's room from time to time. Li Mu handed the 2 boxes of tribute tea to Zhang Chen and said, "His Majesty gave me these tea leaves. I heard that they came from Nanyang County. I don't have the habit of drinking tea. I know that Master Zhang likes tea, so I will give these 2 boxes to you. Tribute tea from Nanyang County." Zhang Chen rubbed his hands, his eyes shining. He said, "The tribute tea from Nanyang County is famous all over the world. I have never tried it." He reached out to take it, but he thought of something and retracted his hand. He asked, "Why did you suddenly give me such good tea?" Li Mu said apologetically, "I have only been in the divine capital for a few days, but I have already caused you so much trouble. I feel bad, you know that you have caused me a lot of trouble." Zhang Chen accepted the tea leaves with relief and said, "Since you said so, I will accept these 2 boxes of tribute tea." Seeing that Zhang Chen accepted the tea leaves, Li Mu said, "Actually, I have a small matter that I would like to trouble you with." "I knew you would not be so kind." Zhang Chen glanced at him, but he could not bear to part with the 2 boxes of tribute tea. He said, "What is it? Tell me, it is not a big deal." Li Mu said with a smile, "I would like to ask you to write a letter to abolish the law of using silver as punishment." "I can't help you. Goodbye." Zhang Chen hugged the tea boxes and left decisively without looking back. Li Mu said, "After this is done, His Majesty will reward you with a house." Zhang Chen still did not look back. His figure soon disappeared. Li Mu stood where he was and continued to wait. If he wanted to fight a war, he first had to figure out who his enemy was. If he wanted to abolish this law, he first had to know where the obstacles came from. It was not difficult to figure this out. He just had to ask someone to propose to abolish this law and bring it to the imperial court for discussion. Those people would jump out on their own. Li Mu was just a constable. He did not even have the right to make suggestions. Although the internal guards had great power, they were an executive organization that belonged to His Majesty. They did not directly participate in the matters of the imperial court. Although Zhang Chen did not have the right to attend the imperial court, he had the right to participate in the memorial. As long as Mr. Mei passed his letter to the imperial court through the internal guards, Li Mu's plan could be carried out. The matter of abolishing the use of silver in lieu of crime was often mentioned, so the memorial he handed out wouldn't attract too much attention. If he was not willing to help, Li Mu's plan would be much more troublesome. Li Mu looked in the direction where Zhang Chen left and continued to wait. Soon, Zhang Chen's figure appeared again. He asked, "A letter to the imperial court in the house?" Li Mu nodded. Even if His Majesty did not reward him, he would take out some of the treasures he had plundered from the county yamen and sell them. He would also help Zhang Chen get a house. Zhang Chen took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Li Mu. He said, "I'll trust you this time. Don't lie to me." When he sent Mr. Mei away, Li Mu briefly mentioned that Commandant Zhang of the Luoyang Yamen enforced the law impartially and was upright for the people. Even though his family of 3 was squeezed into a small yard in the yamen, he still cared about the people. He was a role model for the officials in the imperial court. Chapter 213. After returning to her residence in the government office, Xiaobai sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated with 2 pieces of spiritual jade in her hands. Li Mu took out the ice silk soft armor and the earth-rank flying sword that the Empress had bestowed upon him. He walked to the bedside and said, "You can wear this soft armor. You can also change that sword from before." Xiaobai shook her head repeatedly. "No, no, this is a gift from Her Majesty to benefactor." Li Mu said, "Be good. Just take it when I tell you to. I have better things." Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan were on Mount Baiyun and did not lack treasures. Xiaobai only had the sword that Li Mu had given her from the government office. The Empress's reward this time was just enough to help her upgrade her equipment. Li Mu took out Xiaobai's previous sword and swung it at the Earth-grade flying sword. The Earth-grade flying sword was undamaged, but a chip appeared on the previous sword. The difference in quality of magic treasures was very difficult to make up for with nurturing. Xiaobai obediently put on the soft armor and put away the flying sword. She said, "Thank you, benefactor." Li Mu sat on the bedside and patted her head. He said, "We're family. There's no need to thank me." Xiaobai rubbed her head against Li Mu's hand. Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated with her. Before the inner guard had news, all he had to do was wait. During this time, he planned to use the mental power in his body to cultivate. By now, Li Mu had a deep understanding of mental power. This power existed in his body and could increase the speed at which he guided spiritual qi. Whether it was guided from heaven and earth or absorbed from spiritual jade, it was several times faster than when he did not use mental power. In other words, this was using hard work to make up for the lack of innate talent. Some cultivators with mediocre aptitude and no special constitution could cultivate as fast as those with pure yin, pure yang, and 5 elements bodies if they were supported by a large amount of telekinesis. There were many ways to obtain psychokinesis. Buddhists could enlighten the world, Taoists could exterminate demons and devils, the imperial court could govern the country, or like Li Mu, punishing evil and upholding justice for the people, they could obtain psychokinesis from the people. There were also some heretical sects that established their own sections. They obtained psychokinesis by fooling the common people and recruiting believers. In the end, psychokinesis was just a kind of subjective emotional power produced by humans. If the common people were brainwashed and became fanatical believers of the heretical path, the psychokinesis they produced would be several times or even dozens of times that of a normal person. These corrupt path believers were the most dangerous. With just the slightest bit of enticement, they would disregard their own lives and do some extremely dangerous things. Therefore, the imperial court had always spared no effort to exterminate this kind of heretical cultivation. Under the urging of psychokinesis, the spiritual jades were absorbed by Li Mu at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into dust. Li Mu had entered the spirit-concentrating realm for some time now. His magical power had also increased by quite a bit compared to the beginning. However, he was still very far away from the fourth realm. The magical power needed to advance to the next level was like a bottomless pit. With Li Mu's constitution, it would take several years for him to cultivate normally, and this was under the condition that he had the support of spiritual jades. If he were to dual cultivate with Lu Hanyan, this time could be shortened to a year. If he could obtain psychokinesis from the common people of Woyang, the time it would take would be even shorter. After a small increase in his magical power, Li Mu tried the 9 syllables mantra again and discovered that he could already use the swordsman formula. Of the first 4 words of the 9 syllables mantra, the confrontation formula was a thunder technique. With Li Mu's spirit-concentrating realm cultivation, he could at most release a few bolts of heavenly purple thunder. Under normal circumstances, only transcendent realm cultivators had the opportunity to come into contact with thunder techniques. The heavenly purple thunder was an advanced thunder technique used by 5th realm cultivators in the Destiny realm. A Dao technique that could surpass 2 levels was considered superior among all Dao techniques. Although this type of purple thunder could not cause much damage to 5th realm cultivators, it was enough to crush 4th realm cultivators in terms of level. Li Mu had already mastered the army formula and the fighting formula. Now, he could also easily use the swordsman formula to directly mobilize the power of heaven and earth to recover his magical power. When he was in the prefecture city, Li Mu had already experienced the last few moves with the help of Chu Jiang of Gujozian's great formation of 18 prisons. However, to truly use his own magical power, he would probably have to wait until he reached the transcendent realm. Early in the morning, Li Mu brought Xiao Bai and patrolled the Woyang as usual. When they passed by the palace city, they could not help but take a few glances inside. Without any special circumstances, the Great Zhou Court Assembly was held once every 3 days. He wondered what the situation was like in the court today. Ziwei Palace. Today's court assembly was still a stage for the old party and the new party. After the officials from both sides engaged in intense debate regarding several court matters, each side gained something and each side lost something. As usual, Her Majesty, the Empress, whose figure could only be vaguely seen behind the curtains, still did not speak. The court assembly was still hosted by her personal female official. At this moment, the officials were discussing a memorial. This memorial was from a minor official in the Woyang Yamen. It bypassed the Minister of Governmental Affairs and passed directly to Her Majesty through the inner guards. Generally speaking, officials of the 4th rank and above were qualified to pass memorials directly to Her Majesty. Those below the 4th rank would first pass memorials to the Minister of Governmental Affairs. If necessary, the Minister of Governmental Affairs would then pass them to Her Majesty. However, there were also some officials who would take advantage of the situation and pass memorials directly to Her Majesty through various methods, hoping to gain Her Majesty's appreciation and take a shortcut to the officialdom. They would reach the heavens in one step and soar to the clouds. The memorial was written in hopes that the court would abolish the law of using silver in lieu of crimes in the Great Zhou's law. This matter was occasionally raised by officials in the court, but in the end, it was left unsettled. After all, for most people in the court, this law was beneficial to them. Even if a portion of them agreed to abolish it, they would still remain silent after considering their own interests. A few officials from the censorate were the first to step forward. Your Majesty, I believe that the law of using silver in lieu of crimes encourages unhealthy practices and should be abolished a long time ago. I second the motion. If a violation of the law can be pardoned with silver, where is the dignity of the law? If this law can be abolished, the hearts of the people will be more united, and the country will benefit. After this topic was raised, several officials immediately stepped forward and expressed their agreement. Not long after, an official from the Ministry of Revenue stepped forward and said, a portion of the revenue of the national treasury comes from silver in lieu of crimes. If it is abolished, I'm afraid the national treasury will be tight. The first official to step forward said, Lord Wei, don't you think that using silver in lieu of crimes will cause the court to lose the hearts of the people? The official from the Ministry of Revenue did not deny it. He said, although this law has lost some of the hearts of the people, it has been implemented for so many years, and the court has always been stable. Governing a country is not settling cases. It cannot be purely based on right and wrong. It has to be balanced. If the national treasury loses this portion of revenue each year, where will the repair costs of the imperial city's yamen, the salaries of the officials, and the disaster relief funds allocated to the various prefectures come from? The official opened his mouth but did not know how to refute. At this time, another official from the Ministry of Rights stepped forward and said, the silver in lieu of crimes was created when the late emperor was still alive. After several modifications, it has already eliminated the majority of serious crimes. It not only ensures the hearts of the people, but also increases the revenue of the national treasury. Do the officials think that you are more wise than the late emperor? With these words, the officials who had just agreed were immediately silenced. They could refute the reason of the official from the Ministry of Revenue, but who would dare to refute the words of the official from the Ministry of Rights? Even the person behind the curtain could not say that she was more wise than the late emperor, let alone them, the officials. Whoever dared to admit it would be disgraceful. An official from the Ministry of Revenue and an official from the Ministry of Rights blocked the mouths of everyone in the court. Whether it was the new party or the old party, those who could be called party in the divine capital belonged to the upper echelons. Silver in lieu of crimes was beneficial to them. With these two taking the lead, people quickly stepped forward one after another. I oppose this proposal. I also oppose. I second. Beside a pillar in the corner of the crepe myrtle hall, a charming woman held a book in one hand and a brush in the other. She wrote unhurriedly, the Minister-Councillor of the Ministry of Revenue, the Minister-Councillor of the Ministry of Rights, the Minister-Councillor of the Ministry of Justice. When Li Mu returned to the yamen, he saw that Mr. May was already waiting for him there. Li Mu walked forward and asked, how is it? Like before, too many people oppose this proposal. We can only put it aside for now. Mr. May shook his head and handed him a book. The leaders of the opposition are all written here. Li Mu inquired about the situation in the imperial court today from her, and also learned some detailed information. The Ministry of Revenue's reason was not based on any evidence. As long as the punishment was combined or the amount was increased, the problem of the national treasury's revenue could be solved. The problem with the silver in lieu of crimes was not that the punishment was silver, but that only the punishment was used for crimes. Since those people did not care about the silver, they might as well punish them more. The national treasury's revenue in this area would not decrease but increase. As for the Ministry of Rights' reason, it was purely baseless accusations. If the rules set by the previous emperor could not be changed by the descendants, then society would not be able to progress. These were all excuses they came up with. Mr. May said, actually, this is not a big deal. Most of the officials above the fourth rank do not care and did not participate. The ones who really oppose are the fifth and sixth rank officials. Their positions are not high, but they are very difficult to deal with. Do you have any ideas? Li Mu thought for a moment and said, I do have an idea, but it will cost more silver. I wonder if your majesty can reimburse me. Chapter 2:14. After getting a definite answer from Mr. Mei, Li Mu was relieved. Lu Hanyan was not by his side, so he had to be frugal with his spending. He had to ask the Empress for reimbursement for this kind of official expenses. He walked to the front office and found Wang Wu. Wang Wu stood up and asked, Boss, what's the matter? Li Mu asked, Are you familiar with the officials and nobles in Shenadu? Wang Wu nodded and said, Of course I am. In our line of work, we can have nothing, but we can't be blind. We have to be clear about who we can offend and who we can't. If one day we offend someone we shouldn't, we won't be able to wear this uniform anymore. It seemed that Wang Wu was the right person. Li Mu asked, Do you know the Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue? The Ministry of Revenue has 2 Minister-Counselors, Wang Wu said. Under the Ministry of Revenue, there are 3 Minister-Counselors. Under the Ministry of Revenue, there are 3 Minister-Counselors. Their official positions are half a rank higher than our Commandant Darren. Mr. Mei seemed to have expected Li Mu to have this question. He even thoughtfully put a bracket after the Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue with the word Wei in the bracket. Li Mu said, Minister-Counselor Wei. Wang Wu was obviously familiar with the officials in the court. He immediately said, Then it's Lord Wei of the Ministry of Revenue. Li Mu asked again, Who's in his family? This time, Wang Wu thought for a while and said, In Minister-Counselor Wei's family, other than him, has a wife and 2 concubines. He and his wife have no children. The second concubine gave him a daughter, and the third concubine gave him a son. Lord Wei likes the son very much and usually spoils him to the heavens. Li Mu was not surprised to know that he was an official of the Ministry of Revenue. However, knowing so much about his family was a bit hard to believe. Li Mu looked at Wang Wu in surprise and asked, How are you so familiar with this? Wang Wu quietly returned to the duty room and quickly ran out with a thick book in his arms. He said, This is what I saved up with great difficulty over the years. Li Mu flipped open the book and was momentarily stunned. This book was clearly written by Wang Wu himself. It detailed the various officials in the capital, the 3 provinces, 6 departments, 9 temples, and 24 divisions, as well as their family situations. There was even an analysis of the personalities of the officials in the yamen, including the mobilization of the officials in the yamen. It was all written in the book. This was practically a true record of Great Zhou's officialdom. Li Mu asked, Why do you remember these things? Wang Wu sighed and said, I was afraid of offending someone I shouldn't offend. There are many people in the capital who can crush us with just a wave of their hand, so I asked around in advance. Li Mu praised, You're really a talent. Wang Wu rubbed his head and said embarrassedly, Boss, you flatter me. Li Mu quickly found a breakthrough point from Wang Wu's words. He asked Wang Wu, Tell me about Minister-Counselor Wei's son. Wang Wu flipped through a few pages of the book and said, Minister-Counselor Wei's son is called Wei Ping. Because he's the only descendant of the Wei family, he's been doted on since he was young. Therefore, his temper is rather eccentric. Even the sons of other officials aren't willing to play with him. He loves good food and his favorite restaurant is the Floating Fragrance Restaurant. Floating Fragrance Restaurant. Several constables were drooling over the dishes in front of them. Wang Wu finally couldn't help but ask Li Mu, Boss, can we eat these dishes? Li Mu took a bite and said, Of course, why not? It's public expense. Wang Wu and the others all picked up their chopsticks, looking as if they were going to sweep away all the dishes. Although the Floating Fragrance Restaurant wasn't the best restaurant in Luoyang, it was still a place they couldn't afford. A dish here cost more than their monthly salary. Li Mu glanced at them and said, Eat slowly. Don't embarrass the yaman. Li Mu was used to eating Lu Hanyan's dishes. The food here was tasteless to him. It was just that the ingredients were more expensive, the presentation was more particular, the quantity was extremely small, and the price was exorbitant. If it weren't for the fact that the son of the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue liked to eat here, Li Mu wouldn't have come to this place. In an exquisite private room on the second floor of the floating fragrance restaurant, Wei Peng and a few friends finished eating and walked out of the private room and down the stairs. One of them said as he walked, "I heard that Zhu Tsong was flogged in the Ministry of Justice. Why would the Ministry of Justice do anything to him?" Another person said, "I've heard that Zhu Tsong and a few others were caught riding horses on the streets of Luoyang. He paid the fine and gave the arrestor 100 taels after he got out, saying that he would do it 10 more times. He shook his head and said, Zhu Tsong really thinks that he can do whatever he wants in Luoyang just because his father is the director of the Ministry of Rights. It's fine if it's normal times, but this time he's too arrogant. Isn't he riding on the head of the imperial court? If the Ministry of Justice doesn't punish him, who will?" Another person said, "When it's time to restrain yourself, you have to restrain yourself. Going against the Luoyang Yamen is the same as going against the imperial court." The three of them walked down the stairs. Wei Ping saw that a constable who was eating at the door kept looking at him. His gaze also lingered on him for a while. The next moment, the constable slammed his chopsticks on the table and stood up. He looked at Wei Peng and asked loudly, "What are you looking at?" The others were stunned. Wei Peng was even more confused. He had only glanced at the constable and the constable had put on a provocative posture. This constable's temper was worse than his, he was in a good mood today and did not get angry. Instead, he looked at the constable mockingly and asked, "What's wrong with looking at you?" The constable looked angry and said, "I dare you to look at me again." It was the first time Wei Peng had seen such an arrogant constable. He crossed his arms and said, "What are you going to do?" Bang! The bailiff simply punched him in the face. Wei Peng staggered and was sent flying backwards. A bruise appeared on his eye. Wei Peng was stunned. The people behind him were stunned. The guests, shopkeeper, and waiters of wafting fragrance inn were all stunned. He punched someone just because they looked at him a little longer. How could there be such an arrogant person in Luoyang? Even the sons of officials and nobles would have a reason when they bullied others. This constable's reason was a little careless. That said, many of the people present felt quite satisfied with that punch. After all, the person he hit was Wei Peng. Everyone was used to seeing his arrogant and despotic appearance. It was the first time they saw him being bullied. The constables were also stunned. Wang Lu had never thought that the reason Li Mu asked him about Minister Wei's vice-director was because of this. The pain that came from his eyes stunned Wei Peng for a moment before he woke up. Then, he clearly realized something. He had been beaten up. He had been beaten up by a constable. The reason the other party had beaten him was because he had looked at him a little longer. He was used to using his power to oppress others. When he went out, he brought 2 guards with him. At this time, the 2 guards also realized what was going on and reached out to grab Li Mu. These 2 people were in the spirit condensing realm. Li Mu did not move. He just glanced at them. The 2's outstretched hands stopped in midair. Cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads. They did not attack again and retreated to Wei Peng's side. The other 2 looked at Li Mu in shock. Li Mu looked at them and asked, "What are you looking at?" Thinking of Wei Peng's fate, the 2 immediately looked away and shook their heads. Nothing, nothing. Wei Peng covered one eye and looked at the 2 with his other eye. He said angrily, "What are you still standing here for?" One of the guards said, "Young master, he is at the 3rd realm. We are no match for him." Li Mu took one last look at them and left under Wei Peng's resentful gaze and the shocked gazes of the surrounding people. The three young men behind Wei Peng were at a loss. They did not know what to do. After all, they had always been the ones who took the initiative. They were also the ones who left. Now that they were being bullied, they could not win in a fight. If they scolded him, they would probably be beaten up again. That person was extremely unreasonable. Even if they looked at him a little longer, they would be punched. If they scolded him, it would not be a matter of 1 or 2 punches. One of them looked at Wei Peng and asked, "What do we do next?" Wei Peng's face darkened. He said, "Go to the Ministry of Justice." Li Mu left the restaurant and walked leisurely to the government office. Wang Mu followed behind him and asked with his mouth agape, "Boss, what are you doing?" Li Mu could not be bothered to explain to him. He said, "You will know in a while." Wang Mu said anxiously, "What do you mean by in a while?" "The people from the Ministry of Justice will be here soon." "We are the unreasonable ones this time." Wang Wu's prediction was right. The people from the Ministry of Justice came very quickly, even faster than Li Mu arrived at the government office. When he returned to the government office, the people from the Ministry of Justice were already waiting outside. Li Mu had already met a few bailiffs from the Ministry of Justice twice. The leader looked at him with a cold smile and said, "Constable Li, I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you to come with us." Li Mu did not refuse. He said, "Let's go." Xiao Bai ran out of the government office and asked softly, "Benefactor, what's the matter?" Li Mu said, "Nothing. You stay in the government office first. I'll be back in a while." The bailiff from the Ministry of Justice had a mocking expression on his face. Last time, he was the reasonable one. Under the threat of the internal guards, the doctor did not dare to judge randomly. This time, he was the one who beat someone first. The reason was in the Ministry of Justice. As long as the doctor handled the case fairly, he would have to go in standing and come out lying down. Li Mu originally wanted Xiao Bai to stay in the government office, but she insisted on following. Li Mu let her go. It was Li Mu's second time in the court of the Ministry of Justice. The doctor of the Ministry of Justice sat on the top. Wei Peng and his bad friend stood on the side, looking coldly at Li Mu. The doctor knocked on the gavel and asked, "Li Mu, Wei Peng said that you beat him up for no reason. Is this true?" Li Mu explained, "Who told him to look at me?" The doctor said in a low voice, "He only looked at you, and you beat him up." Li Mu looked at Wei Peng and asked, "Haven't they done this kind of thing before?" The doctor knocked on the gavel again and said, "I don't care about the past. I only want to ask about the present. Did you beat Wei Peng up for no reason at Spring Fragrance Brothel?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes. Since you've admitted to the crime, there's nothing left to interrogate." The doctor sneered and said, "Men, drag him away." Give him 20 beatings and throw him into the Ministry of Justice's prison for 7 days. He looked at Li Mu with satisfaction. Last time, the internal guards were there, and it was Zhu Tsong who made the mistake first. He had no choice but to let him walk out of the government office. But this time was different. This time, Li Mu beat Wei Peng first, and Wei Peng did not do anything from the beginning to the end. This case could not be simpler. Even if the Heavenly Emperor came today, he would still be guilty. When the two bailiffs from the Ministry of Justice came up, Li Mu suddenly stretched out his hand and said, "Wait." The doctor said, "Do you have anything else to say?" Li Mu raised his head and said, "According to the Laws of the Great Zhou, Volume 2, Article 13, those who beat up others for no reason can be punished with less than 20 beatings and imprisoned for less than 7 days, depending on the severity of the injury. Wei Peng's eyes are bruised, but it's only a minor injury. Sir Doctor, you sentence me to 20 beatings and imprisonment for 7 days. This is an abuse of punishment. According to the Laws of the Great Zhou, Volume 25, Article 47, any official who abuses punishment will be fined a month's salary for a light punishment, or removed from office for a heavy punishment. The doctor looked at Li Mu, who was calmly explaining the laws of the Great Zhou to him, and felt as if there was something stuck in his chest. He could not swallow it, but he could not spit it out either. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.